Chapter 15. Cassie paced her living room. Though given its small size, she never had to go very far. Regardless, she had to do something. Inaction was killing her. She wrapped her arms around her body, her fingers digging into her flesh. At least the slight pain took her mind off her mental turmoil over this new twist. After leaving Dollar Niche, they'd driven back to the house. Bryan had been quiet, seemingly lost in thought, and Cassie wondered what he was thinking about. The man didn't know Kellen, so it seemed unlikely he'd be that perturbed over the abduction. Something else was bothering him, and she was sure it had to do with the phone call he'd made to the number on the poster. But whatever it was, he hadn't been inclined to share. After a few unsuccessful attempts at starting a conversation, Shed stayed silent and had begun to plot her next move. Bryan's friend Daniel might come up with something, but just in case, she wanted to be ready. She'd been in the middle of listing of steps in her head: finish packing her bag, withdraw the cost of the airfare from her savings account, when the car pulled into the driveway. Bryan had jerked it to a stop and started swearing, leaving the vehicle before she even had time to register what was going on. When she finally got out and made her way to the front door, he had tried to block her view of something, but it was her home and she wasn't about to let him tell her what to do. Pushing him aside, Shed taken one look and gasped, stepping back in shock. A picture of Kellen had been taped to the front door. He was badly beaten, his lip split, his eye swollen shut. Shed wanted to cry at the very image. A note had accompanied the picture as well. Kellen was being held for ransom, and she had to go to Chicago if she wanted him set free. There was a phone number to call for further instructions once she arrived. Terrified, Shed suggested they go to the authorities, but Bryan had been adamant. Involving humans would endanger werewolves. Shed argued against him, but he'd been unyielding on the point, assuring her they could take care of the matter on their own. Exactly how this was going to happen, she didn't know. Surely it would be better to send the police after the perpetrators. It was a fact that Eddie Perroni and Hugh had taken Kellen and left what was basically a ransom note. Wouldn't that be enough information to cause the police to act? Bryan had murmured that Leon Aldrich was involved, as if that mattered. Whether the man was just paying out a finder's fee to Eddie for bringing her in, or whether he was somehow masterminding the whole situation, Cassie didn't know. Nor did she really care. So what if the man was involved? The police could sort the whole mess out, including whatever part Mr. Aldrich was playing. Cassie hadn't thought much about Mr. Aldrich over the past few years, or rather when she did think of him, it was to recall his horrific death. Only, he wasn't dead, and that fact seemed to give her freedom to recall other things about the man. Shed never formally met him, even though he was often at the house, meeting with her uncle. Sometimes, Shed sneaked downstairs and spy on them, her back pressed against the smooth paneling or crouched under a draped table. While Shed never really understood what was being discussed, Shed enjoyed the grand trick she was playing on the adults. Looking back now, she recalled how the man had always made her uncomfortable. He'd been obsequious to her uncle, outwardly subservient, and yet she suspected it was all an act, that he secretly held her uncle in contempt. And now the man was in charge of her uncle's estate. In fact, when she returned to her proper place as the Greyson heiress, Shed have to work closely with him. The idea made her feel slightly ill. She didn't trust the man at all, but she pushed that aside. Sure, Shed have to return to her life as Cassandra Greyson and deal with the likes of Mr. Aldrich, but it was a small price to pay for Kellen's life. Her arguments had fallen on deaf ears. Bryan was in a foul mood, actually snarling at her when she mentioned yet again that Kellen's safety was her only priority. "Y'all not risk yourself for him or for anyone." His eyes had seemed to glow with an inner power that had her quaking in her shoes, and Shed even seen a flash of his canines. Just the thought of what those sharp teeth could do had been enough to still her protests. Shed clamped her mouth tightly shut and he turned away, his displeasure palpable. If she didn't know better, Shed have said he was jealous of Kellen, which was ridiculous. After all, they'd just met. Bryan hardly knew her. Finally, she settled in a chair, watching Bryan warily out of the corner of her eye. That snarl had shocked her. For long periods of time, she was actually forgetting he was a werewolf, but the fact had been brought abruptly home just moments earlier. He might appear civilized, but underneath, he was still an animal with an animal's instincts. There was no doubt about it, Bryan could be dangerous. She clasped her hands tightly together and wondered why that fact was oddly thrilling. He was on the computer again, rechecking flights to Chicago, searching for better seats. His friend, Daniel, had confirmed that a private plane had been chartered by Mr. Aldrich and had flown out of McCarran International Airport, headed for Chicago. She was anxious to follow, but the earliest flight they could get was tomorrow morning. It was nerve-wracking having to wait around. She wanted to distract herself, but really there was nothing to do. The house was clean, her bag was packed. Seeking to occupy her mind, she began studying Bryan. At first glance, he appeared normal enough, but there was something about him, a certain aura that set her whole equilibrium off balance. It wasn't just the fact that he was good-looking, though that couldn't be denied. It was the way he carried himself. The ease and self-assurance seemed to shine through. Somehow, she just knew that if he was in a room with well-dressed, high-powered businessmen, he'd be perfectly confident in his casual attire of jeans and shirt. His shirt, was it only a few hours ago that she'd been forced to wear it, clung to his muscular body, highlighting his shoulders and back. She remembered the feel of those muscles shifting beneath her hand as she clung to him in the park, his body pressed to hers, his arousal evident against her belly. The memory had her shifting uncomfortably at the thought of how abandoned the beast inside her had acted. It had reveled in his touch, rubbing against him, whimpering in pleasure. The animal stirred and she forced it back down, shifting her gaze from his body. She wasn't letting the creature get the upper hand again. Who knew what might happen next time? A ray of sunlight fell across the room, and she concentrated on it instead. Tiny motes of dust floated in the air, creating an elaborate dance that led across the room. Her eyes traced the path they took, the beam of light eventually shining on the back of Bryan's head, highlighting the strands of his hair. It was a sandy brown with just the slightest wave, and had felt thick and silky against her fingers. She gave a silent gasp when she realized what was happening. She was back to thinking about him again. Resignedly, she admitted that the man did interest her, but it was nothing more than an appreciation of male beauty, she assured herself. Any woman would react to his physical charms, she hastened to add. Thus reassured, she allowed her eyes to wander over his profile, drinking in each feature. Light brown hair hung over his forehead, and he occasionally frowned and brushed it back as he stared at the screen. His brows and lashes were slightly darker than his hair, and accented his hazel eyes perfectly. A straight nose and strong chin. His lips were firm, the lower one slightly full. She recalled how he had an almost boyish look about him when he grinned, though right now his mouth was anything but grinning. It was firmly closed, as something on the screen obviously annoyed him. His lips had felt wonderful when they had moved against her own. Would she ever have cause to kiss him again? Not likely, she decided with a small pout, then forced herself to assume an air of indifference. Once Kellen was free, she'd find a way to send Bryan packing. He meant nothing to her after all. So what if there was some law that said she had to go with him? Being a rich heiress would surely afford her some immunity from werewolf laws, wouldn't it? He'd head back to Canada, and she'd never have to set eyes on him again. The thought of never seeing him again had her frowning, which was ridiculous. She gave herself a mental scolding. He was a werewolf, for heaven's sake, nothing more than a filthy animal. And yet, isn't that exactly what we are? A voice inside queried. Part of her wanted to immediately reject the idea, but she forced herself to look at it. Yes, she was a werewolf. She couldn't deny the fact, but that didn't mean she had to act like it. Attacking people, giving in to an animal wildness once a month wasn't for her. No, she was stronger than that. It wasn't easy, but she'd managed thus far and she would continue to do so. But it's getting harder each month, the voice reminded her. The pills were losing their effectiveness, she acknowledged reluctantly, and increasing the dosage might prove dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to learn from other werewolves how to handle our existence, rather than fighting to subdue it? Her stomach quivered at the very idea, yet it was intriguing too. Hadn't she spent hours on the internet researching, wishing she understood, wishing she knew what was fact and what was fiction? Being a werewolf might be exciting and freeing in a way we could never imagine. There could be joys and wonders in the lifestyle too fantastic to be denied. She licked her lip nervously and eyed Bryan. There was one thing that might be interesting to explore. But what if once she started to learn about her inner beast, to learn more about werewolves, she became too caught up in them and lost herself? She could end up like Kellen, constantly fighting the inner demons that made him gamble. But the voice pressed its case. What if instead of losing ourselves, we find ourselves? What if the lost, lonely feeling that's plagued us all our life is finally replaced with a sense of peace, of belonging? Are we willing to turn our back on the chance, now that the opportunity had finally arisen? What are you doing? Cassie startled, realizing that while she'd been lost in thought, Bryan had moved and now was standing in front of her. Just thinking. From your expression, I'd say they were pretty deep thoughts. She pulled her legs up to her chest and clasped her arms around her knees. They were. Bryan sank down on the sofa beside her, seeming to be in a better mood now. The cushions sank under his weight, causing her to slide sideways until their hips were touching. With assumed casualness, she eased herself away and placed a hand on the arm of the chair, hanging on to prevent herself from sliding back against him. He didn't appear to notice. Our flight is early tomorrow morning. It's the best I could get. Ryan is flying into Chicago as well, and so is Kane. He's Ryan's brother and the alpha of another pack. Their mates are coming along too, so y'all be able to meet some female werewolves. Cassie gave him a half smile, not really sure if she wanted to meet more of her kind or not. The conversation Shed just had with herself. Such a strange concept, really, to be talking to another living thing inside you, had made her reconsider her outright denial of anything werewolf-related. Bryan seemed nice enough now that he wasn't snarling at her, but she still wasn't too sure about the others. Ryan was the one Shed seen attacking Mr. Aldrich after all. The alpha probably didn't have a kind bone in his body. She pitied his poor mate. She picked at an invisible piece of lint. Is it typical for so many werewolves to get involved when a problem arises? It depends on the problem. Usually, enacting the finding clause is pretty simple. You find a wolf, bring it home, and integrate it into the pack. Unfortunately, in your case, there seems to be a few more issues involved. Issues? She flicked a glance his direction. Kellen, he made a face when he said the name, and then shrugged, and some other old business that the alphas have to deal with. Cassie nodded and then stood up, still uncomfortably aware of his body so close to hers. It's late. Would you like something to eat? Sure. He followed her into the kitchen and leaned against the counter, watching her pull some hamburgers from the freezer and put them in the microwave to thaw. I am not a great cook. Being a rich heiress, there was never a need to learn, but over the years, I've learned a bit. I can manage burgers and a salad, I think. She gave self-deprecating laugh. I am not too bad in the kitchen. He moved to the fridge and took out some lettuce. Ryan, Daniel, and I lived on our own for a while and learned to make do. Then, when Mel mated Ryan, she wasn't much into cooking either, except for making gourmet coffees. So we still all took our shifts at the stove. As they continued to prepare the food, Cassie found herself smiling while listening to Bryan share small tidbits from his life. If it wasn't for the fact that they were werewolves, Shed'd think he lived in a large extended family. She paused in the middle of flipping a burger. Was that what a pack was? A large extended family. Previously, Shed envisioned them living in primitive conditions, roaming the woods and taking down elk for food. But Bryan was adept in the kitchen, talked about their media room and how everyone fought for control of the TV. It didn't match her preconceived notions at all. During dinner, Bryan announced he'd be spending the night. Cassie was surprised and opened her mouth to argue, but something about the look on his face made her give in. Miffed, she chewed angrily on her burger, realizing this would interfere with her half-formed plans. Shed decided to head to the airport tonight and to wait there in the hopes of getting a standby seat. After all, she didn't really need Bryan's help to rescue Kellen. And it would be a perfect opportunity to escape his crazy plan of taking her back to Canada with him. Had Bryan known this? She eyed him speculatively, but he gave no indication that he was gloating over thwarting her plans. Sighing, she decided it was probably just a coincidence. After dinner, they wandered outside to watch the sunset. Bryan had been boasting of the beautiful northern lights that filled the Canadian skies, streaks of dancing light in every color of the rainbow, shooting across the evening sky in undulating waves. Cassie had to admit it sounded amazing, but she wanted him to see a desert sunset before deciding which celestial event was the most spectacular. They leaned against the railing that encircled the small backyard deck, watching the light slowly fade and give way to fiery washes of orange and red. The colors slowly grew and spread, intensifying until the entire sky was ablaze. "Impressive." Bryan murmured the words, his shoulder brushing hers, his eyes fixed on the sky. Cassie smiled as she cast him a sideways look. "Not everything in Canada is better," she boasted, tongue-in-cheek. He slanted a look at her. "Not better. Just different." She turned to face him, suddenly feeling playful. "I hear it can get pretty cold." In the winter it does." He shrugged, but kept his eyes fixed to the sky. "So I guess you don't mind the snow and the ice." Cassie twirled her glass of ice water in her hands. The evening was proving to be exceptionally warm, and cold drinks had sounded more suitable than coffee after dinner. "Not really. You just get used to it." "Good." She giggled and quickly grabbed an ice cube from her glass, dumping it down the back of his shirt. His shout of surprise was ample reward for her efforts, and she managed to lob another ice cube at him while he tried to fish the first one out of his shirt. He growled and stepped towards her, but she quickly turned, running down the steps to the ground level, laughing at his expression. Unfortunately, her reflexes were slower than his, for Shed barely taken half a dozen strides when he caught hold of her arm. "Cassandra." She tried to break free, but he spun her around and held her tight to his body while he reached back to extract the ice cube from his shirt. "I am the pack beta, little girl. You're not supposed to mess with me." He spoke sternly, but the corners of his mouth twitched upward and the twinkle in his eye gave him away. "Oh yeah. Yeah." He held the dripping ice cube up. "You deserve a taste of your own medicine." And with that, he hooked a finger into the neckline of her shirt and popped the ice down her top. "Bryan." Cassie screeched as the cold came in contact with her skin and tried to grab at it, but he caught hold of her other hand, locking her arms behind her back. She squirmed trying to avoid the ice, but there was no escape. It was trapped between her body and his, slowly melting and dripping freezing water down her stomach. "So how do you like it?" He chuckled down at her, and she looked up ready to give a cutting retort when their eyes locked, and the comment died in her throat. In that moment, she was all too aware of the fact that they were pressed together from knee to chest, that his strong hands were holding her delicate wrists, that his mouth was just inches from hers. The moment stretched out between them. Light from the setting sun cast shadows on his face, showing his features in relief. She could see the flecks of gold and green in his eyes, the brown lashes framing them, the faint stubble on his chin. He inhaled, and of its own volition the tip of her tongue darted out, wetting her lips. Slowly he leaned closer, releasing her hands and sliding his fingers gently up her arms. Anticipation grew. She held her breath, her eyelids lowering. Then, just when she had begun to raise herself up on her toes, sure he was going to kiss her, he gripped her elbows and stepped back. With a thump, Cassie came back to awareness of the fact that she was in the middle of her backyard with a man she barely knew, and that Shed almost kissed him. What had come over her? Why had she started to tease him like that? And the kiss, well, the almost kiss, he probably thought she was coming on to him. She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could she have? A whimper sounded inside her head, and she halted her racing thoughts, then frowned darkly. No doubt it was the animal's fault. Clearing her throat, she looked around awkwardly, no longer caring about the ice melting inside her shirt. Should she explain that it wasn't her? Apologize for the beast's behavior? Bryan spoke at the same moment. I think we should turn in. Our flight leaves early. Right. Good idea. Cassie grasped onto the idea, as if it were a lifeline and she were drowning. She led the way inside and prepared for bed, still mulling over what had just occurred. The little scene had been so unexpected, yet so normal, as if she were just a regular young woman entertaining her boyfriend. And it had been fun to play with him, to act young and carefree for a change. If Bryan wasn't a werewolf, she could find her human self attracted to him. But that wasn't going to happen, she assured herself. No werewolf boyfriends for her. But who else would you be attracted to? The annoying voice inside her asked. You're a werewolf too. You tried to have a relationship with Kellen, but he wasn't our kind. Y'all never find a human who you can truly be yourself with. Any relationship you try to build will be based on lies and deception as you hide your real self. Cassie curled up in her bed, glumly considering the fact that the voice was right. She could never foist this burden on someone else. And sharing her secret was forbidden. Her life stretched ahead of her, long and lonely. She closed her eyes. At least she'd be rich and lonely, if that was any consolation, though she strongly doubted it was. She drifted into a restless sleep, werewolves still uppermost in her mind. The image of a large house filled with fellow Lycans formed. It was a happy home, children laughing and playing on the floor, men and women lounging in front of the TV. She was there too, curled up at Bryan's side, but totally unaware of what was on the screen. His arm was around her shoulder, his fingers rubbing circles on her skin while her own hand rested on his stomach. It was nice. Comfortable. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and she snuggled in closer, breathing in his scent and absorbing the warmth of his body. She felt his hand drift down and cup her breast, his thumb gently stroking the tip. It pebbled in response, and she shifted slightly, feeling herself moisten in anticipation. Slowly, she worked a finger between the buttons of his shirt and stroked the skin of his abdomen. His muscles flinched at her touch and she giggled, repeating the gesture, teasing his navel. A low growl reverberated in his chest, and before she knew what was happening, he scooped her up and carried her to bed, the rest of the room's occupants barely glancing up as they passed by, too absorbed in their television show to care about the antics of young lovers. As he lowered her onto the mattress, Cassie laced her fingers behind Bryan's neck, pulling his head down until her lips met his. He braced himself over her so that only their lips touched. It was the briefest of connections, but electricity zinged between them, tingling deliciously. She exhaled softly, allowing her breath to feather over his face and mix with his own. A feeling of rightness filled her. This was where she was meant to be. Their lips brushed, retreated, then brushed again, teasing, before finally settling on each other. Gentle pressure, tender nips. Angling her head, she captured his mouth, pulling on his lower lip before sealing her mouth to his. His tongue traced her lips and she opened wider for him, his tongue dipping in and stroking hers. She reciprocated the gesture, savoring his taste. He brushed her cheek with the back of his hand, then threaded his fingers into her hair, tugging lightly. She loved the feel of the gentle pull and murmured appreciatively, splaying her fingers over his cheekbones, tracing the shape of his ears, the slant of his jaw. Evening stubble roughened his skin, and she reveled in the feel of it against her palms. Heat built between them, and soon the tender caresses weren't enough. She wanted to feel him pressed against her and pulled at his shoulders, whimpering in need. Bryan responded, lowering himself onto her, pinning her to the mattress. Eagerly, she let her hands roam his back, tracing the indent of his spine to his waistband and then back up again. Spreading her fingers, she gently raked his skin with her nails. He groaned in approval and pressed his hips closer to hers. Instinctively, she spread her thighs, so she could cradle him closer, and was rewarded by a ridge of flesh grinding against her apex. A rush of warmth and an accompanying ache had her pushing up towards him. Bryan broke from the kiss and trailed his lips over her jaw, down her neck to the sweet spot where it joined her shoulder. He nuzzled the area, then licked and grazed it with his teeth. Her breathing hitched as shivers of excitement coursed through her body. Bryan. She exhaled his name and pulled her hands free from his shirt to clutch his head, burying her fingers in his hair. You're so beautiful. He breathed the words into her ear, and warmth flooded her heart. Had anyone ever said those words to her, with such conviction, such feeling? So are you. She exhaled the words, eyes half closed, tracing his face with her fingertips. His every feature was precious to her, the curve of his brow, the slant of his nose. He nipped her finger as it brushed his mouth, then sucked on it, slowly, sensually, while sliding his hand down to cup her breast, the heat of his palm burning through the layers of material. Suddenly, she was desperate to feel his lips on more of her flesh, and tried to guide his head down to her breast. He resisted, torturing her by slowly trailing his lips over her throat, licking the hollow at its base, then nipping her collar bone. Finally, he moved lower to the V-neck of her t-shirt, and then latched onto her nipple through the cloth. The material was soon damp and abraded her skin. She arched her back, wanting more sensation, more heat, more Bryan. Bryan worked his hands under the hem of her shirt and eased it upwards, all the while suckling her through the cloth. When he finally broke away to finish removing her shirt, she nearly cried out from the loss. The shirt was tossed aside and he reared back to stare down at her, his gaze hot, his chest heaving. Suddenly, she felt shy and her face heated. She was unsure what to do and stiffened. Desire that had flamed so hot just moments before banked, and she looked up at him through her lashes, fighting the need to cover herself. Somehow, he seemed to know, for his features softened, the hot, needy look faded. Now he leaned forward slowly, gently. Tenderly, he cupped her face and pressed a kiss to her forehead, before shifting so he lay beside her. He gathered her close and gently stroked her body, playing his fingers over her ribs, fingering the band of her bra, then retreating down to cup her hip. Gradually, she relaxed, and the heat of desire returned. She snuggled in closer, subtly arching her back in encouragement, and he picked up on her hint. His hand moved up to cup her breast through the lacy material, then slid to the front clasp of her bra. He gave her a questioning look, and she bit her lip but nodded. The material released and her breasts spilled free. Bryan hissed as he stared down at her bared flesh. Then his hands covered them, kneading and tweaking, sending spasms of desire to her core. When he dipped his head to flick his tongue over one tip, she thought she'd die from the feeling. First one side, then the other, he paid homage to her breasts until she was nothing but a panting bundle of need. She pulled his shirt free from his pants and slid her hands under the material. His skin was hot and smooth. Cassie allowed her hands to roam, over his ribs, his back, down to his waistband, and then back up to bury in his hair, tugging lightly on the silken locks. Bryan shuddered in appreciation and then sat up, abruptly pulling his shirt off, before leaning over her again, kissing her cheekbones, her nose, her forehead. With trembling fingers, she rubbed his chest, caressing his stomach, then tracing the border of his waistband. Her fingers fumbled as she undid the button and slid down his zipper. Then, with a trembling hand, she slid beneath the material, exploring the thatch of body hair she encountered there. A source of heat was just beyond her fingertips, and she steeled herself to reach lower. How would it feel to touch a man so intimately? Her palm tingled in anticipation. Yes. Touch me. I need to feel you holding me. He whispered the words, his hips undulating gently, and she moved to comply, but something held her back. Was she ready for this? Part of her screamed yes, but another part hesitated. You don't really know him. He's a werewolf. What are you getting yourself into? Cassie, please. Now. I can't wait much longer. There was desperation in his voice, and she felt tears begin to form. She wanted to please him, but... You did it for him. For Kellen. He spat the word out and she winced, shamed at the truth. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. I'll make it up to you. Taking a deep breath, she tried to move her hand lower, but Bryan was fading away. No. Don't go. I can be what you need. Just give me a chance. But he didn't listen, and in an instant she awoke in her bed, weeping from rejection. Hot tears streamed down her face as she reached out her hand to touch the pillow and sheets beside her. The other side of the bed was empty and cold. She was alone, always alone. Bryan woke with a start, his heart pounding, his skin covered in sweat. He was on the couch in Cassandra Greyson's living room, having refused her offer of sleeping in Kellen's room. It wasn't the other guy's fault exactly, but Bryan had taken a dislike to the man and anything associated with him. True, Kellen had cared for Cassandra and had been her support during a time when Bryan hadn't been around, but it still felt as if the other man had trespassed. His wolf was intent on claiming Cassandra, and Bryan wasn't sure if he'd ever be able to talk the creature out of its fixation with the girl. Throwing back the light blanket that covered him, he grimaced, realizing he'd found release during the incredibly erotic dream he'd just had. He hadn't done that since his early teenage years. Rubbing his face with his hand, he peered at the clock, 4:30. They had to be up in another hour, and he wasn't feeling sleepy anymore. With a sigh, he stood and grabbed yesterday's clothes, heading to the bathroom to get cleaned up. He hadn't gone back to his hotel the previous night, not completely trusting Cassandra. Exactly what she might do on her own, Bryan wasn't sure, but he wasn't taking any chances. He wouldn't put it past her to try to travel to Chicago without him, perhaps heading to the airport and hoping to get a standby flight. The look of dismay in her face when he announced he was staying led him to believe he wasn't too far off the mark. He shook his head. There was a bit of a headstrong streak in her that would get her into trouble one of these days. As her beta, he intended to be around to pull her out of whatever mess she landed in. By time he was done showering, a light was showing under Cassandra's door. Good. She was up. They could head back to his motel to pick up his things and then grab a fast food breakfast on the way to the airport. Knocking lightly on her door, he relayed the plan to her and then headed back to the living room to wait. He hoped everything would go according to plan in Chicago. If it did, they'd find Kellen and set him free, deal with Hugh and Eddie, then get tickets back to Canada. Ryan and Kane could take care of Aldrich and Marla, and by tomorrow, everyone would be heading back home. Bryan rolled his eyes and snorted. Yeah. Right. When did things ever go that smoothly for him? Chapter 16. Mel stretched and yawned, tired of traveling. The flight to Chicago had been unremarkable, the only real issue being that they'd had to leave Stump River in the middle of the night to drive to Toronto. Beyond that, time was spent waiting to go through security checks, waiting to board, waiting to disembark, waiting to find their luggage, all the typical tedious tasks of travel. Ryan had blatantly used his good looks and commanding presence to hurry their own passage through the system. Crowds parted when he walked by, a look at others letting him in line, while the female employees hurried to do his bidding when he graced them with his slow, sexy smile. Finally, they were climbing into a taxi bound for the motel, where they were all planning to meet. As the taxi pulled away from the curb, Mel hit him in the stomach. What was that for? He looked at her in surprise. You basically bullied your way through the airport. No one dared say no to you. So, you didn't want to spend all that time waiting, did you? And it wasn't bullying. I never said anything threatening. No. But it wasn't really fair to the other passengers to use your alpha status on them. He shrugged. If you've got it, why not use it? Mel rolled her eyes. Her mate was arrogant to the extreme at times and could be unremorsefully rude. Still, it had got them out of the airport quickly. She rubbed the curve of her stomach and shifted to a more comfortable position. The baby had to be lying on her bladder. Are you all right? Ryan's attitude melted away in an instant, and he was suddenly all care and concern, brushing her hair from her face, putting an arm around her shoulder. I am fine. She smiled at him and then looked away, feeling guilty. Even after her standoffishness this week, he was still looking out for her. She knew Shed been weepy and irritable, that he found her behavior inexplicable. The fact that Shed even blocked the mental connection afforded by their blood bond had hurt him. Yet, in her own defense, she hadn't known what else to do. The news Shed received had thrown her completely off kilter. The possible implications had made her shudder. However, now that Daniel had reassured her and helped her sort out the mess with Lycan Link, she wasn't sure how to broach the topic with Bryan. Last night, Shed just gathered her courage when the surprise trip to Chicago was announced. Packing, gathering passports, rushing to the airport. She shook her head. It had left no time for intimate conversation. Hopefully, this business with Aldrich could be taken care of quickly. Mel wasn't sure what the brothers had planned, but sometimes ignorance was bliss. And then there was this woman, Marla, who had apparently wreaked havoc with the pack long before Shed met Bryan. Mel knew part of the story: murder, attempted murder, theft, betrayal. The list of sins went on and on. From the look in Ryan's eyes when he mentioned the woman. Well, Mel was just glad she wasn't Marla. The cab pulled up to the curb in front of the motel, and Bryan helped her out of the back seat. Their rooms were pre-booked and supposedly across the hall from Bryan and Cassandra's. Her lips quirked mischievously as she contemplated the fact that the two were sharing. Bryan's obsessive interest in the girl over the past 3 years hadn't gone unnoticed. She was curious to find out if their face-to-face meeting had lived up to his subconscious expectations. If the room booking was any indication, it must have. Kane and Elise had a room just down the hall. It would be interesting to finally meet Kane face-to-face, Mel mused, especially given her recent discovery. She wondered if Kane was anything like Bryan and how he'd react to meeting her. She was sure she and Elise would get along, but Kane was a bit more aloof, always preoccupied with pack business. Webcam visits were fine, but seeing the man in the flesh. A number of possible scenarios had played out in her mind during the flight. She wondered which one would become fact. Melody. Bryan spoke her name, and she looked up at him, suddenly realizing they were standing in front of the elevator. Sorry, I was just thinking about meeting Kane and Elise. He guided her into the elevator and pushed the button for the 3rd floor. Y'all get along fine, I am sure. He yawned and stretched. I can't believe we had to catch such an early flight. Kane and Elise aren't due in for another couple of hours, so you have time for a nap if you'd like. That would be nice, especially if you join me. She let her hand drift down his back and cup his rear. Melody. He shot her a look full of both surprise and hot arousal. Well, he would be surprised given the cold shoulder Shed been showing him this past week. When he found out the cause, though, he'd understand. Mel smiled up at him wickedly. We have some lost time to make up for, don't you think? Bryan didn't question her sudden about-face. Instead, he growled and pulled her closer, nuzzling her neck, then grazing her mating mark with his teeth. Excitement shot straight to her core. How had she done without this for so long? She felt him probing her mentally and hesitated before pushing on his shoulders until he eased back. Melody. His look was questioning, hurt. Mel bit her lip and looked down, not sure what to say, how to broach the subject. Shed never thought herself a coward, but she wasn't sure of Bryan's reaction. Bryan sighed heavily, then wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close, tucking her head under his chin. It's okay. Whatever's going on, whenever you're ready to tell me, just know I'll be here for you. I love you, Bryan. She kissed an exposed spot at the base of his neck and spread her hands over his chest. I know. I love you too. He swept her up into his arms and kissed her thoroughly. Let me show you how much. The words were whispered against her lips, and she melted into him, not even noticing the elevator door sliding open as they arrived at their floor. She thought to herself. Maybe if she were lucky, Kane and Elise's flight would be delayed. Cassie nibbled her lip and cast yet another sidelong glance at Bryan. He sat beside her reading a magazine and hadn't spoken a dozen words to her since they'd boarded the plane. She turned to look out the window, but since it was overcast, there was really nothing to see. Flying in a cloud could be so boring. The magazine in her own lap lay there unopened. Gossip about celebrities held little interest for her. She exhaled softly and continued contemplating Bryan's sudden reticence. It wasn't as if he was a chatterbox, but at least yesterday he'd been relaxed around her, talking casually. Now he was so formal and uptight. Was he angry? Had she done something wrong? Made some strange werewolf faux pas? In her mind, she went over the events of the morning, but found nothing unusual. He'd been showering when she got up. She packed a small bag of essentials, some of which were already in her carry-all from her planned escape the previous day. Then they'd gone to his motel to collect his things, and he'd checked out of his room. At the drive-thru, they'd ordered breakfast sandwiches and ate them at the airport while awaiting their flight. She shook her head. It all seemed ordinary enough. At first, she'd been happy not to talk. Her dream last night had been both erotic and confusing, the memory leaving her embarrassed to face him. After all, it wasn't every day that she dreamed of having her hands down the pants of a man she'd just met. And then, at the end when she'd suddenly froze. What was that all about? Her past was just that, her past. Why would another man, Bryan, bring it up? And how had he known she'd been with Kellen? It had been bad enough when her nocturnal imaginings were about being a wolf and meeting another wolf in the forest, but now that the wolf was being replaced by a human. Her train of thought stuttered to a halt. Wait a minute. The wolf in her dreams. Could it be Bryan? She had only a vague recollection of what he'd looked like as a wolf when he'd chased her down in the park, but surely it was the same creature. Suddenly, she had to know. He answered vaguely and didn't look up from his magazine. Had he even really heard her? She suppressed the need to hit him and sighed. Oh well, maybe it was easier if he wasn't looking at her. His eyes always seemed to be seeing right into her mind, as if he knew her very thoughts, and these definitely were not thoughts she wanted to share with him. Yet, she was curious. Besides, what were the chances, really? And if she asked in an idle manner, he'd never have to know. After a moment's debate, she decided to try again. Bryan, what do you look like? When you're a wolf, I mean. She kept her eyes averted as she tried to casually whisper her question, conscious of the passengers around them. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him close his magazine and look at her quizzically. Most wolves have similar coloring to their human form, though not all. I am a light brown with hazel eyes. Why do you want to know? She gulped. That was the wolf in her dreams. Struggling to appear nonchalant, she shrugged. No real reason. Just curious. You want me to show an interest in werewolves, so I am trying to do my part. And what? There's more. I can sense you're holding something back. He half turned to face her, folding his arms and giving her an unwavering stare. Cassie shifted nervously, feeling the weight of his gaze, the command in his eyes. It was hard to defy. The animal inside her whimpered, urging her to speak. She licked her lips, shot him a quick glance, and then looked away again. There was a subtle power about him that seemed to force the words from her. I have dreams. Dreams. Really? Bryan shifted in his seat, his whole demeanor suddenly seeming watchful, wary. He cleared his throat and looked away. What? What kind of dreams? Well, she felt embarrassed sharing the memory, but something was driving her onward, as if revealing this bit of information was of the utmost importance. I dream that I am in the woods, being chased by this light brown wolf with hazel eyes. He runs after me, catches me, and pins me down. Then he bites my neck. As she spoke, her voice grew quieter until she was almost whispering, her awareness of the man beside her increasing by the moment. She could feel the heat generating off his body, was aware of the tempo of his breathing, the way their arms almost touched on the armrest. I guess that's sort of a typical werewolf type of dream, right? She gave a nervous laugh and looked up at him through her lashes. Bryan was staring at her, a shocked expression on his face. Then he blinked and looked away. No. Actually, it isn't. He cleared his throat again and answered slowly. Werewolves just have normal dreams, like people do. Really? She furrowed her brow. So, why do I have that particular dream? It's happened over and over again for years. Well, he exhaled heavily, then glanced around as if to make sure no one was listening in. Most of the other passengers were dozing or watching a movie. Even so, he shifted closer to her and slid down lower in his seat. She did as well, leaning closer to hear his hesitant words. The funny thing is or have a dream sort of like that too. Cassie turned to look at him face on and found herself staring directly into his eyes. Surprisingly, he was closer than Shed thought. She could feel his breath against her face, and somehow, his fingers had become tangled with hers. Did he realize that? She suspected the answer was no. I know. I said most don't, but a few do. Bryan looked down, seemed to suddenly realize he was holding her hand, and let go. He leaned away and ran his now free hand through his hair, looking ill at ease. I've been told it signifies the fact that your inner wolf knows who will be its mate. The two wolf spirits are meeting on some other level of consciousness. Her heart started to beat heavily in her chest, and she hardly dared ask the next question, but knew she had to. So, what does your dream she-wolf look like? She's chocolate brown with green eyes. He spoke the words reluctantly, as if he were anxious as to how Shed take the news, then shot her a nervous look. Just like you. Like me. Abruptly, she sat up straight, speaking louder than she intended, her voice squeaking. Several of the passengers turned to look their way, and she smiled weakly, then sank down low in her seat again. Finally, they turned away. After clearing her throat, she whispered earnestly to him. But there must be lots of chocolate brown wolves in the world, right? And lots of light brown hazel-eyed wolves, too. Right. Sure. Bryan's eyes locked with hers. She searched his, staring deeply, sensing another presence, a primitive wildness within him. It called to her, beckoning her, daring her, and an answering response arose within her. Her heart thumped heavily, like an ancient drum creating a rhythm that surrounded her, mesmerized her, pulsed through her very being until she couldn't separate herself from it. Electricity seemed to zing back and forth between them. She licked her dry lips and inhaled deeply, intensely aware of his masculine scent. Bryan did the same thing, half closing his eyes. The moment stretched between them, the surroundings fading into the background. Images from her dream flashed before her eyes. Bryan half-naked leaning over her, his hands on her bare flesh, caressing, bringing every nerve ending to awareness. How she longed to feel that way again. Bryan reached forward and touched her cheek with his fingertips. Cassie closed her eyes, concentrating on the sensation. She slowly exhaled as his thumb stroked her lower lip and leaned her head into his hand. Half opening her eyes, she saw him drawing closer. His nose brushed her jawline and then her earlobe. She could feel him inhale. Our flight will be arriving in Chicago at. The sound of the pilot's voice crackling over the speakers broke the spell under which Shed Fallen and Cassie jerked back. Her cheekbone struck Bryan's nose, and he gave a muffled cry of pain, clamping his hand over the injured member. The pilot continued talking, though Cassie had no idea what he was saying. She was too busy staring in shock at Bryan. At least he seemed equally surprised, though his recovery appeared shorter. He swallowed hard, touched his nose gingerly, and then gruffly mumbled something about the bathroom. Staring at his retreating form, Cassie cursed at herself for bringing up the topic of dream wolves. She wasn't ready for this. Whatever it was, that had just happened between them. If Shed understood him correctly, Bryan could be her mate. She shivered, hardly able to make her mind form the word. It didn't matter that he was the hottest man Shed been around in ages, or that she turned into a puddle of desire around him. Mate sounded so animal-like. Her stomach churned. There had to be some other explanation. For a while she tried to occupy her mind with her magazine, flipping the pages, looking for something worth reading. Bryan returned and sat down beside her, but made no effort to start a conversation. Silence stretched between them, and she replayed what had just happened over and over in her mind. He'd said a few wolves dreamed of their mates, but he hadn't said all. Perhaps there was a mistake. She needed more information. Staring down at her hands, she picked at her fingernail and gathered her courage. She cleared her throat and tried to sound casual, indifferent. You said that only some wolves have dreams of their mates. Why is that? At first, she didn't think he was going to answer. He seemed lost in thought. Bryan. She looked over at him and touched his arm gently. Oh, sorry. He gave his head a shake and started to explain. I am not an expert on the phenomenon, but a friend of mine knows quite a bit about the old ways. Marco, he's a pack member, by the way, said that it's mostly only royal or blue-blooded werewolves that can do this. There aren't many of those around anymore, though Marco claims a few of the European packs have practiced selective breeding to ensure the trait isn't lost. Royal. Blue-blooded. Cassie repeated the words to herself, thinking of the information Shed read on the internet. What else can these blue-blooded werewolves do? Bryan seemed to relax fractionally, obviously more comfortable with this conversation than their previous one. Well, of course they can magic their clothes on and off when they shift, but a lot of us still have that ability. Telekinesis, that's moving objects with your mind, and teleportation, disappearing and appearing somewhere else. There's probably other stuff too, but like I said, I don't really know much about it. It seems sort of a cool trick, if in fact it's true. A funny feeling was growing inside her. It was part dread, as the reality that she was indeed a werewolf became more and more apparent, but part of it was anticipation, as if she were on the verge of some monumental discovery. Can you tell me more about this teleporting? He shrugged. I guess it's hard to do and to control. It involves thinking about a place you've been, or at least seen in a picture, similar to imagining how you look when you resume your human form. Then somehow you molecularize your body as if shifting, but then transfer the energy across space and you appear in another location. You just appear there. Cassie squeezed her hands together tightly and forced the needed words from her mouth. Bryan, I can do that. She glanced at him nervously, wondering how he'd take the news. Do what? What you just said. Disappear and appear somewhere else. Teleport. You what? He looked at her skeptically. But you said you've never even changed into a werewolf until yesterday. I know. I've kept from changing by drugging myself and locking myself in my bedroom. But sometimes, when it's a full moon, I'll wake up someplace else. In the park or the grocery store. Cassie looked at him earnestly. That's how I ended up in Vegas. The night my uncle died, I ran away. I was scared the werewolf would get me, because I'd witnessed him killing Mr. Aldrich and knew the secret of werewolf existence. She flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed saying that to him despite the truth of the statement. Anyway, I got as far as Kansas that first night and took a motel room. It was a full moon, and I was feeling really strange. I took one of my pills and lay down on the bed trying to think of someplace fun, just to take my mind off things. For some reason, Vegas popped into my head. I started to feel really weird, and the next thing I knew, I woke up in an alleyway in downtown Las Vegas. For a moment, Bryan said nothing, and she wondered if he believed her or not. Then he shook his head, a deep, rich chuckle rumbling in his chest. Damn, but Ryan does know how to pick him. What do you mean? She was a bit affronted that he was laughing after her great revelation. I mean, lots of packs have found stray wolves, but Ryan goes and finds a rare blue-blooded werewolf who is also an heiress worth millions of dollars. Damn, but the other packs are going to be jealous now. Cassie looked at him askance. That's all you have to say. Bryan, I can appear and disappear. I heard you. It's a neat trick and we'll have to teach you how to control it, but in the grand scheme of things, it isn't that important. He chuckled again, shaking his head. Oh. Cassie felt a bit deflated by his nonchalant acceptance of her ability. She wasn't sure why she cared. After all, she didn't even want to be a werewolf, let alone a blue-blooded one. Blue-blooded or royal? So, who do you think my parents might be? You mean you don't know? She shook her head. My mother's name was Luisa, but my uncle never mentioned my father. I think my mom was from Spain. With your coloring, that makes sense. He eyed her, taking in her hair, his gaze skimming over her features. His eyes seemed to grow darker, heavy-lidded, and she could feel the pull beginning between them again. She was just starting to lean closer when he blinked and shook his head, breaking the connection. Cassie felt a bit put out for some reason, but struggled not to show it. Bryan continued speaking. Spain, you say? Marco came from Spain about 3 years ago. When we get back to Canada, he might be able to help out. There aren't that many royal werewolves around. I am sure Hel knows something. The prospect of learning more about her parents was exciting, even if they were werewolves. Cassie had always known her uncle wasn't really her uncle, but had somehow sensed she shouldn't ask about her background. She wondered who they might have been, what they had looked like, and if she had any cousins. After years of being alone, the idea of having relatives seemed almost unreal. Leaning back in her seat, she closed her eyes and contemplated all that Shed just learned. She was possibly a royal werewolf with the ability to teleport. She might have family back in Spain, and she peered at Bryan through her lashes. She might be sitting beside her future mate. Marla leaned against the headboard, running her fingers through Jeffrey's hair. He sighed and rolled over, then rubbed his eyes. Hello, lover. She cooed the words and watched the satisfied smile that spread over his face. Morning. Jeffrey stretched and yawned. You tired me out last night. MMM. But it was a good tired, wasn't it? Oh yeah. The best. I am glad. She trailed her hand across his chest and then followed the arrow of hair to his navel. Do you remember what we talked about last night? No. Oh. The elevator. You weren't serious about that, were you? He rolled onto his side to face her and propped himself up on his elbow. Of course I was. It's just a bit of a joke on Sylvia, that's all. She was teasing me about being afraid of spiders and actually put one on my desk. I know she's afraid of heights, so if the elevator doors open and there's just this big black chasm, she'll be scared spitless. But that's kind of dangerous. I mean, what if she isn't watching and actually steps ahead, thinking the elevator is there? Don't worry. I'll make sure I'm there to grab her, or I'll string a bunch of bungee cords inside the door. It will be harmless prank, that's all. I still don't know, Marla. She gently pushed him onto his back and slid her fingers lower, caressing his manhood. It sprang to life, and he groaned in appreciation. Please. For me. I should have never told you that I used to do elevator maintenance. Jeffrey spoke the words through gritted teeth. I promise I'll make it worth your while. She leaned forward, her bare breasts brushing against his chest. Her lips trailed over his face, and her hand worked his shaft, causing it to grow harder. Well, I suppose. As long as you promise to make sure she doesn't get hurt. Marla traced his lips with her tongue. I promise to be right there to make sure it works perfectly. When? His breathing hitched as she slid on top of him and nibbled his chest. When do you want to do this? As soon as possible. Maybe this evening. Or tomorrow morning. She worked her way down his body, dipping her tongue into his belly button. Okay. What about Swanson's security? Don't worry. He's not as diligent as people think. If need be, I'll distract him. Marla pressed a kiss to Jeffrey's thigh. Her wolf whined and whimpered, but she ignored it and concentrated on the man before her. Make sure you have the doorway secured so she can't fall. Jeffries threw his head back and bit his lip, his body arching in obvious pleasure. Don't worry. Everything will be ready on my end. Everything. Kellen slowly drifted back to consciousness and tried to open his eyes. They felt gritty, and the lids were partially stuck shut. He tried to raise his hand to wipe them, but found his arms wouldn't respond. Or rather, they were trying to respond, but seemed to be stuck. He shook his head and forced his eyes open, squinting as his pupils adjusted to the brightness. His neck twinged as he lifted his head, protesting the movement. Apparently he'd fallen asleep sitting up, but where? Looking around the room, nothing was familiar. He furrowed his brow, trying to recall recent events. He hissed as his memory kicked in, his whole body suddenly alert. He'd been kidnapped by Hugh and taken to Dollar Niche. Eddie wanted to turn Sandy over to whoever it was that was looking for her in exchange for a hefty reward. Eddie had talked on the phone to someone. Kellen struggled to recall the name, but it wouldn't come to him. Then Hugh had slapped him around. Last thing he recalled was being injected with something. Was he still in Dollar Niche? No, this place was classier. Thick Berber carpet on the floors, fancy window treatments. No furniture though, except of course, for the chair he was tied to. It was plain wood without an ounce of cushioning, and his body was letting him know that fact loud and clear. He shifted his weight, trying to ease some of the strain and pressure on his back and upper legs. Without warning, the door swung open and Hugh walked in. The blonde giant looked well-rested and ready for another game of beat-up Kellen. There were bandages on his neck, and Kellen recalled the strange, but well-timed dog attack that had occurred. It had given Sandy a chance to escape. He hoped she was okay, wherever she was. "You're awake." Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Kellen kicked himself as soon as the words left his mouth. Being rude to the people who held you captive probably wasn't a good idea. But then again, dumb ideas seemed to be his forte lately. Hugh grumbled and Kellen made a half-hearted effort to apologize. Irritating, the man wouldn't help his cause any. "Sorry. I am not a morning person." He peered behind Hugh to see a long hallway lined with doors. It gave no clue as to where he was. "So where's your sidekick?" "Eddie." "He's gone, he doesn't like the rough stuff. Drove us to the airport and then took off. But you decided to stick around." Hugh shrugged. "Sure. This is the type of work I've always wanted to do. Being a thug was your career goal. Hey, we all have our own aspirations." Hugh folded his arms and looked at him belligerently. Kellen sighed. If he'd ever harbored any hopes that Hugh might be a friendly jailer who could be persuaded to let him go, they quickly died. Another man appeared in the doorway, and Hugh stepped aside to let him in. The newcomer was probably in his late 50s, well-dressed with a silk scarf wrapped pretentiously around his neck. Kellen raised his eyebrows at the sight of the scarf, but said nothing. "Good morning, Mr. Anderson." The man's voice was raspy, almost forced. He walked around Kellen making tusking sounds. "I apologize for your accommodations last night, but it couldn't be helped. The same with your appearance. If you'd been more cooperative, Hugh wouldn't have had to get quite so physical with you." Kellen recalled Hugh grabbing him by the collar and taking a swing at him, but beyond that, nothing. How had he been uncooperative if he'd been unconscious? Or had Hugh only used that as an excuse to deliver a few more blows than needed? Deciding that knowing the truth wouldn't make any difference, Kellen focused on watching this new player in the game. An icy coldness seemed to ooze from the man's pores, as if his heart had quit beating years ago. "Who are you?" The words slipped past Kellen's lips before he could stop them. A shadow of a smile passed over the man's lips, the corners barely turning before it became impassive again. "Who I am is none of your concern. What I want is..." And that is simply to restore that poor child, Cassandra Greyson, to her rightful place as heiress of the Greyson estate. Sorry, Kellen shook his head. She gave me the distinct impression that she didn't want to come back. She wasn't happy in her old life. Even if I knew where she was right now, I wouldn't tell you. Chuckling, the man stood in front of Kellen, his hands clasped behind his back. Thankfully, that isn't necessary any longer. You are merely the bait now. I have it on good authority that she left Las Vegas on a flight here just a few hours ago and should be landing about now. The man reached towards Kellen, and he jerked back expecting another blow. Instead, the man smiled and patted his cheek. "You just sit here like a good boy. As soon as we have the girl, we'll let you go." Hugh snorted as if he knew some inside joke and held the door open for the other man. As they left, Kellen was sure he heard Hugh address the fellow as Mr. Aldrich. Not that it mattered. The name meant nothing to him. He pulled on the ropes that bound his arms. He didn't believe them when they said he'd be free to go once Sandy, Cassandra, arrived. After all, he'd seen their faces and could report them to the authorities. But would anyone believe him, even if he did make it out alive? Kellen Anderson was just another gambling addict. Besides, he had his own murky past. It was just petty theft as a teen, but still. He clenched his jaw tight and shook his head. The cops wouldn't believe him. They'd run his background first, question his own involvement in the whole affair, and probably think he was just disgruntled because he didn't get his cut of the reward money. But Sandy would vouch for him, wouldn't she? His spirits perked, hope swelling in him before it plummeted like a popped balloon. Unless she was too angry about him selling her out. His stomach clenched, and he felt sick thinking about how Sandy probably perceived him at the moment. For 3 years now Shed trusted him, believed in him, and now. Swallowing hard, he tried to reassure himself about his true intentions. He hadn't really been going to call that number, at least not after he'd thought about it and talked to Sandy. It was just an impulsive idea, but he'd never have carried it through once he knew her true feelings on returning home. Surely Shed know that. He licked his lips, the nauseous feeling growing inside him again. If Sandy lost faith in him, if he lost her, he'd have no one. Even if she didn't love him the way he hoped, she was still there for him, still someone he could call his own. Without her, there'd be no reason to keep going. Damn, but he wished he'd never seen that flyer, never borrowed money from Dollar Niche, never even gone gambling with his supposed friends. Why couldn't he say no to the clawing need that rose up inside him? Why was he so weak that he couldn't resist the thrill of the game, the adrenaline rush that came from teetering on the edge of winning or losing a fortune? It was a sickness that left him shaking and lightheaded, yet had him returning over and over for just one game, one more deal of the cards or roll of the dice. Even now, he could imagine how it would feel to be at a gaming table. His heart would be pounding, his brain racing as he calculated the odds. He let his head drop forward and cursed at himself. His addiction had already taken so much from him, and now it was going to destroy the only good thing left in his miserable life. Chapter 17. Bryan and Cassie spent the rest of the flight in large blocks of silence, interspersed with brief moments of overly polite banal conversation. Recent revelations, especially the fact Bryan might be her predestined mate. Or husband. Were extremely unsettling. Her human half told her that it couldn't possibly be true. You didn't meet people in your dreams. Another part of her seemed to sit up, eagerly wagging its tail at the very idea. She scolded that part of herself, telling it to try and show some self-restraint while ensuring her human half didn't dwell too much on Bryan's very appealing attributes. Of course, a union between them would be totally unacceptable. Once Kellen was free, she planned on escaping and going somewhere. There had to be a way to contain the animal within her and live a quiet, normal life. Her brief excitement over being royalty and having the ability to teleport had faded. The dangers involved were now looming over her. She'd have to be even more on guard now, watching her thoughts carefully, especially around a full moon. Thus far, she'd been lucky, but one of these days she might teleport into a group of humans or suddenly appear someplace dangerous, like the middle of a highway. Clenching her fists, her nails dug into her palms. The burden of her newfound talent weighed heavily on her. Feeling wearier than ever, a soft sigh escaped her. Her life kept getting more and more complicated. Would things ever be simple again? She turned her head slightly to stare at Bryan. Mates. She wondered how he really felt about the possibility of them being connected by destiny. He'd been quiet, seemingly lost in thought for most of the flight. Did he find the idea of her as a mate repulsive? Or maybe he was just tired. He had been up early, and sleeping on the couch couldn't have been comfortable. Nibbling on her lip, she turned back to watch the clouds skimming by the window, still wondering what the man beside her was thinking, but was too nervous to ask him in case the answer wasn't to her liking. Though why she even cared, she didn't know. Just because he was good-looking and a bit of a knight in shining armor who was willing to help her rescue Kellen, wasn't any reason to be concerned about his opinion of her. Besides, he had those flashes of bossiness, like he thought he was in charge and just assumed she'd fall in with his plans. So what if it was sort of hot when he stared at her with that implacable look of his? She was used to a gentler approach, like Kellen, and that was what she preferred, wasn't it? True, Kellen's indecisiveness drove her to distraction at times, whereas Bryan seemed to know exactly what he wanted. Cassie flicked a glance at him out of the corner of her eye and sighed at the pointless speculation. She had no business being interested in Bryan, or anyone else for that matter. Her future was sealed, she knew what she had to do. Glumly, she propped her chin in her hand and stared out the window, dully waiting for the flight to be over. It was only as they arrived in Chicago and exited the plane that she and Bryan began to really talk again, and then it was concerning their next course of action. Cassie hefted her bag off the luggage carousel, slung the strap over her shoulder, and started walking towards the exit. As soon as we're outside where it's a bit quieter, I'll call the kidnappers. The number they gave is different than the one that was on the poster of me. Okay. No way. We'll head to the motel and meet up with Ryan and Kane. Quite likely, they have a plan already in the works. Bryan attempted to negate her idea as they stepped out of the airport. He headed towards the line of people who were waiting for a taxi, his hand in the small of her back. No. Cassie shook her head decisively. Twisting away, she resisted his attempts to herd her along beside him. We need to call the number we were given. I'll let them know I am here so Kellen can be set free as soon as possible. Not on your life. We don't know what we might be walking into. It's too dangerous. They could snatch you, and without having done any reconnoitering, I'd have no idea what I was up against. We need to approach the situation cautiously, with a calm, rational course of action in mind. Bryan glared at her, clearly annoyed. Who put you in charge of all the decisions? She turned to walk away, but he grabbed her arm, spinning her around and pulling her close so they were almost nose to nose. Ryan put me in charge, that's who. Our alpha said no contact until we come up with a plan. As beta, I enforce his rules. We're going to the motel. He started to pull her along, but she dug in her heels. He turned around, and they stared at each other in a battle of wills. Tension crackled in the air. Cassandra. His eyes were flashing with temper, and she could hear his teeth grinding together as he delivered the warning. A shiver ran over her, but was it fear or excitement at seeing the fire in his eyes, the carefully controlled temper? There was a certain thrill in defying him, and something made her continue to push. How far could she go before he made her comply? She tossed her hair, her ponytail swishing over her shoulder. It's my life. My choice. Kellen's in this mess because of me. Your friend's in this mess because he was going to hand you over in exchange for saving his own butt. He snapped the words at her. She could feel his fingers clenching around her arm. Cassie pulled her arm free and glared at him. That might have been his initial, impulsive plan, but I am sure he changed his mind. He said as much at the house before Hugh grabbed at me. And he might have reversed that decision just as quickly once the pressure was put on him. Bryan pointed out, slashing the air with his hand. You don't know that. You know nothing about Kellen, nothing at all. She took a step towards him, entering his personal space and poking him in the chest. Something flared in his eyes that had her suddenly freezing in place. A feeling of nervousness washed over her, as if she'd crossed some invisible barrier. I'd tread carefully if I were you, Cassandra. The words were delivered in little more than a whisper, yet the warning they carried reverberated within her, sending a shiver of fear over her. This was a side of Bryan she hadn't seen yet. It was more than being bossy. There was an edge of barely controlled danger about him. She swallowed and stepped back. He inclined his head slightly, as if acknowledging her acquiescence, and his whole demeanor relaxed. The fear left her, but now she was left confused. What had just happened? Some wolf dominance thing. Making an exasperated sound, Cassie turned around and started marching down the sidewalk. Behind her, she could hear Bryan giving an equally exasperated huff before following her. She made her way to a bench and sat down, pulling out her cell phone. Bryan clamped his hand over it. "Cassandra, you're not making that phone call." She snatched her hand away. "Quit calling me Cassandra. People only use that name when I am in trouble. It's Cassie or Sandy." "All right. Cassie." Bryan spoke in measured tones, and she had a feeling that he was barely holding on to his patience. "Put the phone down, and we'll discuss this reasonably." "By reasonable, you mean I have to do what you tell me to do. Y'all do that weird beta thing that makes me have to obey you." She kept her face averted, her jaw stuck out defiantly. "No. We'll talk about it. I only do the weird beta thing when you're totally out of line." He sat down beside her, his thigh pressed against hers on the narrow bench. The warmth of it seeped into her, making her all too aware of his presence. They sat for a moment, another silent battle of wills going on. Cassie stared defiantly straight ahead. Out of the corner of her eye, she noted how the muscle in his jaw flexed in and out, and she idly wondered if he was counting to 10, trying to manage his temper. A faint twinge of guilt stabbed her. She shouldn't be giving him such a hard time. After all, he was here to help her set Kellen free, even when he'd never met the man before. And rushing blindly into the abductor's nest probably wasn't a good idea. Slowly, she flipped her phone shut. Bryan exhaled loudly and ran his hands through his hair before turning to look at her. When he started to speak, his tone was calmer. "I realize you're concerned about your friend, and I am, too. But if we just rush in, doing whatever they say, we have no guarantee that they won't grab you and still keep Kellen or, worse yet, do him further harm." Cassie flicked a glance at him and then fiddled with her cell phone, turning it over and over in her hand. She studied the ground, noticing the dark marks from abandoned gum, cigarette butts, and a few small scraps of miscellaneous litter. Begrudgingly, she acknowledged the truth of his statement, knowing it was childish to hold on to her anger when he was doing his best to meet her halfway rather than forcing his will on her. She sighed. "I know. It's just that I feel responsible for this. If I hadn't hid who I was from Kellen all these years, if I hadn't told him I wouldn't help him out of debt again, if I'd only, SHH." Bryan laid a comforting hand on her thigh. "Playing if only won't help anything. Quite likely everyone is partially to blame, but we can't live in the past. We need to focus on the best way to help Kellen, and that means keeping the kidnappers guessing by dangling you, the figurative carrot, in front of their noses. They want you, so they have to give us some concessions. If we play our cards right, we can get them to give Kellen back and still keep you free." Cassie stared down at Bryan's hand, noting his blunt nails, the calluses that showed he'd done manual labor before. It was a strong, capable hand, and she liked how the warmth from it seeped into her leg. It was comforting. For a moment she wished she could explore his hands, feel them touching her bare skin. Then she gave her head an imperceptible shake and jerked her attention back to the current problem. "How are we going to outwit the kidnappers?" "Well, for one thing, we can check out where they're holding Kellen. Daniel tells me he can use mobile phone tracking technology to determine where a call comes from. So I'll give Daniel the number. He can figure out where the goon is that has Kellen and well check out the area. Want Hugh or Eddie, or whoever owns the phone wonder why Daniel is calling him?" Bryan snorted. "Daniel's a pro at stuff like this. He'll block his number, pretend to be a telemarketer, and get a fix on the guy in no time. We can grab a bite to eat, and he'll have a location for us before our burgers have even cooled." "Yeah. I want tacos, not burgers." Cassie smiled mischievously at Bryan in lieu of an apology. She was pleased he hadn't gone all He-Man on her over the whole rush to save Kellen thing. Yes, he had asserted his authority, but she was being a tad brattish. And truth be told, while she wanted to save Kellen, she wasn't overly keen on handing herself over to the likes of Hugh and Eddie. Bryan grinned at her, obviously not the type to hold a grudge if you dared disagree with him. She found that rather endearing, especially since Kellen was prone to pouting when things didn't immediately go his way. Okay. Tacos it is. Just let me call Daniel, and then we'll be on our way. Daniel wandered out of the kitchen, a thick ham sandwich in his hand. Intently checking his cell phone for messages, he didn't realize someone was walking down the hall until he stepped into their path. Bodies collided. His sandwich landed on the floor, and a very feminine damn was whispered, as a load of laundry spilled onto the floor. Tessa stood in front of him, an exasperated expression on her face, though it quickly disappeared when she realized he was looking at her. Sorry, Tessa. I wasn't watching where I was going. He gave her a crooked smile, then gestured at the laundry. Was it clean? Yes, but don't worry. I'll get it. She spoke softly, bending down quickly, her long brown hair hiding her face. It's my fault. I'll help. Daniel crouched as well and began picking up the bits of clothing. Some lace panties appeared when he picked up a pillowcase, but they were quickly snatched from his view. From what he could see of her face, Tessa was blushing. If it had been Mel, he would have teased her good-naturedly, but with Tessa. Well, she was different. Fragile. He closed his mouth and said nothing, merely shoving the items in the laundry basket, then grabbing it and standing up. Handing it over to Tessa, he apologized again. I am sorry about all your clean clothes ending up on the floor. If you'd like, I'll rewash them for you. No. It's all right. She flashed him a panic-stricken look and began to back away only to stop suddenly and glance down. Daniel followed the path of her gaze and saw that she was standing on his sandwich. The mustard was oozing out under her foot. He looked back up, ready to brush the incident off with a gentle quip, but the words stuck in his throat as he saw the tears welling in her eyes. I am sorry, Daniel. I am really, really sorry. The words barely made it past her trembling lips before she spun on her heel and ran down the hall. Something fell from the laundry basket, but she didn't stop, merely racing out the back door. A heavy sigh escaped him. He'd hoped, now that the Laberos were living in the main house instead of in town, Tessa might start to relax around him. Unfortunately, if anything, it was getting worse. She'd been living with her brother Marco, his wife Olivia, and their 2 children in the north wing of the house for almost 6 months now. You'd think she'd be used to me, he muttered under his breath. They've been part of the pack for almost 3 years. Bending, he picked up the fallen clothes and then gave an ironic laugh. It was the white lace panties and pillowcase of a moment ago. His fingers rubbed over the lace, and he wistfully stared out the door to where he could see her hanging her things on the line. This is about as close as I'll ever get to her panties, too. What's that? Olivia spoke from behind him and he jumped, then felt his face grow warm. She laughed and shook her head. Daniel, I was young once, too. No need to be embarrassed about what your mind is thinking. He grinned sheepishly, but then sobered. Do you think she'll ever? He didn't need to finish the sentence. Olivia shrugged. I don't know. The experience she had back in Spain made her wary of men. Yeah. Handing the laundry to Olivia, he sighed heavily. Here. If I give it to her, she'll likely burn it or faint dead away. Picking up the remains of his sandwich, he dumped it in the garbage and then went to his room, no longer hungry. Unrequited love played havoc with his appetite. Sitting down at his desk, he glanced longingly out the window one more time before beginning to work on the latest task Bryan had given him. They needed to know where the thug was who had kidnapped Cassandra Greyson's friend, Kellen. Daniel smirked and shook his head at the ease of the task. Tracking the location of a cell phone user was child's play. He'd find the dude and get the address of the building where he was holed up, then send the information back to Bryan. While Bryan checked the outside of the building, a little internet search should turn up a floor plan for said building. If the girl's friend was being held there, they'd need a map to aid in whatever rescue plan was concocted. Maybe he'd even check the building's security. If he could find the company that was in charge, he could research the systems they favored using and see if any weaknesses existed. Shutting off a few alarms here, and there might make Bryan's job a bit easier. Hunching over his computer, Daniel's fingers flew over the keyboard. Tackling problems such as the ones Bryan had been giving him always gave him an adrenaline rush, and today in particular, it had the added side benefit of taking his mind off a certain other problem. He forced himself not to glance out the window again and frowned fiercely at the lines of print appearing on the screen. It was amazing what you could find on the internet if you knew where to look. Mrs. Teasdale impatiently waited for Franklin to get off the phone. Shed been eavesdropping on his half of the conversation, but whenever Shed prodded him for information, he'd shushed her, indicating he was listening and not to bother him. Pursing her lips, she twisted her fingers nervously, wondering what news Meredith Mitchell was delivering. Franklin's face was always so deadpan, darn his perfect, butler countenance. It was hard to determine if the information was good or bad. When he finally said goodbye and hung up, she had to keep herself from pouncing on the man. As it was, she bombarded him with questions as he walked across the room and sat down at the large wooden table that dominated one corner of the kitchen. Well, what did Meredith say? Is Miss Cassie all right? Was she involved in the scuffle at the house? Is that other werewolf still with her? Give me a chance to answer, will you? Franklin groused at her and waved for her to sit down. She complied and clasped her hands tightly in front of her, holding back the other questions that threatened to spout from her lips. Miss Cassie was like a grandchild to her, and the thought that some harm had come to her. Mrs. Teasdale blinked back a tear and sniffled. She was scared for the girl and not afraid to admit it. Meredith has kept a close eye on Cassie's house, and from all appearances, our girl is fine. Thank the Lord, she breathed out and closed her eyes in silent prayer, her shoulders slumping with relief. The young fellow is still with her. That sounds promising. She opened her eyes and stared at Franklin, her spirits perking up at the news. But it seems Anderson is in a pickle with some loan sharks, and Miss Cassie is set on saving him. Well, Cassie does have the money. She attempted to brush the fact away. Franklin didn't give her time to finish. It's rather complicated, but the long and short of it is, Aldrich is using Anderson and his debt as bait to get Cassie to come back to Chicago. As a matter of fact, she and the young man, the one we think is a werewolf, are on their way here right now. She is. Mrs. Teasdale beamed for a moment at the news of Cassie's imminent arrival, then frowned. Wait a minute. What's Aldrich's plan for her? I am not sure, but it can't be good, or he wouldn't be using blackmail to get her to come back. But the werewolf is still with her. He hasn't abandoned her over this. She sought reassurance that Cassie wasn't facing this alone. Apparently not. His interest in her must be greater than his need for privacy. If the media ever got a hold of this, the whole werewolf thing could explode around all of us. But it won't, will it? I mean, these wolves must be experienced at operating under the radar. They wouldn't do anything foolish. If it were only wolves, I am sure everything would be fine. But there's an estate worth millions involved, a missing heiress, Aldrich, and don't forget Kellen. The boy has some feelings for Cassie, but he's unstable and possibly desperate. Franklin outlined all the possible pitfalls and misses. Teasdale began twisting her fingers nervously again. Please let Cassie be safe and find a place where she can belong, she whispered to the powers that be. Please. Bryan scanned the lobby of the motel as he walked in and noted two familiar-looking figures standing near the elevator. One looked just like Ryan from the back, and the other was a petty woman with long brown hair. He sniffed the air, a smile breaking out on his face. It was Elise. He'd remember her scent anywhere. The two of them had grown up together in the same pack. At one time, he'd even fancied himself in love with her, and she with him. Unfortunately, a political alliance had gotten in the way of their youthful plans. She'd been forced to move to a new pack and mate with Cain, a fact that had been hard to deal with at the time. Eventually, Bryan had come to realize his attachment for Elise had been based on familiarity and proximity, rather than a deep, abiding love. He was still fond of her in a brotherly way, but that was all. From the way Cain had his arm protectively wrapped around Elise, it was easy to see the two were still besotted with each other. Everything had worked out for the best, Bryan mused. They were happy, and so was he. His wolf rumbled, and Bryan qualified his statement. Mostly happy. Sure, a few things could improve, but living in Canada, being beta, helping forge a new pack, none of that would have been possible if he'd stayed in his old life. And Cassie, his wolf, added. Bryan rolled his eyes. The creature really was obsessed. He wasn't sure what to make of the situation. Could his wolf be right? Was Cassie the wolf of his dreams, or was it pure coincidence? While he'd like to think that was the case, the idea of predestination controlling his life irked. He couldn't deny facts. Their wolves were attracted and seemed to know each other, and Cassie wasn't exactly unappealing to his human side. Actually, she was more than a little appealing. The heat that had grown between them on the plane had been undeniable. A pinging sound caught his attention. The elevator door was opening, and his old friend was about to disappear. He called out her name. Elise stopped mid-step and spun around. Their eyes locked across the distance of the lobby, and then she waved, a wide smile spreading over her face. Cain looked at her, then followed the direction of her gaze. Bryan knew the instant Cain realized who had caught Elise's attention. An instinctive glower formed on the alpha's face before he schooled his features and nodded in recognition. "I'll talk to you upstairs." Elise called out the words as Cain pulled her back into the elevator just before the doors slid shut. Bryan chuckled to himself. Obviously, Cain hadn't forgotten the past completely. It might be amusing to tease the man. Who was that? Cassie tugged at his arm and he looked down at her, having momentarily forgotten she was there. That was Elise. We grew up together. Oh. Cassie nodded. She seemed awfully pleased to see you. He shrugged. I suppose. We haven't seen each other in 3 years. Cassie made a non-committal noise, then rubbed her hands up and down her arms. Bryan could see faint goosebumps raised on her skin. The man with her looked familiar. That's Cain Sinclair, Elise's mate. I am sure I've seen him before. She scrunched up her face as if trying to find a memory. Realizing they were almost blocking the door, Bryan urged her towards the front desk. I don't know where you might have encountered him. As far as I know, he's never been to Vegas or Chicago, at least not in the past few years. Bryan dealt with procuring their room, while Cassie stood beside him, obviously still puzzling over Cain. As he bent to pick up their bags, she suddenly grabbed his arm and whispered to him urgently. I know where I saw him. Cain looks exactly like the guy I saw the night my uncle died. I mean, it was getting dark and the fellow was covered in mud, but I am sure it was him. She shivered, a look of remembered fear in her eyes. Cain looks almost exactly like Ryan. It was Ryan you saw, but people often mistake them for each other. Oh. She bit her lip and looked around. Waves of anxiety washed off her. So this Ryan you're... Alpha, he's upstairs right now. Yep. I'll introduce you as soon as we get settled. He walked toward the elevator, talking to her over his shoulder. And Ryan's not just my alpha, you know. He's yours too. You're a member of the pack now. Not if I can help it. The words were probably supposed to be muttered under her breath, but he heard them all the same. As they stood side by side in the elevator, Bryan sighed. Her resistance was starting to get on his nerves. Thankfully, other people were on the elevator as well, so it was impossible to continue the conversation. It was probably a good thing. Otherwise, he might say something he'd later regret. The elevator stopped at their floor, and Bryan found their room, unlocked the door, and gestured for Cassie to enter. She did, then looked at him askance when he stepped inside as well and shut the door. You don't have to come in. I can unpack on my own, you know. Cassie dropped her bag on one of the beds. I'm sure you can, but this is my room too. Excuse me. Her eyebrows shot up, and she stared at him in surprise. Bryan spread his arms out in a placating manner. No ulterior lecherous motives, I promise. The full moon is only 2 days away. It's not safe to leave you by yourself. I've survived full moons by myself for 3 years. I don't need a babysitter. You can leave. She crossed her arms and stuck out her chin. I am not leaving, and from what you've told me, you survived them by drugging yourself. That's no way to live, and as your beta, I am not going to allow you to continue hurting your wolf that way. Not only that, but what are the side effects of those drugs for your human half? You don't take something that powerful for years and years without some damage being done. Bryan had stepped closer with each word and was now in her personal space. She shrugged, looking to the side, unable to meet his gaze. His presence in front of her was like a palpable force, and she licked her lips nervously before caving into the urge to step back and concede to his dominance. I haven't noticed any ill effects. Maybe not yet, but in time. She felt him studying her, perhaps puzzled by her stubbornness. Finally, he exhaled slowly. This is a pointless conversation. I am staying. We're sharing this room. End of story. Now unpack and I'll introduce you to the others. No thanks. I'll just wait here. Cassie sat on the bed and traced the pattern on the bedspread. Bryan had bent to pick up his bag, but turned back to face her. Why don't you want to meet the others? She gave another shrug. I just don't. He continued to stare at her, and she squirmed under his gaze before explaining further. They're werewolves. I don't feel comfortable around them. She looked up at him guiltily before averting her gaze. I keep expecting them to jump and attack. He barely managed not to roll his eyes at her statement. You've been around me for a couple of days. Aside from our rather unusual meetings, he paused and laughed softly at the memory. I haven't attacked, have I? Well, no. Does the fact that I am a werewolf make you nervous? She paused before answering. Bryan made her nervous, but not because he was a werewolf. It was the awareness between them that she didn't know how to handle. I'm not worried that you're a werewolf. Not anymore. You're just. You. But Kane. Just seeing him made me quake in my boots. Bryan grunted in acknowledgement. That's the alpha in him. He's a pretty powerful one, especially given the fact that he isn't that old. Your wolf recognizes him as a dominant from another pack, and she's unsure what to do. Well, whatever the case, he bothers me and I'd prefer to keep my distance. She averted her face and Bryan shook his head, looking exasperated. Cassie, this is ridiculous. You're prejudiced against werewolves, all because of one incident when you saw Ryan at his worst. He paced the length of the room, then turned and looked at her. Are you scared of American servicemen or police officers? No, not really. She answered slowly, obviously puzzled by his sudden change of topic. But they carry weapons. They might have to fire at someone, even kill, if that person was endangering the lives of innocent victims. True. But that's their job. They're just protecting exactly. He cut her off before she could finish her thought. And Ryan was just protecting his mate. The only difference is that his weapon wasn't a gun. Cassie was silent for a moment, absorbing the idea. I suppose. He hunkered down in front of her and took her hands. That same electrical current seemed to flow between them where they touched, and he rubbed his thumb over the back of her hand, taking a moment to notice the soft, smooth skin. In such close quarters, her scent wrapped itself around him, and he inhaled deeply, enjoying the pleasurable stirring it caused inside of him. Looking into her eyes, he spoke softly. Cassie, werewolves aren't monsters. We're living creatures with hopes and dreams and aspirations. We love, have families, are fiercely loyal to our packmates. You don't need to be afraid of us or afraid of yourself. His last comment seemed to hit home. Her eyes turned a deeper green, and a watery sheen appeared. Her pain was palpable. That's it, isn't it? Bryan cocked his head and studied her. "You're afraid of yourself, aren't you?" Cassie pressed her lips tightly together. She appeared to wage an internal war before finally speaking. "The only werewolf I'd ever seen was your Ryan. My uncle had just announced that I was a werewolf and was talking about how they have this law that requires killing people who discover their existence. Then this awful savage creature appeared and attacked for no reason, or at least I thought it was for no reason." She pulled her hand away and wiped at a stray tear, sniffling. "I am scared that's what will happen to me if I ever allow myself to transform." Reaching out, Bryan tucked her hair behind her ear and then cupped her cheek. "That won't happen to you, Cassie. You have nothing to be afraid of. For the most part, a person's wolf has the same characteristics as their human half. Not always, but those are rare cases. When you turn, you'll still be you, just a bit furrier and bit more in tune with your natural instincts. The wolf won't do anything that you would find inherently wrong." "Really?" She gave him a disbelieving look. "I don't think I would have thrown myself at a complete stranger in a public park and started kissing him." Bryan chuckled at the memory. "Well, your wolf seems to think it already knows my wolf from those dreams, remember?" "Right." She shifted on the bed and looked away, a slight blush staining her cheeks. Bryan decided not to press the topic further, though it was one that weighed heavily on his mind. He and Cassie as mates. Now that he was over the initial shock, he found the idea more and more intriguing. Exploring a relationship with her might be fun, but now was not the time. Instead, he stood up and tugged her to her feet. "Come on. The others are probably wondering what we're doing." Chapter 18, Bryan knocked on the door to Ryan's room and then let himself in. The Alpha had taken a small suite of rooms. This particular one featured a table and chairs, a small couch, TV, and bar fridge. 2 doors led off the one wall, probably to a bathroom and bedroom. There was no sign of Mel or Elise, but Kane and Ryan looked up from the laptop they were gathered around. Pulling Cassie in after him, he shut the door and then gestured towards the computer screen where a map was displayed. "What's that?" Ryan answered. "Daniel just sent us a blueprint of Aldrich's penthouse. And the security schemata." Kane added. The 2 brothers were almost identical. Equal in height, Kane was a bit more heavily muscled with glowing amber eyes, while Ryan was on the leaner side, with obvious whipcord strength and bright, piercing blue eyes. Little wonder Cassie confused one for the other. Unless they were side by side looking at you, it was hard to tell them apart. Bryan drew her forward to his side, from where Shed been standing behind him. "Ryan Kane. This is Cassandra Greyson." Bryan could feel her slight tremors and squeezed her hand in assurance before stepping away. It was important that she meet her Alpha on her own. Cassie cast a "why did you just abandon me" look at Bryan, then visibly swallowed before giving a ghost of a smile and quietly offering an unenthusiastic greeting. "Hi, Cassandra." Kane nodded his head, but seemed to be more concerned with Bryan than the newcomer. The fact that the Alpha was still jealous after all these years amused Bryan, and if he hadn't been concerned with Cassie, he might have teased Kane by mentioning Elise. As it was, he ignored the man's steady stare and focused on the other 2 occupants of the room. Ryan was circling around Cassie. As the Alpha of the pack, it was instinct for him to check out the newest member. With narrowed eyes, he took her measure, inhaling deeply, learning her scent. His body brushed against Cassie's as he moved around her, invading her personal space and testing her nerve. She trembled but held her ground. After a moment of studying her, Ryan lifted one corner of his mouth and spoke teasingly, a twinkle in his eye. "So this is the one who's causing all the problems." Bryan watched as Cassie visibly cringed and took a half step back. He winced. Bad move. Up until then, she'd been doing so well too. While wolves were subservient to the Alpha, they needed to show some spine or they'd end up in the Omega position. Ryan stilled at her retreat and stared down at her, no doubt assessing her level of fear. Cassie seemed to wilt even further. Bryan was sure he could almost hear her knees knocking together. Her hands were clenched tight at her side, and her lower lip trembled. He was sure she was reliving the night shed seen Ryan for the first time. Poor kid, that was no way to feel on your first presentation to the Alpha. Even though it broke all protocol, his protective instincts sprang to life in the face of her obvious discomfort. He stepped in front of her, blocking her from Ryan's view. Yes, this is Cassie, but she's hardly causing a problem. No. Ryan quirked an eyebrow at him, a slight smirk on his face as if he knew something Bryan didn't, and found it extremely amusing. She's got a beta and 2 alphas all converging illegally in the Chicago Pack's territory. I'd say that's stirring up trouble. Hardly her fault. You and Kane are here because of Marla and Aldrich, not because of her friend. If anything, she's done us a favor since the situation unexpectedly revealed where Marla's been hiding and gives us a reason to go after Aldrich ourselves. True. Ryan folded his arms and cocked his head. Bryan, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were overly attached to Miss Greyson. I don't think I've ever seen you leap to the defense of someone quite that quickly. Quite telling, isn't it? Kane looked smug and seemed to relax as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. I think Miss Greyson is getting some preferential treatment from your beta, Ryan. Bryan shrugged, feeling a bit embarrassed and struggling not to show it. There'd been no need to defend Cassie from Ryan, he should have known that, but something had come over him. Yeah, well, she's new to the whole werewolf thing and didn't realize you were teasing. He tried to bluff his way out of the situation. Ryan stared at Bryan a moment longer before turning his attention back to Cassie, holding out his hand. I apologize. I didn't intend to upset you at our first meeting. Instincts take over sometimes. I'm Ryan Taylor, and this is my brother, Kane Sinclair. Welcome to the pack. Kane must have noticed how she furrowed her brow at the different last names. Half-brothers. Same mother, different fathers. Cassie nodded in understanding as she shook hands before shoving them in her back pockets. She looked at the 2 men, then dropped her gaze in obvious discomfort at still being the center of attention. Bryan cleared his throat, and everyone looked at him. So where are Elise and Mel? Melody's having a nap. Ryan supplied with a bit of a grin. She's tired from the long trip. And Elise is on the phone talking to Helen and checking on the children. Bryan nodded. Okay, then I'll fill you 2 in on what Cassie and I found out so far. They all sat down and he began. Daniel found the address where they were holding Kellen Anderson, Cassie's friend. It's Aldrich's place, a high-rise. We checked the building out before coming here. The front door has a controlled entry plus a security guard, and the underground parking is only accessible with a key card. So we can't just walk in. Kane folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. Nope. And we need proof that Anderson is actually in the building. Just because he's the goon, said he'd there, doesn't mean the information is good. Or that he's even still alive. Ryan added. Cassie gave a gasp, her gaze flying to Bryan's. Bryan grimaced at Ryan's lack of tact, but knew it was a fact they had to face. He nodded slowly. So we need some proof. Have them send a picture via cell phone. It has to show Anderson and today's paper. Ryan smirked. Isn't that how they do it in the movies? Good idea. Bryan pulled out his cell phone. Cassie grabbed his arm. Let me call. I am the one they want. He hesitated, but then nodded, knowing she probably needed to feel as if she were doing something for her friend. As he watched her dial the number, he wondered yet again exactly what her relationship with Kellen was. See Leon. It was no trouble at all. Sylvia smiled warmly as she patted his hand. Aldrich smiled back and adjusted the silk scarf that covered his breathing tube. He closed his eyes briefly as she laid her hand on his brow. You're a trifle warm, Leon. Are you feeling well? She inquired, a look of concern in her eyes. Yes, just excited about a certain business project that is finally coming together. No need to fuss. The chastisement was delivered gently, and he boldly reached out and patted her hand. That's why I am here. To fuss over you. Sylvia put away her equipment, then slowly wiped the counter down with a disinfectant. Aldrich watched her work, not rushing off as he usually did. There was something soothing about being with Sylvia. "Leon, have you thought any more about going for a walk with me one day? The weather's quite lovely, but the forecast says it won't last." She stared at the counter. She was wiping as if too shy to actually look at him. Aldrich found it refreshing after the bold advances of Miss Matthews. "Ah, Sylvia." He sighed and responded regretfully. "It's not that I don't want to go for a walk with you." She turned to face him, the cloth clutched in her hands. "Leon, I know I am probably out of line talking to you like this, but it isn't good for you to be inside all the time. You're pale and look stressed. Some fresh air and sunshine would do wonders for you." "Sylvia, the world isn't a safe place, pshaw. That's just an excuse and you know it. Lots of handsome, wealthy men stroll about freely. You need to realize that you're letting your wealth and position make you a prisoner. What good is it if you never get out to enjoy life?" Aldrich stared at her impassioned face. Her eyes sparkled and her cheeks glowed becomingly. "Well, perhaps." A smile spread across her face. "We could go for a walk together through the park. There's a lovely cafe, I know, that serves tea. Or perhaps you'd come to my home to see my garden. I make a wonderful lemon loaf that we could share on the back patio." He chuckled over her enthusiastic response, but his laughter stopped at the sound of a snort from behind him. "Really, Sylvia?" "Mr. Aldrich is much too busy to spend his time cavorting through your garden and eating mediocre pastry out of doors. He has several important meetings and a slew of paperwork to deal with." Miss Matthews stood in the doorway looking down her nose at Sylvia, a faint sneer twisting her blood-red lips. "Oh." Sylvia wilted under the condemning look. The sparkle left her eyes and her shoulders slumped. "Of course. How foolish of me." She twisted the cloth in her hands and then turned back to the counter. "I'll just finish up here and let you get back to work then." "No." Aldrich reached out and touched Sylvia's arm. "She's wrong." He glared at his personal assistant. "Miss Matthews, I am well aware of my schedule. If I choose to cancel a meeting and spend time otherwise occupied, it is none of your concern. I will talk to you later." Ure dismissed Miss Matthews' mouth opened in surprise, then snapped shut. She pivoted on her stiletto heels and marched out of the room, her whole bearing betraying her disapproval. Turning, he addressed Sylvia, who was looking at him with obvious confusion. "Sylvia, there is nothing I'd like better than to go for a walk with you. How about tomorrow morning around 10:30? "Really?" "Leon, that would be splendid." She beamed up at him, and he tentatively reached out to take her hand. "Perhaps I could even take you out for lunch." Marla stomped into her office, barely resisting the urge to slam the door. How could Aldrich even consider spending time with that woman? And he was taking Sylvia out to lunch. In 3 years, the man had never so much as bought her, his very own personal assistant, a cup of coffee. She ran her hands through her hair and gave a silent scream of fury. It was ridiculous, preposterous even, that Aldrich was attracted to Sylvia Robinson and not her. For 3 years she'd all but thrown herself at the man and got nowhere. But Sylvia... All she had to do was suction up some mucus, and the man was almost salivating over her. Looking around the room, Marla wished she had something to throw or break to ease the anger and frustration inside her. Of course, everything in the room was too expensive to destroy, so she resorted to dumping the recycling bin and tossing balled-up pieces of paper about the room. It wasn't nearly as satisfying as the crashing sound of breaking glass, but it was all she dared allow herself. Marla couldn't let Aldrich or Sylvia know how upset she really was. That would never do. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Plopping down in her desk chair, she turned to pick up the phone, then blinked in surprise as she noticed the shadowy reflection of her wolf on the blank computer screen. It was pitiful creature, a dull gray color that Shed never liked. Snorting derisively, she shook her head. It had been such a disappointment the first time Shed transformed. Honestly, why couldn't she at least have had a wolf that suited her image? A cold, heartless image, her wolf reminded her. So, she snapped back at the wolf, annoyed with its comment. Is that how you want to be seen? Little wonder you had few friends in the pack. I didn't need friends in the pack. Besides, they were all dull. Happy to be stuck in a little hick town, living lives that went nowhere. You had a few friends, and you could have had more if you tried. Instead, you pushed everyone away. She shrugged. They weren't worth the effort. Besides, I didn't want to stay there. I wanted to make something of my life. Make something of your life. Like what? You work all alone in a luxurious apartment with no friends. You go home to an empty apartment. The man you've been trying to catch shows more interest in a middle-aged woman than he does in you. No. That's not true. I have a lovely apartment. I spend time with Jeffries, who only wants you for sex. She ignored the interjection and continued on. And I am getting rid of Sylvia. Then Aldrich will notice me. I won't be a part of it this time, the wolf warned. As if you have a choice. Y'all do as I say. Marla glared at the computer screen, seeing her own face again. It was contorted, ugly red blotches on her cheeks. She schooled her features into their usual calm, unflappable expression, smoothed her hair, and then folded her hands neatly on the desktop to consider the situation in a rational manner. Aldrich has been busy all morning on some project in the back rooms of the penthouse. It was the one area to which he refused to give her unsupervised access. She suspected he kept certain private records back there, and Shed tried on various occasions to get in, but like certain computer files, she was locked out. The entrance was fingerprint activated, and she hadn't figured out how to get past it. Plus, Swanson's office was the first door down the hallway, and the man was always in there reviewing security tapes and checking codes. Marla knew something big was going on. There were people in the back rooms now, something that had never happened before. Aldrich had let 2 new persons into his sanctuary. She could detect their scents. Both were males, one was injured. The slight coppery scent of blood tinged the air, but it wasn't a serious injury. A drug was being used too, probably a sedative, though she couldn't be sure. Shed spent part of the morning straining to hear what was going on, trying various rooms, standing by ventilation ducts, but to no avail. The rooms were well secured, and she had no idea what was going on. It bothered her greatly that Aldrich hadn't mentioned anything to her, and was probably one of the reasons Shed snapped at Sylvia like that. Her reaction had been a strategic error, but what was done, and now Shed just have to deal with the consequences. Picking up the phone, she called Jeffries. Jeffries. Marla here. Yes, I miss you too. Remember our conversation this morning? I still want to play that trick on Sylvia. Any idea when you could be ready? She frowned, listening to him, making excuses. No. I haven't changed my mind, and you'd better not either. Not if you want any more of what I gave you this morning. It works both ways, Jeffries. I make your elevator go up and you. Now you get the idea. Good. I really need to do this by tomorrow morning. Thank you. I'll give you a big reward tomorrow night if this works. She blew a kiss down the phone and then hung up, a satisfied smile on her face. Cassie stared at the picture of Kellen as it appeared on the tiny screen of her cell phone. The kidnappers had sent it, as requested, when she said she'd turn herself over to them tomorrow, but only if she had proof that Kellen was alive. Well, he was alive, but his eyes were unfocused, as if he'd been drugged. At least the swelling of his eye and lip were less than in the picture Shed found pinned to her front door. She bit her lip, holding back the sympathetic tears that threatened to fall, and studied the picture again. Someone was beside Kellen, though she could only see the person's fingertips. They were holding a newspaper that showed today's date. She supposed she should be glad that at least he was still alive, but a sort of numbness was coming over her. This couldn't really be happening, not to her, not to Kellen. Things like this happen to famous people, important people. Well, she supposed being an heiress she did fit into that category, but she'd never seen herself as anyone special. The only thing special about her was that she was a werewolf, and this didn't even have anything to do with that fact. Bryan plucked the phone from her unresisting fingers and squinted at the picture, then wordlessly passed it to the other men in the room. Well, that confirms it. Ryan tossed the phone on the table and ran his hands through his hair. The Anderson kid is there. Now how do we go about getting him out? And how do we get in to find Marla and Aldrich? Kane grumbled from the window, where he was observing the view. The Chicago Pack reports that he hardly ever leaves the building, and when he does it's in a limo. Damn thing is built like a tank apparently. Bryan paced the room. The front door is guarded, and we can't just take the doorman out. It's too public. There be too many questions. There's probably a closed-circuit TV as well. If we go in the front, it will give Marla and Aldrich too much warning. Quite likely Aldrich has a backup escape plan, given how paranoid he is. Ryan stood up and went to the small bar fridge and took out a beer. After taking a swig, he sat on the edge of the dresser, one leg languidly swinging back and forth. We need to sneak in some way. But how? Cassie remained where she was, curled up in a chair in the corner, watching the men warily. For all that Bryan had tried to ease some of her fears, she was still extremely aware of the fact that she was surrounded by 3 werewolves. The alphas especially exuded a sense of dominating strength that had the wolf inside her tucking its tail between its legs. For once, Cassie was in total concordance with the creature. She could sense the men were angry and frustrated, and even though she knew it wasn't directed at her, it didn't make her any less uneasy. Cautiously, trying not to draw attention to herself, she reached for her cell phone and stared at the picture of Kellen. At present it was zoomed in on his face. She reversed the zoom, easing the picture back, taking in his whole self. The poor man was tied to a hard wooden chair. It seemed as if the kidnappers were taunting him, seeing as how he was surrounded by soft carpeting and expensive artwork. Even the curtains seemed to be of a high quality. As she scanned the picture of the room, an idea began to form. It was crazy, but... Cassie nibbled her lip and considered the idea again. It might work, but could she really do it? Perhaps. She stared at Kellen's slumped figure and realized she had no choice. It was probably the only way. I can do it. She said the words out loud while staring at the picture. The conversation in the room stopped, and she looked up to find the 3 men staring at her. Do what, Cassie? Bryan looked at her puzzled. She licked her lips nervously, but then stood up and said it again. I can get into the penthouse, and then let the rest of you in. Kane gave her a condescending smile and shook his head while Ryan outright laughed. Bryan, did you overstate the abilities of werewolves to her? He chuckled again. It's nice of you to offer, sweetie, but she cut off the man's comment. I mean it. I can get in there by. What did you call it, Bryan? Something. Teleporting. Bryan supplied the word, but shook his head. Okay. No way. You aren't just popping into a viper's den by yourself. Besides, you can't control it. You've never done it at will. His words held a certain finality, as if he thought he had the final word as to what she could or couldn't do. Cassie bit back an instinctive retort at his high-handed manner. What the hell are you 2 talking about? Ryan looked between the 2 of them, obviously not understanding what they were referring to. Teleporting Ryan. Kane walked closer, staring at Cassie as he addressed his brother. Don't you remember the lessons we had on the Ancient Ones? Or was that another of the classes you skipped? I remember, but... Ryan also walked closer to Cassie, and she took an involuntary step backwards. He turned to look at Bryan. How does she know about teleporting? I told you to bring her up to speed on werewolves, but that's not the first topic I would have picked. Bryan rubbed his neck and chuckled. Me either. I haven't had time to tell you all about our newest pack member, Ryan, but it seems she's no run-of-the-mill lone wolf. Ryan raised his brows. How so? Well, Cassie says that she's had a few rather odd experiences during the full moon. Experiences where she's apparently disappeared from her locked bedroom and reappeared in another location. Damn, I don't believe it. Ryan stared at her in obvious surprise, then ran his hand through his thick black hair. He shook his head and whistled. If it's true this is some stray we've found. Cassie bristled at the term stray. I am not some lost dog, you know. He didn't mean it that way, Kane spoke softly. My brother's not known for his flowery phrases, but he is right. If you can indeed teleport, you are an exceptional werewolf. He turned to look at Bryan. Has she reported any other signs? Well, Bryan shifted a bit uncomfortably. She says she's had constant dreams of a certain wolf. Always the same wolf. Kane nodded. It fits. Her wolf knows its mate and has already formed a blood bond without even having met. He hooked his thumbs in his belt loops and rocked back on his heels. Congratulations, Ryan. You're probably the only alpha on the continent with a royal-blooded wolf in your pack. The three men all gazed at Cassie speculatively, and she gave them a hesitant smile, not at all liking being the center of attention. So, do any of you know how to teleport or have any pointers for me? No. Bryan gave his head a shake. No, I don't know how, nor do I have any pointers, and no, I don't think it's a good idea. But why? None of you seem to have come up with a better idea yet. She warmed to her idea in the face of Bryan's outright dismissal. He was trying to tell her what to do again, and she wasn't about to put up with it. Jutting her chin, she frowned at him and he glared right back. The tension grew between them, and Bryan issued a low growl from his throat. Startled, she blinked, instinctively looking away only to encounter the gaze of the two alphas. They were studying the interaction with expressions of mild interest. Suddenly, Cassie felt incredibly ill at ease. Here she was surrounded by werewolves, and what was she doing? Showing attitude. Looking at the floor, she bit her lip hoping she hadn't been too insubordinate. Bryan muttered something under his breath and turned away to look out the window, but the other two seemed interested in her idea. She's right, you know. Ryan nodded. There's no obvious way for us to get in. Aldrich has made his own little fortress. It just might work. Kane concurred. He nodded towards the cell phone in her hand. She has an image of the room to focus on so she'd know where she was going. It's not a complete stab in the dark. Cassie stood a little straighter, pleased that they seemed to like her idea. But she's only done it a few times and has no idea how to control it. Bryan faced the room again, a frown on his face. We could practice here in the motel. I could go from room to room. Cassie clutched the phone in her hand and looked anxiously at the men. Kane cocked his head. You realize it could be dangerous, don't you? When you suddenly appear in Aldrich's penthouse, you'll be by yourself, and there's no guarantee that the room will be empty. She gave a half shrug, putting on a show of bravado. I guess I'll just have to hope for the best. And I won't be alone for long. Kellen will be there. Sorry, sweetheart, but your friend doesn't look like he'll be much help. My best guess is that they've got him pretty doped up to keep him quiet. Ryan gave her a small apologetic smile, as if he were sorry for bursting her bubble. Oh. Cassie did feel rather deflated for a moment, but then she squared her shoulders. Well then, I guess I'll just have to find a way of letting you guys in, won't I? She walked over to the laptop and stared at the screen. Your friend Daniel sent you the floor plans, right? And the security system. If we look at this picture of Kellen, it seems he's in a corner room. See how the windows are situated. The men gathered around her, and she pointed to where she was looking. So Kellen must be in one of these corner rooms. And if we look at the security system, this appears to be the main hub, and that's... She frowned at the screen for a moment. Just down the hall from this room, here, which is one of the possible locations, they're holding Kellen. Bryan rubbed his chin. It would make sense to hold a prisoner near the main security room. He gave her an approving nod. Cassie felt a glow of pride over Bryan's comment and struggled to keep from beaming. So once I get in, I can just run down the hall, turn off whatever alarms there are, and then you guys come up and help me get Kellen out. And deal with Marla and Aldrich." Kane added darkly. Bryan exhaled loudly and shoved his hands in his pockets. "I still don't like it, but I don't have another solution." He pressed his lips tightly together, then nodded. "Okay, let's head to our room. If Mel's sleeping, we don't want to wake her. We'll start practicing just teleporting a short distance and see how it goes." She nodded, trying to ignore the acrobatics her stomach was suddenly performing as she contemplated what Shed just agreed to do. Wiping her sweaty palms on her pant legs, she reminded herself she was doing it for Kellen. The knowledge did little to ease her worries. Chapter 19. Bryan watched Cassie try, yet again, to teleport from one side of the room to the other. They'd been at it for over 2 hours, and this attempt was as unsuccessful as the previous 10 attempts had been. The air shimmered slightly around her, but that was as far as she got. He could tell she was getting frustrated. The flush along her cheekbones, the tightness around her mouth told the story. Ryan lounged languidly against the door frame, his thumbs hooked in his belt loops, looking totally bored while Kane paced the room, giving orders in what was probably supposed to be a helpful manner. Bryan suspected it was just making Cassie even more tense, because it certainly was doing that to him. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, biting back the comment that hovered on the tip of his tongue. "Cassandra, you need to concentrate and stay focused. Build a clear mental picture in your mind of the far side of the room. Picture the lamp, the texture of the wallpaper, the feel of the carpeting beneath your feet. Gather your personal energy into a ball inside you, then let it expand and reach out into the space around you." Kane's voice droned on and on. Bryan closed his eyes and tried to ignore the dull throbbing in his head. Each word Kane spoke was like hammer beating against his brain over and over and over. He inhaled deeply and tried counting to 10. "Damn it, I've done that so many times, I think I'm going to puke. It isn't working. Now will you please just shut up?" Cassie threw her hands up in despair and glared at Kane. The alpha stood frozen in place, an expression of stunned surprise on his face. For a moment, the whole room was silent, even Cassie appearing shocked at her outburst before the outrage drained from her body and she seemed to shrink into herself. The flush left her cheeks, leaving her face pale, her eyes dark orbs staring at the powerful man before her. She pushed her hair from her face, then tucked her hands in her back pockets. Giving an apologetic shrug, she licked her lips in a nervous fashion and dropped her gaze to the floor before speaking. I am sorry. It's just that." A slow clapping came from Ryan's direction, and they all looked towards him. He'd pushed himself away from the door and walked towards Cassie with a crooked grin on his face. "Good for you, girl. If you hadn't said it, I was going to." He gave her a playful punch on the shoulder before sauntering over to grab a handful of peanuts from the selection of snacks on the small table in the corner. Cassie appeared flabbergasted by the comment and looked at Bryan, obviously uncertain about what to do. In some strange way, he found it incredibly easy to interpret what she was feeling. She was surprised at her own actions and Ryan's as well, and on some level her wolf was berating her for having mouthed off to an alpha. That was a definite no-no in wolf society, and retribution would normally be swift and severe. He walked over to her while struggling to keep his face bland, his own feelings about what had just happened firmly in check. As Beta, his job was to enforce, support, and protect. While Cassie likely didn't need protecting, Kane might be ticked off, but he'd not attack the girl she definitely needed support. Putting a hand on her shoulder, he whispered words of encouragement to her. "You just impressed your new alpha, and let me tell you, Ryan is hard to impress." "Way to go." Kane glowered at all three of them and opened his mouth, most likely to protest. But the door opened at that moment, and Elise walked into the room. "Hi. How's it going?" Shed stopped by earlier to see what they were up to, but then had left to visit with Mel. "We're still trying to teach Cassie to teleport." Kane answered stiffly. "Except your mate is being a pain in the ass and acting like he's an expert." Ryan added, a devilish glint in his eye. Elise raised her eyebrows and seemed to be biting back a smile. So what else is new? She casually walked over to Kane and kissed his cheek. Elise, you're developing an attitude. Kane growled a warning. Oh, hush. I know how you can get sometimes. You mean well, but you can be so stuffy. Elise patted his shoulder and turned to Cassie. From the emotional atmosphere in the room, I am assuming Kane is irritating everyone, isn't he? Well, Cassie blinked and shifted her weight from one foot to the other. He was just trying to help. You don't need to defend him, Cassie. Ryan leaned against the dresser and stuck his legs out, crossing them at the ankle. He appeared immensely pleased with the turn of events. Kane's face darkened for a minute, then he sighed and pushed his fingers through his hair. Was I getting that bad? He looked around somewhat sheepishly. Yes. Bryan decided it was time to call a spade a spade. Repeating the same instruction to her 20 times isn't going to help. You're just making Cassie more nervous, and that increases the level of difficulty. From what you said, she needs to be relaxed in order to be successful. Kane grunted in acknowledgement. Okay. I get your point. He looked at Cassie and gave a crooked smile. Sorry. Cassie visibly relaxed and smiled back. It wasn't all a waste of time. The instructions were helpful. The first time you said them. The first time. Kane cocked his head and studied Cassie. But not the next 19. Cassie shook her head and flushed. Everyone chuckled. Okay. I guess I've done my part then. Elise grabbed Kane's arm, tugging lightly on it. Good. If you're done here, we can spend some quality time together. That was supposed to be one of the reasons for this trip after all, wasn't it? Oh, and John's phoned twice, and Jacob wants to tell you about his loose tooth. Kane looked down at her, frowning. This is supposed to be a vacation for you, but this is the second time you've been on the phone talking to the kids. And you haven't snuck in a call to John about pack business. That's not the story he was telling me a few minutes ago when I talked to him. A slight flush appeared on Elise's cheeks, as if her temper was starting to rise. A muscle worked in Kane's jaw, and his lips tightened into a flat line. Bryan frowned, sensing an undercurrent between the two of them. Was there trouble in paradise? Kane put his hand in the small of Elise's back, but she stepped away and left the room. With a sigh, Kane followed. The room was silent after they left, no doubt everyone trying to interpret what they'd just witnessed. Finally, Ryan broke the silence. Well, that was an interesting exchange, wasn't it? Still, it did my heart good to see Cassie take Kane down a peg. He can get too full of himself sometimes. Bryan bit his lip and resisted saying that the same thing applied to Ryan. It was one of the hazards of being an alpha, he supposed. Everyone was always turning to you for advice, expecting you to make all the major decisions. It was natural to start to think you were omnipotent. At least Ryan wasn't as inclined to that failing as some pack leaders were. So what should I try next? Cassie brought Bryan's attention back to the main problem, teaching her to teleport on command. Perhaps this isn't a good idea. He began to express his doubts again. You're still too new to all of this, and, at the moment, it's our only course of action. Ryan cut off his protests. He frowned and stared around the room. I am no expert on this, but it seems to me that teleporting across a small room isn't the best way to start. On some level, her brain is probably telling her it's a dumb idea. Why waste energy teleporting when you could walk over there in 2 seconds? That makes sense. Cassie's face brightened. I was sort of feeling that way. What if I tried going from this room to the bathroom? Bryan nodded. And well, lock the door so you can't just walk in. Sounds like a plan. Ryan straightened from his perch on the edge of the dresser. Just one more thing. I am leaving. Cassie doesn't know me that well, and I sense some tension coming towards me. He paused and looked at Cassie, his brow slightly quirked. She flushed and stared at the floor, but said nothing. Bryan looked between the two, rather impressed that Ryan had picked up on that. He wasn't always the most sensitive of men. And it was true. Cassie still associated Ryan with the savage creature she'd first encountered. A few hours in his company wouldn't change a 3-year belief. Okay. Bryan nodded. It makes sense to me. She needs to be relaxed for this to work. Once she has the basics down, I'll give you a call and you can come back. Then we can practice having her teleport in less ideal conditions. Sounds like a plan. I'll go check on Mel and see how she's feeling. He walked across the room, pausing briefly as he passed by Cassie to give her hair a gentle tug. You can do it, kid. With that, he moved to the door, then stopped one more time. And Bryan, if she needs to be relaxed, a little sex might help. He gave Bryan a wink and shut the door. Cassie looked at Bryan, her mouth hanging open. See? He shrugged. I told you he wasn't such a bad guy. Not such a... She sputtered. He just suggested we... Apparently, she was incapable of finishing her sentences. He grinned at her impishly, suddenly pulling her close, wrapping his arms around her and nuzzling her neck. Well, he's right, you know. Sex can be very relaxing. She gave a slight shiver and Bryan leaned back, watching her face, keeping his own expression casually teasing. He was curious as to how she'd respond. Twice now they'd almost kissed, but then stopped. Last night in her backyard, he'd let his scruples take over. They'd just met and he was in a position of authority over her. It hadn't seemed right. And then this morning on the plane, having learned they might already be connected, he'd been curious. But the pilot had interrupted and he'd remembered they were in public. But now they were alone. How did Cassie really feel? His hands rested lightly on her back and he gently stroked her. A flash of hunger passed over her, her eyes darkening, pupils widening. He could feel her heart rate accelerate. Her breathing hitch and his own responded in kind. She pressed her hands against his chest, her fingers spreading, caressing, testing the feel of him. Biting his lip, he stifled a groan. The heat from her palms burned into him. There was stirring in his groin as his own body reacted. He'd meant this as an experiment, a bit of joke, but... Her mouth opened fractionally, and the tip of her tongue snuck out, wetting her lips. He felt himself leaning closer, sensed she was lifting herself on her toes, her chin tilting upward as if reaching for him, and then... She stopped. Instead of caressing his chest, she was now pushing away. He loosened his arms, and she stepped back, clearing her throat. I think I should keep practicing my teleporting. He kept his own disappointment in check and nodded, keeping his arms limp at his side, despite the fact that they ached to grab her and draw her close once again. She kept her gaze fixed on him as she backed towards the bathroom. I'll just... lock myself in here and see if I can pop myself back into this room. Her back was now pressed against the bathroom door. She fumbled with the handle and then slipped inside. He heard the lock snick into place and exhaled loudly, not realizing he'd been holding his breath. Sinking down onto the bed, he propped himself against the headboard and contemplated what had just happened. Ryan had been teasing, sort of, when he suggested they have sex. And he had been teasing as well, sort of, when he grabbed Cassie just now. Well, perhaps his wolf hadn't been teasing, but that was a different matter. What was curious was Cassie's reaction. Shed wanted him, and it hadn't just been the animal inside her. This time her eyes had been clear. She was aware of what was going on. It excited him to think she returned his interest, and he was interested. He couldn't deny the fact any longer. Lying to oneself was a pointless exercise. He rubbed the back of his neck and considered his new packmate. Cassie had an exotic look about her, with her warm skin tones and long dark hair. Her full red lips begged to be kissed, and he remembered his own sliding over hers at the park, tasting, nibbling. Swallowing hard, he thought of how expressive her eyes could be, heavy-lidded with desire, clouded with fear and doubt, sparkling with mischief. A smile crept over his face as he recalled how Shed inadvertently put Cain in his place. He suspected once she relaxed a bit, Shed'd be a bit of a firecracker. The girl hadn't had much chance for fun over the past few years. Basically living hand to mouth, dealing with Kellen, The man was a problem gambler and would likely try the patience of a saint when his addiction got the better of him. Bryan shook his head. Cassie's life hadn't been easy since she fled the Greyson estate. Yet she wasn't whining and sniveling like a spoilt little rich girl. She'd found a way to survive. And even now, when her only real friend, her pack mate as Kellen seemed to be, was messing around with her life, she was still loyal to him. He sighed and crossed his arms behind his head. She'd be a great addition to the pack and he'd enjoy tutoring her in the ways of their people. A mischievous grin spread over his face as he contemplated how their lessons might turn out. If she was indeed his predestined mate, there really wasn't anything he could do about it except accept his fate. It wouldn't be such a hardship being mated to her. A faint disturbance in the air around him caught his attention, and he sat up expectantly staring at a spot near the bed. For a moment, he could almost see Cassie standing beside him, but then the image faded. He held his breath, holding back the impulse to call out her name, to go see how she was. Breaking her concentration at this time wouldn't help. Seconds ticked by. A minute passed, and then another. His muscles were clenched as he kept himself tightly in check. Finally, the air shimmered again, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before him. "Cassie, you did it." He jumped off the bed and pulled her into his arms and swung her around in a circle before setting her down. Leaning back, he looked at her face and frowned. She seemed to be in shock. For a moment, she stood stiffly in the circle of his arms, and then her whole body slumped, sobs racking her frame. "SHH. It's okay. You're fine." He rocked her back and forth, stroking her hair, her back, whispering assurances as she wept. When her crying seemed to ease, he released his tight grip and eased her back in his arms. Keeping one arm around her, he brought his other hand up and cupped her face, wiping the tears from her cheek with his thumb. "Hey, you should be happy. You teleported at will. Why all the tears?" She sniffled and clenched her hand against his shirt, the material bunching in her fingers. "Because I did it. It worked, and that means..." She looked away, biting her lip and blinking rapidly. "It means what?" He queried, studying her face intently, trying to interpret the range of emotions that passed over it. Emotional pain radiated from her, and he winced, feeling the hurt himself. "It means I really am a werewolf." She buried her face against his chest as she whispered her answer. "So..." Bryan frowned, puzzled at what she was trying to convey. "You knew that already." "I know." She flicked a glance up at him before averting her eyes. "It's crazy, but even though I knew it, I didn't really believe it. I kept thinking, hoping, that my uncle was wrong. Even when I was a wolf in the park yesterday, I kept praying that it was just some weird hallucination, but now..." She sighed heavily. "I can't deny it any longer. I am not human." "No." He responded slowly, not really able to grasp why it mattered, but trying his best to understand. "You're not. You're a werewolf just like me and all my friends and family. Is that really so bad?" She shrugged yet again. "I guess not. It's just that..." "Well..." "Suppose, after years of believing you're a werewolf, someone told you that you weren't. That you were human. Even though you know they're right, and there's evidence to prove it, a part of you doesn't want to give up your original belief. Sort of like learning there's no Santa Claus." "Okay." Bryan supposed he sort of understood what she meant. "So being able to teleport made it real to you?" Even though I suggested the idea, I think a part of me was hoping it wouldn't work, because then it might mean some big mistake had been made. I was still just a normal human girl, living a boringly normal life with a poorly paying job, a messed up boyfriend, and too many bills. She laughed lightly through her tears. Why I'd want to hang on to that, I don't know. Lots of girls would think being a werewolf was more exciting. Well, I must admit that I think it is. Pack life is nothing like what you're used to. There's always someone around. You don't have to worry about bills. We all help each other out. He ducked his head to look her in the eye. I think y'all like it once you give it a chance. Maybe. She gave him a faint smile, then stepped away, wiping her face. Inhaling deeply, she squared her shoulders. So I managed to teleport once. I guess I should try it again, right? He reached out and ran a finger down her cheek. Sure. And I'll be right here waiting for you. By time evening arrived, Cassie had a better grip on her emotions, deciding to deal with them at a later date. Right now, she had to concentrate on mastering teleporting so she could rescue Kellen. Once she got the hang of it, it wasn't too difficult to do. In fact, she was feeling rather pleased with herself. Shed managed to teleport from one suite to another several times, and had even gone from the lobby to the 5th floor, where their rooms were located by strategically hiding behind a potted plant, while Bryan watched to ensure no one noticed her disappearing act. Shed wanted to try going from the parking garage to the rooftop restaurant, but Bryan had overridden her, saying she was too tired and needed to rest for tomorrow. He was right, but she hadn't liked to admit her weakness, especially not in front of the other werewolves. The teleporting, converting her molecules into energy, and then sending them through space, was exhausting. Her head pounded, her legs felt like cooked noodles, and her entire body ached. Still, Shed tried to project a strong image when they reported to Ryan. Bryan had said Shed impressed him earlier with her rant against Cain. She didn't want to change his opinion. If things progressed the way Bryan planned, Ryan would be the equivalent of her boss in the near future. Cassie wasn't too keen on the idea and still hoped to find a way out, but just in case, felt the need to hedge her bets. So Cassie, how do you feel about moving to Canada? Mel sat beside her at the table in the restaurant and had kept up a stream of idle chatter throughout the meal. Ryan and Bryan had indulged in conversation related to pack business as near as Cassie could determine. Something to do with renovations to one of the wings of the main house. She hadn't really paid too much attention. It had taken all of her concentration to keep her eyes open and her head from falling forward in her plate. I've never been to Canada. She gave a vague answer and looked at Elise, who sat across the table from her. Have you? No. Cain keeps talking about flying north to visit Ryan, but there always seems to be some mini crisis occurring that keeps him tied to Smythston. I am surprised he managed to tear himself away long enough to come here. Elise smiled, but there was certain bitterness in her voice, and Cassie wondered what was going on. Cain and Elise had seemed a bit on edge with each other earlier on, and now Cain wasn't eating dinner with them. Apparently, another call from his beta had come in. In fact, except for a brief conversation when Bryan announced the success of her teleporting, she hadn't seen this since her outburst about his overzealous help. I am glad our pack is still small. Mel said. Ryan is busy, but he still has time for himself too. Elise sighed, looking a bit repentant about her earlier words. Cain tries, he really does, but the pack is so big. Would it ever subdivide and become 2 smaller packs? Cassie asked, pleased the conversation no longer focused on her. Cain's talked about it, but we'd need to find another territory and then see which families would be willing to move. Elise picked up her wine glass and took a sip. Whether it will ever happen remains to be seen. Are you ladies finished? Ryan interrupted the conversation, pushing his chair back from the table. We're done eating, and Cain hasn't made an appearance yet, so there's no point in waiting any longer. I'll just have room service bring him up a plate. Elise said as they walked to the elevator. You know, Mel, you haven't even seen Cain face to face yet. I know. Maybe tomorrow, after all the excitement. Mel sighed and rubbed her rounded belly. It should be interesting to finally meet him. A faint, worried frown appeared on her brow. Ryan chuckled and put his arm around her shoulder. Once we get this mess cleared up, there'll be plenty of time for visiting. I wish you'd let me go along, Ryan. Mel looked at her mate and ran her hand over his chest. Nice try, Melody, but you're carrying my pup, and I am not risking either of you being near Marla or Aldrich. I could wait in the car. Please. She batted her eyelashes at him, but he just laughed. Tell you what, you spend the night trying to convince me. He grinned down at her. But in the morning, Don't be surprised if I haven't changed my mind. Mel made a face, but seemed resigned to her fate. They all parted ways in the hallway and headed to their respective rooms. Cassie approached the door to her. There. Room with trepidation. Shed temporarily forgot that she and Bryan were sleeping in the same room. True, there were 2 double beds, but it still seemed rather intimate. Behind her, she could feel the warmth generating from his body as he waited for her to open the door. Her wolf murmured happily over the situation, but Cassie's stomach clenched nervously. She stared at the doorknob, not wanting to touch it, trying to put off the inevitable as long as possible. Her breathing grew rapid, and she felt almost lightheaded as she contemplated the night ahead. Come on, Cassie. I am tired. Obviously growing impatient, Bryan reached around her, plucking the key card from her hand and opening the door himself. His arm brushed against her breast, and her whole body flushed with awareness. Oh God, how was she going to get through this? Are you sure, Meredith? Franklin gripped the phone tightly, nodding as his old partner repeated her message. All right. He rubbed his forehead, thinking quickly. Okay, I'll need you here. Get the first flight you can. Let me know your arrival time and I'll pick you up at the airport. By then, everything should be in place. See you then. He hung up the phone and stared thoughtfully across the kitchen, not really seeing the old plaster walls and aged wooden beams. His eyes stopped at the large fireplace that usually had a cheery fire burning within, giving the estate kitchen a warm, homey feel. The hearth was cold and empty now, just as the estate was. It needed a family to fill it, children running up and down the halls, being shooed away from the fire and scolded for sneaking bits of cookie batter, just like Miss Cassie used to do. At one time, he thought Cassie's children might help fill the rooms and bring life back to the rambling old building, but now. Rubbing his hands over his face, he turned to face Mrs. Teasdale, knowing she was anxious to hear the latest information. It's bad news, isn't it, Franklin? She tried to keep her voice calm, but Franklin could see the trembling of her chin. I am afraid so. Meredith just saw a report on the news. A dead body was found in a dumpster in Las Vegas. Not Miss Cassie's friend Kellen. Mrs. Teasdale grabbed the back of a nearby chair. No. Franklin sighed heavily. It's Eddie Paranormal. He was shot last night and left to bleed to death. Paranormal. Who's that? He managed Dollar Niche, the company that lent Kellen Anderson money. And Dollar Niche is owned by Aldrich, which was how Miss Cassie was blackmailed into returning to Chicago. He shook his head. I don't know if this is related or not, but the Dollar Niche office was trashed. Police report that it appears someone was going through the files, and they're speculating that Paranormal walked in on the individual. A fight ensued. Paranormal was shot, thrown in the dumpster, and left to die. Do you think it was made to look like a break-in gone wrong to throw off suspicion? Perhaps Aldrich ordered Eddie Paranormal killed to keep him quiet about his plan. She quirked a brow, obviously trying to make sense of the situation. While Mrs. Teasdale had never been a part of the service, her late husband had, and Shed picked up quite a bit over the years. Perhaps. Maybe Paranormal was going to turn the tables on Aldrich and try to blackmail him. Franklin frowned and rubbed his chin. Though usually any death associated with Aldrich isn't ever called a death at all. Aldrich makes people disappear without a trace. This doesn't have Aldrich's touch to it. Could someone have a grudge against Paranormal or possibly be trying to make points with Aldrich by getting rid of someone they thought was a threat to him? From what Meredith has been able to find out, Paranormal didn't operate in the most exalted of circles, but he was mostly bluster with very little action. Killing him was probably unnecessary. Interesting, but what does this mean for us? Franklin paced the room and rubbed the back of his neck. He hated to give in when they were so close to Cassie finding a real home, but he'd promised Anthony Greyson that if anything ever happened, he'd keep the girl safe. If someone is starting to kill people over this, it's getting more dangerous than I ever expected. I think it's time we pulled Miss Cassie out. Mrs. Teasdale looked troubled. You're probably right, but it will interfere with her chances of becoming part of the pack the young man represents. Possibly. He shook his head, regretful at this turn of events. But at least she'll be alive to try again. Squaring her shoulders, Mrs. Teasdale straightened to her full height, or at least what there was of it. What do you want me to do? First of all, we need to find where Cassie is staying. Call around to all the motels within the city and see what you can find out. She might not be registered under her own name. Right. Meredith found out the name of the young fellow she's met up with by tracing his rental car. It's Cooper. Bryan Cooper. Try his name as well. Done. Anything else? The woman's cheeks flushed slightly at the excitement, and Franklin smiled lightly. Life had been dull around the estate, with just the two of them and a few occasional maintenance workers. It was good to have something happening, though different circumstances would have been preferable. Meredith is flying in first thing in the morning. She'll need a suit, something suitable for a government official, and perhaps a briefcase. I'll see what I can find. And I'll need you to watch Nettie. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Franklin had to bite back a smile at Mrs. Teasdale's expression. Ever since the fat little dachshund had absconded with one of her roasted chickens, Shed proclaimed the dog was a menace. Despite her animosity, the cook nodded. What's your plan? Franklin grinned, feeling the old adrenaline rush he'd used to experience when he was still on active duty. We'll try bluffing our way in to see her. Claim to be IRS, and we've tracked her down for tax evasion. People usually don't question the IRS when they show up asking for information. If she's with a werewolf, though. Mrs. Teasdale frowned. Do they pay taxes? They do now. Franklin nodded emphatically, hoping his crazy plan would work. Chapter 20 Ill. Get ready for bed. Cassie stood in the middle of the room, not sure what to do with herself. Shed shared a home with Kellen for 3 years and never felt this unsettled in his presence. Why was sharing with Bryan so different? Because he's hot and sexy and has a delicious little edge about him. Not enough to make him obnoxious, just. Interesting. Cassie inhaled, ready to scold the wolf inside her, when she realized those were her own thoughts, not the animal's. She clamped her mouth tightly shut, exasperated with herself. Sure. I'll use the bathroom after you. Bryan was flopped on his bed and seemed more interested in surfing the TV channels than her activities. Sparing the briefest of glances to admire his exposed, muscular chest, he'd removed his shirt and thrown it on the back of a chair before lying down. Cassie grabbed her bag and headed to the bathroom. Once inside, she pressed her hands to her face, chagrined to feel the heat coming off her cheeks. She hoped Bryan hadn't noticed she was behaving like some virginal teenager. She sucked in a deep lungful of air and let it out slowly, before giving herself a pep talk. First of all, she wasn't a teenager, and secondly, she wasn't a virgin. Well, barely not a virgin. Her one time with Kellen hardly qualified her as an expert, but in an official sense, she wasn't pure as the driven snow. That thought made her frown, and the animal inside whined pitifully. Would it matter to Bryan that she'd been with Kellen? Perhaps. She frowned and worried her lip. Werewolves seemed sort of old-fashioned. Wait a minute. Why was she even concerned about that? Sleeping with Bryan wasn't part of the program. Yes, she thought he was sexy, and yes, she liked him, but once this adventure was over, they'd part ways, right? Unless she decided to stick around for a few days, Cassie amended. She'd never known any others of her kind, and it might be nice to talk with Mel and Elise a bit more. Learning more about herself would be like research, and if in the course of that research she ended up spending more time with Bryan, it was just coincidental. It had nothing to do with predestined mates. The course of her life wasn't going to be directed by a recurring dream and old werewolf folklore. When the time came, a time of her choosing, she'd bid farewell to Bryan and the others and head out. Somewhere. Staring sightlessly at the mirror, she wondered how Bryan would react to her leaving. His wolf seemed drawn to hers, Not that the wants of the animals inside really counted for much, she added. But Bryan, the human Bryan, did seem to be physically attracted to her. Hadn't she felt his arousal pressed against her? The thought had a rush of warmth developing low down in her belly, and she shifted uncomfortably, hoping he wouldn't scent her. Interest in him when she left the bathroom. In her mind, she played out a scene where Bryan was so overcome with desire for her that he pinned her to the bed and ravaged her while she struggled helplessly. The idea seemed very erotic and soon had her heart pounding. Embarrassed by her wayward imagination, Cassie splashed cool water on her face, trying to douse the fire that grew within her and return to a more practical mindset. Pulling off her clothes, she changed into a t-shirt and sleep pants, berating herself the whole time for her silly fantasies. Bryan was older and likely an experienced male. He wasn't going to jump her just because she was sharing a room with him. It was utterly juvenile to think that way. He might notice she was physically attractive, but he wouldn't act on it. The thought should have been comforting, but somehow it wasn't. She pursed her lips and wondered why. Perhaps because of the whole mates thing, she expected more attention from him. But that was ridiculous, because she didn't want to be his mate, did she? Yes, we do, the wolf inside her insisted. No, we don't, she argued back. If anything, I want a nice normal man of my own choosing, a house in the suburbs, a white picket fence, and a few kids. We can have that with him. Could she? Cassie forced herself to think about it while she brushed her teeth. Bryan wasn't normal, though at the moment, normal didn't sound that exciting. In fact, it sounded rather dull. Whereas Bryan, well, they'd butted heads a few times today, and it had been rather exciting to see the latent power he wielded, to feel the pull of his personality. Okay, scratch normal from her list of what she wanted. But it should still be her own choice, shouldn't it? And what about her house in the suburbs and the white picket fence? From the way Bryan spoke, there was a pack house which housed several wolves, definitely not her dream house in the suburbs. And as for a white picket fence, hadn't she overheard Ryan and Bryan discussing a security fence with video cameras? Cassie pulled a face. That sounded more like a prison camp than a home. And don't forget about children, she reminded herself. Would she give birth to a litter? She thought about Mel's swollen stomach and wondered how far along she was. Was there one, what had Ryan called it? Pup inside or more? Frowning, she thought about the other female she'd met. Elise only had 2 children, and they were a few years apart, so perhaps werewolves didn't emulate their animal cousins when it came to reproduction. Her shoulders slumped in relief over that fact. The idea of a litter of children seemed overwhelming. Are you all right? Bryan knocked on the bathroom door, and Cassie gave a start. She'd been lost in thought much longer than she realized. Yes, she called out, rinsing her mouth and stuffing her possessions back in her bag. In her haste, she knocked over her bottle of pills, and they rattled against the plastic side of the container as it rolled off the counter and onto the ground. Bending over to pick it up, the door burst open and Bryan stood staring down at her, a frown on his face. What are you doing with those? His tone was accusatory, and she automatically responded in kind. What does it look like I'm doing? I am picking them up. He reached down and snatched the bottle from the floor just as she was about to get it. Reading the label, he snorted. You're not taking these any longer. I don't care if it's almost a full moon. They're dangerous to you and your wolf. They're my pills, so you can't tell me what to do. She tried to grab the bottle back, but he held it out of reach. They're illegal, little better than common street drugs in my book. And I am your beta. I can tell you what to do, and I am doing so right now. You aren't taking any more of these. It's time you come to grip with the wolf inside you instead of hiding. I am not hiding. I am surviving in a world that doesn't even know our kind exists. She reached for the bottle, but he held it higher. Funny, I didn't take you for a coward. Coward? She gaped at him. Where do you get off calling me a coward? What else do you call it when someone is afraid of reality? Afraid of themselves. I am not afraid of myself. She folded her arms and stared at him belligerently. That's not what you said earlier today. And if you aren't afraid of yourself, of the animal inside, then why do you still have these pills? I am not afraid. She punctuated each word by poking him in the chest, then brushed past him. I was merely safeguarding everyone around me. She dumped her bag on the floor and climbed into bed, drawing the covers up around her and turning her back to him. From the bathroom, she could hear the sounds of something being dumped in the toilet, and then a flushing noise. She clenched her fists and bit her lip. For all her bravado, she was terrified at the idea of facing a full moon unmedicated. Not that she'd been planning on taking the pills tonight. She knew she needed a clear head for tomorrow's rescue of Kellen. But tomorrow night, once the excitement was all over, she'd planned on it. Now she had no choice but to stick around and hope Bryan would be able to control the animal within her. It would be too dangerous to the human population for her to be on her own. Bryan walked out of the bathroom. She could hear him moving about the room, material rustling, lights being flicked off. The room darkened, only the light from her bedside lamp providing illumination. Even though she was facing the wall, Cassie sensed Bryan coming closer, standing by her bed, staring down at her. The air fairly hummed with his presence. Cassie. She didn't respond, trying to keep her breathing even. Maybe he'd think she was asleep. I know you're awake. Damn. She really didn't want to talk to him. So, her voice was filled with attitude in the hopes he'd leave her alone. He sighed heavily, then she felt the edge of the bed dip down as he sat beside her. His hand brushed the top of her head, gently stroking. I am sorry. I didn't mean it when I said you were a coward. It's just that the thought of you taking those pills, knowing how dangerous they are. I was concerned about you, and it came out as anger. I know it's been hard for you to survive on your own, but you can't keep taking those pills. She curled her palm over the edge of the pillow, feeling its softness. He'd been worried about her. The idea helped melt away her own anger. I wasn't going to take them tonight. They just fell out by accident when I was gathering up my things. She whispered the words, for some reason feeling the need to explain herself, to redeem herself in his eyes. I am glad to hear that. He moved his hand down the back of her head, his fingers trailing through her hair in a soothing motion. She felt herself beginning to relax when he asked the damning question. But what were your plans for tomorrow night? Cassie bit her lip and shrugged, trying to sound blasé. That's really none of your business. Yes, it is. According to the finding clause, I am responsible for you. That means not only keeping you out of trouble, but also caring for your well-being too. Strangely enough, it hurt that the only reason he was concerned for her was because of some clause in an ancient law. Cassie felt her throat tighten and tried to hide her feelings with an airy attitude. I am sorry some silly little clause has left you stuck with me. After Kellen is safe, if you just close your eyes for a minute, it'll slip away and be one less thing for you to be responsible for. You will not slip away. He growled the words at her and took her by the shoulder, forcing her to roll over and face him. I won't be taking my eyes off you, so don't even bother to try. For a moment she was stunned by how close he was, her entire field of vision filled with him. The light from the bedside lamp highlighted his form, showing off his well-toned body and smooth skin. She couldn't stop the downward path of her eyes, and she noted his firm abs and trim waist, the way his pajama pants hung low on his hips, the merest hint of body hair. Cassie jerked her eyes back up to his face and concentrated on what he was saying. The passion in his voice startled her, and she stared up at him in surprise. Cassie, whether you like it or not, you're a part of my pack, so quit fighting it. Pack is everything to a wolf. We live for the pack, die for the pack. Every member is important, almost like a part of our own body. Pack means home, security, friends, family. He shook her gently. I can't turn my back on you. You're like a part of me now. Cassie wasn't sure what to think about that. In a way, it made her feel warm and wanted, but in another way, she felt hollow inside, too. Yes, Bryan felt she was part of his pack, and he would care for her just like he'd cared for any other member. but a piece of her wanted him to see her as special and unique. She frowned and searched his face looking for some sign that she meant more, all the while questioning why it mattered. God, but her thinking was messed up when it came to him. Bryan must have noticed her expression, but interpreted it to mean something else. Don't worry. Y'all be fine without those pills. It'll help you every step of the way. You need to learn to deal with what you are, and the animal inside is a part of you. He paused and laced their fingers together. The full moon won't be so bad. It'll stay with you, help you deal with the feelings that come over you. She absorbed the warmth of his palm against her own, enjoying the brush of skin on skin. A tingle raced up her arm, causing a little hitch in her breathing. It felt right to be with him, thrilling but right at the same time. Her earlier peak dissolved, and she shifted on the mattress, into a more comfortable position. Her hip pressed against his thigh, and one of his hands rested on the pillow near her head. When she inhaled, his masculine scent filled her. It both excited and calmed her, making her aware of him, yet feeling safe and protected, too. A light smile ghosted over his face as he stared down at her, and she responded in kind. Enjoying the easy atmosphere between them, she let some of her curiosity free. What's it like when you shift? Do you retain any of your human self, or are you totally an animal during a full moon? When you're new at it, it can be a bit hard to rein the animal in. It's so excited to finally be free, which is why having other wolves around is helpful. They guide the new wolf, allow it to enjoy the experience while keeping it out of trouble. His gaze seemed to wander over her features as he spoke, and she wondered what he was thinking. Did he find her appearance pleasing? Cassie licked her lips before speaking, hesitant to bring up her first transformation, yet wanting to understand. The first time I changed, when we met in the park, I had absolutely no idea what was going on. I was shocked to find myself there. Very typical for a first-timer. He gave her a crooked smile and twirled a lock of her hair around his finger. Cassie almost hummed at the pleasant feel of his gentle tugs. But later, when we were back at the house, there were times when the wolf took over and other times when I managed to be in charge. The older you get, and the more you communicate with your wolf, the easier it is to maintain control. For the first few shifts, it's almost a power struggle. Eventually, though, the animal learns to trust you, to know it doesn't have to fight to be heard, to exist, and it accepts your leadership. In time, you and your wolf will think and act almost as one, complementing each other's strengths. But you have to get to know each other first, just like any relationship. We talk, the wolf and I, sort of. I hear its voice in my head. She made the confession through lowered lashes, somehow feeling embarrassed at the admission. That's a good start. I talk to my wolf all the time. I think it's similar to how humans talk to themselves. Cassie plucked at the covers with her free hand. My wolf likes you. She peeked up at him through her lashes, wondering why she felt the need to confess that to him, or if it was even her idea. Perhaps the wolf had put her up to it. Really? He smiled at her. My wolf likes you too. She gave a soft laugh. Silly beasts. Yeah. He tucked the lock of hair he'd been playing with behind her ear, then slowly trailed his fingertips across the side of her face. There's no accounting for taste. Cassie closed her eyes at the feel of his hand brushing over her skin, leaning into his touch. Cassie, I like you too. Really? Her eyes flew open, and a joyous feeling swept over her. Bryan liked her. She looked up into his eyes, unable to hold back the smile that broke out on her face. Was it just her imagination, or was he leaning closer to her? Hi. Would you mind if I kissed you? Her throat suddenly seemed to tighten, and it was hard to breath. She studied his features, noting his hot, heavy-lidded gaze, the way his hair fell on his forehead, the slight fullness of his lower lip. I think I'd like that. Slowly, oh so slowly, he leaned forward until their mouths were but a hair's width apart. For an interminable moment he hesitated, his eyes locked with hers. Then his lashes lowered and her eyes drifted shut as his lips brushed over hers, the merest whisper of a contact. A sigh escaped her at the butterfly softness of the touch. It was like this was her very first kiss, erasing all previous memories. A happy feeling bloomed inside her, and she curled her fingers and toes as feelings she'd never known existed flooded her. Softly, gently, he moved his lips over hers with utmost care. It felt so sweet, so tender, as if he were worshipping her mouth. She could easily lose herself forever in the feeling of his lips stroking hers, the light sliding motion mesmerizing. When he pulled back, she had to force her eyes to open, reluctantly leaving the blissful world she'd found herself in. Bryan was smiling down at her. Was that okay? She nodded, unable to speak for a moment. A lot different than in the park. As soon as the words left her mouth, she flushed, wishing she hadn't brought the incident up. MMM. That was intense. He traced her features with his fingertip, the light touch causing her to shiver. Our wolves seem to know each other quite well. But you and I... He shook his head. I think we're just starting our journey. Slowly, he eased over onto his side and pulled her close. She rested her head on his chest and bravely placed her hand on his bare skin. His stomach flinched slightly at her touch, but then stilled. Exhaling slowly, she relaxed into the warmth of his embrace. This is nice. Bryan whispered the words. Being together and not butting heads. Yeah. She nestled her head more securely against his chest, and they fell into a comfortable silence. After a while, Bryan spoke again. Are you worried about tomorrow? A little, but it'll be fine. She spoke positively, ignoring the faint fluttering in her stomach. Bryan eased back from her. You know, if you don't feel up to this, we can what? None of us came up with an alternate plan. She looked at him questioningly, and he sighed. I know. It's just that I worry about you. That's sweet of you. I am usually the one doing the worrying. Cassie, I'm a beta. I am not sweet. He groaned and shook his head. She chuckled softly, then lifted her head, quickly pecked him on the mouth, and then made a show of licking her lips. Sorry, you're a sweet. He pressed an equally fast kiss to her lips. But you're a sweeter. Cassie rolled her eyes. Bryan. He laughed softly, then suddenly stopped, his expression sobering. Bracing a hand on each side of her, he lowered his head again, this time kissing her properly. His tongue traced the seam of her mouth, then gently tugged on her lower lip with his own. She parted her lips slightly and moved them against his, marveling at the feelings that were coming to life inside her. It was as if she were melting from the inside out. A low moan came from Bryan, and he pressed closer, working a hand under her shoulder while the other cupped the back of her head. He traced her lower lip with his tongue, and she sighed into him, opening wider, welcoming his questing tongue as it slowly explored her mouth. His tongue stroked hers, then teased her sensitive upper palate. The feeling had her pressing closer and opening wider, eager for more. The taste and scent of Bryan filled her, and yet it wasn't enough. She wanted to experience every inch of him and ran her hands up his arms to his shoulders. Warm, smooth skin over muscle and bone. So strong. So male. Marveling at the feel of him, she squeezed and stroked his biceps and shoulders. It was exhilarating to be with a man this way. To touch him, to discover his body. Cassie slid her arms around him to explore his back. It was broad and equally strong, his muscles moving fluidly under her hands. Moving lower, she traced his ribs, then slipped to his narrow waist. Bryan. She said the word on a sigh. It was so right to be with him, to have him close. Snaking her arms around his torso, she pulled him down so that he was on top of her. A shiver of excitement coursed through her as his weight settled over her. This feeling of a man's body pressing down the full length of hers. She drew a shuddering breath, sure her heart was going to pound out of her chest, and the whole time, Bryan continued to rain kisses down on her, exploring her face, nipping her chin, tugging on her earlobe. He inched lower, dragging his teeth down the side of her neck, then biting gently on the sweet spot where her shoulders began. A pleasure-filled moan escaped her, and she drew one leg up to cradle his hips while sliding her hands up his back to bury her fingers in his hair. It was thick and silky, and she bunched it in her hands, her nails lightly raking his scalp. Bryan responded, shifting on top of her, his hips flexing slightly. She could feel a firm ridge of flesh pressing against her, and she shivered in response. It both excited and frightened her, doubts suddenly popping into her head. What did Bryan expect of her? Where was this going? Perhaps sensing the change in her, he slid over so he was beside her. He kissed her jaw, then lifted his head so he could stare into her eyes. Cassie. She tried to duck her head, but he caught her chin, forcing her to look at him. What's wrong? Nothing. She shrugged and tugged to free her chin, but he was having none of it. Don't lie to me. Tell me what's wrong. Her eyes seemed trapped by his, and she couldn't break free. Nervously, she licked her lips. I was just wondering what you expected out of this. A frown marred his brow. Out of what? This. You and me. She swallowed hard, taking in his red, swollen lips, the flush on his cheekbones. We're in bed together, and you're obviously. She paused, unable to finish, and waved vaguely towards his waist, feeling herself blush. He gave a crooked grin. Yeah, I am obviously. Leaning forward, he kissed the tip of her nose. Is that a problem? Well. She took a deep breath. As much as she'd like this to continue, she felt she had to tell him the truth. You see, Kellen and I, Bryan stiffened, his face clouding. You don't have to tell me about you and Anderson. You were together for 3 years, but that's just it. We shared the house for 3 years, but we never. She paused, thinking of that one damning time. It wasn't something she could hide. Bryan would find out. Cassie, you can't expect me to believe that a man could live with someone who looks like you and never make a move on you. Bryan rolled over onto his back and stared at the ceiling. A space now separated their bodies, and Cassie frowned at the loss of contact. I am not saying Kellen didn't. He tried, but it never felt right. You never had sex with him. Bryan turned his head to face her, a disbelieving look on his face. Well, just once. She spoke in a burst of words, feeling tears of shame pricking her eyes. About 2 years ago, right around this time. It was a full moon, and I was almost out of my pills, trying to make them last as long as I could. I guess I let the drug get too low in my system, or something. She shrugged and sniffed before continuing. Anyway, I woke up one night, desperate, aching. I don't know what came over me, but I suddenly felt I'd die if I didn't have. Sex with someone. Kellen was there, and I basically attacked him. He even tried to stop me, to get me to think, but something was driving me. I couldn't stop myself, and then. Afterwards, I felt awful. Like I'd made a terrible mistake. Cassie. Cassie could hear the doubt in his voice. It's true. I am not making it up. That's why this. She stumbled in her explanation, but forged on, desperate to make him understand. I am sort of scared. I don't really know what to do. That other time, I wasn't in control. Bryan pushed himself up on his elbow and looked down at her. So you've never really. No. She answered in small voice, staring down at the covers. Cassie. He exhaled slowly, then gathered her close, tucking her head under his chin. I am sorry. I just assumed you and Kellen. She shook her head. I never should have started anything with you. He started to loosen his grip on her. Listen, you have a big day ahead of you tomorrow, so maybe you should just go to sleep. No. She blurted out her protest, more loudly than planned. Pardon. I don't want you to stop. I just didn't want you to. Expect too much. I might not be any good. Bryan burst out laughing, flopping onto his back. What's so funny? She felt her face heating with embarrassed indignation. You are. He hugged her tight and rested his head beside hers on the pillow. Having sex isn't a competition where you get rated afterwards. It's two people sharing themselves, giving each other pleasure, telling what they like and don't like. And you were doing a very good job. You were making these great whimpering noises that let me know I was not whimpering. She paused. Was I? Yep. I bet I can make you do it again, too. He turned his head so he was looking directly at her. Want me to try? Did she? A minute ago, that was what she thought she wanted, but now that the heat of the moment was over. Was she ready to have sex with Bryan? There was this connection, this pull between them, but they'd only just met. Yes. Say yes. He is ours. We've waited all this time. The wolf inside was pressuring her. I think so. She gave a nervous laugh. The wolf is saying yes. But the human isn't so sure. She searched his face and found no judgment, no condemnation. Just understanding. Reaching up, she cupped his face. I really, really like you, Bryan, but so much is going on right now. He kissed her gently. I understand, and when we finally make love, I want both you and your wolf to be in full agreement. How about I just help you relax a bit? Relaxing sounded good. Her muscles were as tight as proverbial fiddle strings. Okay. And whenever you want me to stop, you just say so, all right. She nodded, and he eased the pillows out from under her head. On your stomach. When she complied, he knelt astride her, gathering her hair up and moving it out of the way. Then he settled himself lightly on top of her rear end and began to massage her shoulders. That feels so good. She groaned into the mattress as his fingers worked their magic on her back. See? He leaned forward and whispered in her ear. I can make you whimper again. Cassie giggled. That's not a whimper. Sorry. I stand corrected. I can make you moan in delight. She laughed again. Okay, I guess you're right. Good, just remember that and keep saying it to yourself. Bryan is always right. I didn't say always, she protested. I am sure you meant to. He answered cockily, then leaned forward to quickly kiss her cheek before sitting up again. In silence, he worked on her neck, her shoulders, down the middle of her back, rubbing and pressing. His hands moved sideways, the tips of his fingers barely brushing against the sides of her breasts. She bit back a moan, not wanting him to know exactly how arousing she found this to be. What would it be like to have his hands actually cupping her breasts? His thumbs playing over the tips. His hot mouth suckling. Cassie. Bryan's voice sounded deeper, and she became aware of the fact that a certain part of his anatomy was waking up, pressing into her backside from his perch on top of her. She cleared her throat, anxious to return to neutral ground. With faked casualness, she began to ask him questions about his life. So, besides bossing people around, what exactly does a beta do? He was silent for a moment, his hands still, possibly wondering what she was thinking. Then he started the massage again, his voice a normal tone as he began to explain his duties, then moved on to life in the pack, the townsfolk in Stump River. She fell asleep under the rhythmic movement of his hands and the soothing sound of his voice. Chapter 21. The next morning, Marla drove to work feeling tired and irritable. Her dreams had been troubled, her wolf dragging her from scene to scene as she revisited her life. Strange how Shed forgot how happy Shed been as a young pup. It was only as she had become older and begun to sense subtle undercurrents that her discontent had begun. She hadn't thought about it in years, mind you. The arguing how her mother, a half-breed, never felt totally accepted, how her father sneered at her. Marla remembered how scared Shed been the first time Shed had to transform. What if she were more like her mother than her father? What if she had difficulty changing? Thankfully, she hadn't, and her father had begun to plan great things for her. He wanted her to mate an alpha, or at least a beta, to regain some status for his family. Status lost due to her mother. She hadn't understood why it mattered that she was only 3/4 werewolf, but her father had drummed it into her head to keep it a secret. Just as he had kept her mother away from the pack as much as possible. Her father had been a proud man, and bitter that a youthful folly had left him saddled with a half-breed mate. Of course, her father's plans weren't hers. She had her own dreams. Dreams that didn't include living in a pokey town in the middle of nowhere, being mated, or spending part of her life as wolf. Of course, the stupid animal inside her didn't agree. It was loyal to the pack, to their alpha. The creature rejected her desire for worldly status, her need to leave pack life and set out on her own. That was when the struggle inside of her had begun, the constant conversations in her head, the battle of wills. For years now, she'd been fighting to maintain supremacy over the wolf, but lately... She shook her head and tightened her jaw. No. It wasn't true. She was still in charge, no matter what the creature might say. She was more human than wolf, but the animal wouldn't listen. It chastised her for her actions, blaming her for the steps she'd been forced to take in life. Well, she didn't care. If people were in her way, they had to be dealt with by whatever means necessary. It was as simple as that. The wolf could do and say whatever it wanted, but it couldn't force her to listen. As she arrived at the building that housed Aldrich's penthouse, she lowered the car window and pulled out her security card to open the entrance of the underground parking garage. The usual smells of exhaust and oil greeted her, but another scent lingered too. Carefully, she sniffed again. Her wolf rose to alert as the scent of other werewolves reached her nostrils. She stiffened and scanned the area, but could see no one about. Another sniff and the scent was gone. Had the wind shifted directions? Of perhaps the creature inside her was just playing games with her again. It was so recalcitrant lately, she wouldn't put it past the beast. Irritation marred her face as she examined the quiet street one more time, then put the car back in gear and drove inside. There was nothing about, it was just her overtired mind playing tricks on her. Parking her car, she went in search of Jeffries. Aldrich had a private area cordoned off in the underground lot for his own use. It included a small room where Jeffries kept his tools, completed maintenance logs, and bided his time when he wasn't needed. Marla walked over to the room, the clicking of her heels creating an uneven staccato on the cement floor and echoing throughout the cavernous space of the parking garage. She rubbed her side. It was aching from the dampness this morning, making her limp more pronounced and further deepening her dark mood. As she approached Jeffrey's room, her acute hearing picked up faint sounds from outside. The outdoor traffic, the whir of exhaust fans that kept the air in the underground space breathable. A scratching sound caught her attention as well, and she cocked her head, giving a satisfied smile when she identified it. Jeffries was addicted to the various word and number puzzles that came in the daily paper. As she approached the room where he worked, the sound became louder until she stood in the doorway and watched him scribbling away on a bit of paper, obviously trying to figure out an answer. Jeffries. He gave a start and looked up, a welcoming smile spreading across his face. Marla, you usually don't come down here this time of day. Setting the paper aside, he stood up and walked to where she leaned against the door frame. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gave her a kiss. Why are you here? She studied his face. So handsome. It was a shame he'd likely be blamed for the accident. Oh well, it couldn't be helped. I was just wondering if everything was in place for our little joke today. The smile left the man's face. Yeah, but I still don't think it's a good idea. Relax. Nothing will go wrong. We'll get together this afternoon in the sauna, and I'll tell you all about it. Jeffries opened his mouth as if to protest, then shut it and nodded. She rewarded him with a warm, wet kiss. As he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close, an unexpected growl rumbled in her chest. Embarrassed, Marla pushed him away and tried to cover up the sound with coughing. Inwardly, she frowned. What was going on? Her wolf had no business judging her taste in men. Are you getting sick, Marla? That's a nasty-sounding cough. Jeffries peered at her, concern etched on his face. Perhaps. Don't fuss. I'll be fine. I'll just head upstairs and get something warm to drink. Give me a call when you have the elevator ready. All right. But remember what I told you. Once the elevator's been disabled, You're stuck up there for the next few hours until someone comes to fix it. Why can't you fix it yourself? She queried. I can't do it myself, or it would implicate me in the prank. If Mr. Aldrich finds out, I could be out of a job. Of course, how silly of me not to think of that. She patted his cheek, and he caught her hand and nipped playfully at her fingers. See you later, Jeffries. As she walked to the elevator, she decided she'd miss the man. Bryan held onto one of Kane's arms, and Ryan gripped the other. The man had quit straining against them, but they weren't taking any chances. When Marla had driven up to entrance of the parking garage, Kane had been all for taking her right there. It had required some fast talking and physical restraint to hold the man back. If you attack her out in the open, people will see. And undoubtedly, there's a security camera mounted by the garage door. Bryan explained. Kane growled and tried to pull his arms free again. Let me go. I won't do anything stupid. It was just the sight of her, after all these years. I flashed back to how Shed tried to kill Elise. He continued to growl, but his body relaxed. Bryan and Ryan exchanged looks, silently agreeing to let Kane go. Once free of their restraint, the man shoved his hands through his hair and began pacing back and forth in the small alleyway where they hid. It's a good thing you managed to convince Elise to stay back with Mel and keep her company. Ryan quipped. Shed have your hide for the fool stunt you almost pulled. I know. You don't have to rub it in. But once I get my hands on Marla. Kane paused and exhaled slowly. I hope I can restrain myself until we get her to the High Council. High Council? Cassie queried. Bryan glanced over to where she stood huddled by the wall. It was a miserably cold morning, even for early spring in Chicago. The wind was whipping down the alley, stirring up dirt and debris. Being used to Las Vegas temperatures for the past 3 years, Cassie likely found this a shocking change. She brushed a few stray hairs from her face, and Bryan watched the motion of her hands, noting their jerky movement, the faint lines of tension on her face. He could sense her worry over the plan they were about to undertake, and knew she was trying to distract herself. High Council is where a werewolf who has committed crimes against a pack is judged. It's our version of going to court, except there are no lawyers. He explained. Oh. I thought you were just going to. Deal with her yourselves. She shrugged and gave a nervous half-smile. That's always an option, especially since she's guilty of crimes against an alpha, but High Council is better. It's more objective and prevents other wolves, family members of the accused, for example, from claiming bias or saying we were acting as vigilantes. Cassie nodded and shoved her hands in her coat pockets, her shoulders hunching against the cold. Bryan moved closer to her and slipped an arm around her shoulder, sharing his body heat. Almost automatically, she relaxed against him, a contented sigh escaping her lips. Ryan noticed the move. Bryan saw how his eyes narrowed and assessed them, but the alpha said nothing about it, instead focusing on business. So, when are we going to start this operation? I would imagine Marla's upstairs by now, so I suppose anytime Cassie's ready. Kane looked at Cassie, and she straightened, nodding. I'll try to teleport into the parking garage and open the door from the inside so you guys can get in. Then I'll teleport upstairs to the room Kellen is in, shut off the security, send a message to Daniel to start purging Aldrich's computer, and then I'll hide until you arrive. She checked off the steps of the plan they devised. I still don't like her teleporting into the parking garage. Bryan frowned, a lead-weighted ball of worry building in his stomach. She's never seen inside, so she doesn't really know where to aim for. A parking garage is a parking garage. Cassie huffed, rolling her eyes. Yeah, but you don't know where the ramps are or the cement pillars. What if you teleport into one? Or suddenly appear in front of a surveillance camera? Cassie bit her lip and shrugged. I guess we'll just have to hope for the best. Both Kane and Ryan frowned, neither liking the idea. Bryan started pacing back and forth, shooting considering glances across the street at the entrance to the underground parking garage. He examined the area on either side of the metal door, and then looked at the position of the security camera. Okay, what about this? If I change into my wolf form, I can hide in the bushes that are just beside the entrance. When the next car goes in, I can sneak in beside it. Once I am in, I'll change back, disable the surveillance cameras, and then open the door for you. Ryan nodded slowly. It might work, but I'll do it. Bryan shook his head. No. If Aldrich is watching the security cameras, you and Kane are too recognizable. I am sure he hasn't forgotten that it was a black wolf that attacked him. My light brown fur lets me pass myself off as a dog much more easily. Besides, he's never seen me as a wolf. Neither has Marla. Kane concurred. He's right. Okay, well, wait here with Cassie. Once you're inside, she'll teleport directly upstairs to the room Anderson is being held in. While we make our way to the elevator, she can be disarming the security so we can sneak upstairs undetected. They all nodded in agreement. Bryan stepped away to begin changing forms, then paused and turned to face Cassie. He took her in his arms and stared into her eyes. You be careful, okay? I will. She smiled up at him, her eyes searching his. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed him gently. You be careful, too. I will. He cupped the back of her head and pulled her back in so he could kiss her slowly, tracing her lips with the tip of his tongue. She moaned, opening to him, and he slid his tongue inside to take one last taste of her. Memories of the previous night filled him, of her sleeping in his arms, her dark lashes fanned over her cheeks, her lips slightly parted. His heart thumped heavily, and he pulled her even closer, crushing her mouth to his. She responded, clutching his back, rubbing herself against him. It just felt so right to be with her. Bryan wrenched his mouth away, breathing hard. He rested his forehead against hers, their breath intermixing. Don't take any risks. If you run into Marla or Aldrich, be very, very careful. I don't want to lose you. Understand? He stared deeply into her eyes, searching for some sign that she felt as he did. There was a stirring in the depths. Was it her or her wolf? He gave her one final look, and then a quick kiss before stepping away. Inhaling deeply, he focused his energy and concentrated on the change. The air shimmered, a burst of pleasure, so intense it was almost painful, filled him, and suddenly he was on all fours. Giving the people gathered around him a final glance, he stepped out of the alley and trotted across the road. Marla exited the private elevator that led to Aldrich's penthouse, thinking fondly of how it would soon relieve her of an unwanted source of stress, namely Sylvia Robinson. Her wolf protested the plan, whining inside her, the sound making her wince. She rubbed her forehead, her head was throbbing, and she wished the creature would be silent for a change. She left her purse in her office and walked down the hallway to Aldrich's office for their usual morning meeting. A brief knock on the door let him know she was there, and he summoned her in. Functioning on autopilot, she made note of the jobs he wanted her to deal with. The words washed over her, but had little meaning. Her wolf was pacing, restless. It sensed the approaching full moon, but this month it wasn't responding well to being suppressed. Giving her head a little shake, she struggled to focus on what Aldrich was saying. Before anything else, I need you to contact Dr. Mason. Aldrich flipped through a file in front of him, not even looking at her. The lead on the Greyson girl means we need to be ready to act, lead. Marla snapped her head up from the device on which she'd been making notes. Yes, lead. Aldrich looked at her, annoyance written on his face. Weren't you listening to what I said? Of course I was. I just... She stumbled to think of an excuse, but he brushed her words aside. Never mind. Just contact Mason and tell him to be ready with the papers. As soon as Cassandra Greyson is secured, he can sign them and I'll file them with the courts. What are you planning on doing? Her curiosity got the better of her. Aldrich stared at her, and she was sure he'd tell her it was none of her business. But then he sat back and tapped his finger thoughtfully against his lips. I am torn between two options, though I am strongly leaning towards one in particular. Cassandra has certain qualifications that will serve me well. Marla puzzled over his words, but wasn't sure what he was alluding to. What qualifications besides wealth could the girl possibly possess? As she debated asking for further clarification, the phone rang. Aldrich picked up the phone and listened with a deepening frown. "I'll be right there." He stood up and rounded the desk. "I have a situation to deal with in the back rooms. Tell Sylvia I'll meet her in an hour for our walk." Marla grimaced as she watched the man leave. Damn. Just when he seemed to be on the verge of confiding in her, there was an interruption. And when he was finished doing whatever he was doing, he'd be off with Sylvia. She drummed her fingers on the arm of her chair as she thought of the plump little nurse. Well, at least Sylvia was one problem she'd be rid of by the end of the day. Standing up, Marla intended to head back to her office and check with Jeffries on his progress when she noted that Aldrich had uncharacteristically left his computer on. She glanced at the security cameras and noted they hadn't been moved yet. If she did some snooping, no one would be any the wiser. Idly, she walked to the window as if intent on checking the view, then once out of camera range, turned so she faced the computer screen. It was the green file. Excitement almost had her leaning forward, but she caught herself just in time. Keeping one eye on the security camera, she reached her hand towards the mouse and began to scroll down. As she read, she felt the color begin to drain from her face. The file outlined how Anthony Greyson had put Aldrich in charge of overseeing a search for werewolves. He'd hired a young woman named Melody Green to contact a photographer named Ryan Taylor. Marla's throat constricted. Her heart began to pound, and her hand trembled as she forced herself to continue reading. Greyson had purchased a wolf picture taken by Taylor and had concluded the wolf was a werewolf. Green had found Taylor, made contact, and then, "What do you think you are doing, Miss Matthews?" Aldrich's voice sounded cold as he spoke behind her. She whirled around in surprise, so caught up in what she was reading that she hadn't heard him approach. "Mr. Aldrich." He strode around the desk and turned the monitor, scanned the information displayed there, and then turned to her. His face was a mixture of anger and apprehension. "Miss Matthews," Marla interrupted him. "I quit. I know it's short notice, but I quit." She knew her voice was trembling, but at this moment appearances didn't really matter. If Ryan was in some way connected with Aldrich, she knew she had to leave. Her words apparently stunned Aldrich. "You're a what?" "Quitting." "Ridiculous. You can't quit today of all days. I have too much work for you. All my plans are finally coming together." She shook her head and started to back away, but he reached out and grabbed her arm. She stared at his hand in surprise. His grip was surprisingly strong. "It's because of them, isn't it?" Aldrich pulled her closer, searching her face. When he spoke again, it was in an insistent whisper. "You're a believer, aren't you?" He gave her arm a slight shake. "A what?" She pulled against his grip, trying to free herself. "A believer. In werewolves." His voice became louder, more assured. "I can see it in your face." "Werewolves." She licked her lips and stared at him. His eyes seemed overly bright. "Yes. I can tell you know they're real, but you've been afraid to mention it, haven't you? Like me, you know the dangers, that people would scoff and think you crazy. But not anymore. I have proof." "Proof? What proof?" Her voice squeaked in surprise. Surely he didn't mean her. There was no way he could know, was there? She glanced at the computer screen, wondering what else the file contained. Had she slipped up in some manner? Cassandra Greyson. She's one of them. Cassandra Greyson. But Marla realized she sounded like a parrot, but didn't really care. What was Aldrich babbling about? Yes. Just before he died, Anthony Greyson revealed the truth. He'd been searching for a pack so the girl would have a home and hired a journalist, Melody Green, to help. Green tracked down a photographer who had taken pictures of one of the beasts. Then it turned out that Green was a werewolf herself. She almost transformed in front of me. I knew then that I could make a fortune if I captured a real live werewolf, but the plan went awry. A male of the species, a big black brute, ended up attacking me. The wild dog. Marla stared at his throat and almost laughed as all the pieces finally fell into place. Once Shed speculated that the damage could have been done by a werewolf, but had dismissed the idea as preposterous. And the werewolf had been black. It was Ryan, it had to have been. Oh God. Exactly. Since then I've lived like a prisoner, knowing they were out there. They know I am here, and they're just waiting for me to make a mistake. But now I'll have the Greyson girl. She's one of them. I can prove werewolves exist, and then they will become the hunted instead of me. By now Aldrich's grip on her arm had become painful. Marla tried once again to pull away, wishing Shed inherited the superior strength werewolves were noted for. She hadn't though, it was yet another of her failings. Mr. Aldrich, sir, Aldrich must have finally noticed he still had a hold of her, for he let go of her abruptly. She stumbled backwards slightly before regaining her balance. My apologies, Miss Matthews, but as you are well aware, this is an exciting day for those of us who know about werewolves. Please contact Dr. Mason immediately. I expect to have possession of the Greyson girl by the end of the day. We need to immediately sedate her and keep her locked up. Marla nodded while backing towards the door. She didn't give a damn about Aldrich's plans. Escape was more important. His revelations explained why she constantly sensed the presence of werewolves. They were watching him, not her. But that would soon change. Once Cassandra Greyson arrived, Ryan would. Surely he must have the place under surveillance. He'd follow the finding clause and try to claim the girl. And if Ryan came for Cassandra? Well, it was only a matter of time before he figured out another werewolf was present in the building. How her own presence hadn't been discovered yet was a bit of a mystery. But then again, no one was expecting her to be here. Everyone was watching for Cassandra, thank heaven. It was undoubtedly the only thing that had saved her all these years. Thankfully, Aldrich didn't seem to notice that his personal assistant was acting strangely. He was staring at the computer screen, actually looking gleeful. Don't forget to tell Sylvia I'll be with her shortly. As fast as she could, Marla walked to her office. She couldn't run down the halls. It would draw unwanted questions from the other staff, but she needed to get away as quickly as possible. If Cassandra Greyson was arriving sometime today, then Ryan wouldn't be far behind, she was sure of it. Just as she reached her office, the sound of humming reached her ears. Sylvia. Damn. Marla suddenly remembered that Jeffries was rigging the elevator, and it would be out of commission for some time afterwards. Realizing she'd be trapped, Marla grabbed the phone and called downstairs, her toe tapping impatiently on the floor as she listened to the unanswered ringing. Finally, the chauffeur picked up the phone. Jeffries. Don't touch the elevator, I've changed my mind. What do you mean it's too late? She ran her fingers through her hair agitatedly. This couldn't be happening. Reverse it. Fix it. Do whatever you have to do. Fine. She slammed the phone down and began to pace the room. What was she going to do? The stairs. It was possible, though the thought of running down 40 stories was daunting. And then there was the matter of the security alarms set to go off when the stairs were used. She pressed the heels of her hands to her temples. Her head was pounding, her wolf was fighting to get out. Its voice was echoing through her head. She couldn't think clearly, her legs were trembling. Reaching backwards, she felt for a chair and lowered herself down. Kellen blinked and tried to force his eyes to focus, but they wouldn't cooperate. Hugh had hit him quite hard and then injected him with something. His brain felt sluggish, his whole body heavy. A faint moan escaped his lips. His chest and arm muscles ached from being pulled behind his back for so long. Initially, he'd kept tugging and twisting, trying to free himself, but eventually he'd given up. The duct tape that bound him resisted all his attempts. The knowledge that he wasn't going to escape filled him with despair. He had no illusions that he'd be let go. Once they had their hands on Sandy, he'd become superfluous, a loose end to be eliminated. Regret filled him, as he realized his life was likely coming to an end. 25 years of life, all wasted. Helping Sandy was about the only decent thing he'd done in his life, and now even that was going to be for nothing. He'd overheard Hugh and Aldrich talking. They planned on having Sandy declared mentally unfit and were going to lock her up. Once she was out of the way, Aldrich said he'd be in charge of her fortune, and then eventually he'd reveal her to the whole world for what she was. That part hadn't made sense to him, but he was drifting in and out, so probably he'd missed something. Poor Sandy. She had been the one who'd been content with their simple life, while he'd always wanted more. Now, she was going to end up paying for his greed. If only he hadn't gambled, none of this would have happened. Kellen sniffed, feeling sorry for her for himself. There was nothing he could do. He'd tried that just a while ago, kicking Hugh when he'd been given one of his twice-a-day breaks to use the washroom. Hugh hadn't liked that and had shoved him into the wall. Kellen winced, still recalling the burst of pain when he'd slid down the wall, his skull hitting the edge of the marble bathroom counter. After that, he'd passed out. Kellen wasn't sure how long he'd been unconscious, but when he came to, he was back in the chair listening to his captors talk about Sandy. Once they realized he was awake, Aldrich had berated his foolish escape attempt, pointing out that he was 40 stories up in a secured building. The news had quashed his few remaining hopes. He was trapped. He was going to die here in Sandy. Well, if Aldrich managed to capture her, her life would be a misery and she'd be as good as dead too. With a sigh, he let his head fall forward and his eyes close, the drugs Hugh had given him taking effect. Nate Graham wiped a shaking hand over his upper lip, trying to remove the accumulated sweat. It was fear rather than the temperature that was problem. Last night, he'd killed a man and now. He swallowed hard. It hadn't been planned. He'd been at Dollar Niche, trying to find more files that matched the copies of the ones Hugh had given him the night before. Supposedly, Eddie Perroni was on his way to Chicago with Hugh, so Nate had let his guard down. When Eddie walked in, he'd reacted instinctively, pulling his gun. A fight ensued, and he'd ended up shooting Perroni. That was when he'd panicked. He'd dragged Eddie down the stairs and dropped him in a dumpster before running. It had been a stupid move, but it was too late for regrets. Damn. He'd really hoped to impress Aldi with this job. The man was moving steadily upward, and he'd thought to secure a place within Aldi's organization by thoroughly investigating Dollar Niche. Now he didn't know what to do. Aldi didn't like messy endings, and a dead body was messy. Once Nate realized this, he'd gone back thinking to remove Perroni from the dumpster and dropping the body in the middle of the desert. But the cops were already there, the alley filled with flashing lights, people swarming all over. How they found the body he didn't know. Had someone seen him dumping Eddie or heard the fight? The building and alley had appeared deserted, but you never knew. All it took was one person peering out between the slats of a blind. Here's your drink. The bartender set a shot of whiskey in front of him. Anything else? No. Nate shoved some money at the man, keeping his head ducked down. Keep the change. Thanks. The man walked away, and Nate hazarded a look around. It was a small bar, not too seedy, but not too fancy either. Just an ordinary bar where people might stop by for a quick drink. No one was paying him any attention, and he intended to keep it that way. Nate tried to steady his hand as he picked up his whiskey and gulped the drink. It burned as it slid down his throat and settled in his belly. A little alcohol induced courage. That's what he needed to help him plan his next move. When he'd seen all the commotion outside Dollar Niche, he'd driven away, functioning on autopilot. His only thought had been to put as much room as possible between himself and the crime scene. As a matter of fact, he'd driven all night, and was now found himself in this little town just south of the Mexican border. He knew he should call Aldi and tell him what had happened, but he hesitated, not wanting to face the man's wrath. He could almost hear the man's voice, so cold and raspy, even more chilling since that freak dog attack. A dead body is a messy ending, Nate, and you know I don't like messy endings. Nor do like dead bodies. They tell too many tales and lead straight back to their killers. This is not good, Nate. I am seriously displeased. Oh God, what a mess. Damn Paranormal for coming back early. One little slip-up and Nate Graham, private investigator's whole career was down the tubes. He pushed back his hair, then held his head up with his hand, the other clenching and unclenching around the shot of whiskey. What was worse? The police discovering he'd committed murder or being on Aldi's blacklist. Neither choice was appealing. He peered around the room again. Everything was quiet. The bartender was wiping glasses. Several locals sat around a table near the window laughing. Outside, people walked down the sidewalks, their arms laden with purchases. Normal life. Perhaps he should just stay in Mexico, get lost in the crowds. There was still some money in his account and more due to him. Aldi was supposed to be forwarding it, and he could live on the sum for a while. Nate took another gulp of whiskey and set the glass down carefully. Okay, that was his plan. He'd get his money and then disappear in Mexico. When things calmed down, then he'd head back home. Chapter 22, Franklin stared out the window, barely noting the scenery that flashed by. He was too busy wondering what might be happening at Aldrich's penthouse. The thought of Miss Cassie in the hands of that man gave him the chills. He knew all too well what the lawyer was capable of, having done his research on the man over the past 3 years. Learning everything you could about your enemy had always been rule number 1. I can't believe we missed them. Meredith grumbled from her seat beside him in the back of the taxi, her knuckles white from the tight grip she had on the edge of the seat. The vehicle was weaving back and forth as the driver changed lanes rapidly, having taken the instruction to step on it to heart. These things happen, Franklin soothed, his fingers beating a rapid pattern on the armrest and belying his outward calm. We just have to change our plans a little. At least we know where Cassie was headed. It was a stroke of luck to overhear those 2 women in the lobby talking about a Cassie and a Bryan. Odds on it being another couple are pretty slim. Meredith preened slightly, obviously pleased that she'd been the one to find that clue. And the fact that they mentioned Aldrich's penthouse was a dead giveaway. Franklin added in a dry tone, suppressing a chuckle as Meredith shot him a dirty look. Teasing her was second nature. He was the practical one, and she leaned towards Flighty, always needing to be restrained from rushing into situations. Oh well, that's probably why they'd been such good partners, playing off each other's strengths. We'll reconnoiter the area first and see if we can find any evidence that Cassie is somewhere near the building. Meredith stated their first move, her whole body appearing tense and ready for action. Franklin nodded. And if not, we'll go inside and find her. Will we still use the IRS cover? He rubbed his chin. Perhaps. Or I could go in as myself. There have been a few occasions when I've had cause to visit Aldrich there, though I've never just dropped in. The man might be suspicious. We'll have to play it by ear. Assess the situation, and then when we see an opportunity, run with it. Meredith nodded and settled back against the seats. Franklin only half listened as she chatted away, knowing it was her way of relieving stress. The familiar rise and fall of her voice soothed him as well. This was what was missing from retirement. The adrenaline rush of working a case, making split-second decisions, living by one's wits. He smiled at the memories, then sighed. He was too old to go back in the business full-time, but life at the estate was too quiet. Perhaps once Miss Cassie was back, his thoughts were interrupted by Meredith's elbow jabbing him in the ribs. Are you listening to me, Franklin? Of course. He lied glibly. Then what was I saying? She swatted him lightly. I was talking about Neda's arthritis and how much better it is lately. As a matter of fact, once we've rescued Miss Cassie, I am considering moving back here. Really? Franklin folded his arms and considered the possibility. Maybe he and Meredith could start their own business. He chuckled at the frivolous thought. They'd be lucky if they survived their upcoming encounter with Aldrich. Time enough to think about the future once this mission was over. Air shimmered around her as Cassie began to teleport from the alley to the room she'd seen in the photograph of Kellen. She'd been picturing it in her head over and over again, nervous at the thought of traveling so far simply using the power of thought. While her head knew she'd be able to do it, a small bit of doubt had lingered, making her insides quiver and her palms sweat as she waited for the right moment to act. Sure, she'd put on a pretty good show for the others, but the truth was, inside she was a mess. What if there was someone in the room besides Kellen when she got there? Ryan said if that was the case, she was to leave immediately, but would she be able to teleport twice in such a short time? It was a physically and mentally draining process, though she hadn't shared that fact with the others. Thankfully, if the alphas sensed her discomfort, they hadn't said anything. She instinctively knew Bryan was aware of the state she was in. That strange connection that linked them together appeared to be working overtime lately. He was concerned for her, but at the same time confident that she could do the job. His kiss had provided further comfort, letting her know he cared about her. The feel of his lips moving over hers, his tongue stroking hers, had filled her with warmth and desire. She loved the sensation of his hands on her, pressing their bodies closer together. To know that someone wanted her, all of her, including the wolf inside, was a heady thing given the fact that she'd envisioned a life alone. When she was with Bryan, she felt secure and had a sense of belonging such as she'd never experienced before. It had been all she could do to let him go and not throw herself after him. Instead, she'd gathered some self-restraint and allowed him to leave while the wolf inside her had whined plaintively. Knowing she had a job to do, she pushed the encounter aside, or at least to the back burner, and focused on teleporting. Kane's instructions from the previous day, while irritating when repeated ad nauseum, were helpful, and she went through the steps he suggested until the energy inside her began to coalesce and shift, filling her with a strange, vibrating sensation, as if every molecule of her body were alive. A buzzing sound filled her ears, and then the alley seemed to disappear. Now that she was actually doing it, teleporting across a distance, a certain thrill rushed over her, followed by an enormous crashing sensation as she seemed to thump down onto the ground as if dropped from a height of a few feet or so. The shock of the sudden stop and change of venue almost had her crumpling to the ground. Vaguely, she was aware of the room around her, the fact that she was no longer outside in the cold, but mostly she was focused on her rubbery knees and swimming head. Putting out her hand, she steadied herself against the wall while waiting for the room to right itself. It was only a small moment of weakness, but Cassie cursed herself for it anyway. What if someone had been in the room? In the time she took to recuperate, they could have grabbed her. She tightened her jaw and resolved that, if she survived this escapade, she'd practice until teleporting came as naturally to her as walking. Once she felt more stable, she started scanning her surroundings. Breathing a sigh of relief, she noted the room was indeed empty, except for a figure slumped in a chair, Kellen. Pushing off from the wall, Cassie made her way over to him, prepared to tell him to be quiet, however it wasn't necessary. His eyes were closed and his face was pale. He seemed to be unconscious. She crouched beside him and covered his mouth with her hand just in case, then gave his shoulder a gentle shake. He mumbled, his lashes fluttered, but that was all the response she managed to induce. Cassie bit her lip, her heart pounding, her stomach clenching. Something was wrong with him, but what? She scanned him visually, then pulled his sleeves up. Needle marks were evident on his arm, and a slight chemical smell permeated the room. Damn, he'd been drugged. There'd be no help from him if things took a turn for the worse. His face looked slightly better than it had in the original picture she'd seen of him, but... Gently, she ran her hands over his body, then his skull, biting back a whimper of fear when she encountered a large, damp lump on the side of his head. As she withdrew her hand from his hair, her fingers were red and sticky with blood. Oh God! A long-ago scene flashed before her eyes, her uncle lying on the ground with a trickle of blood easing across his forehead. Mr. Aldrich gasping for breath as blood gushed from his throat. Cassie shook her head and forced down the bile that rose in her throat. Kellen's injury might not be that serious. Head wounds were notorious for bleeding. The thought brought her little comfort when he was slumped and unresponsive beside her, though. Frantically, she looked around the room, wishing she could just call for help, but knowing it wasn't an option. There was no phone in the room, of course, and the only people in the penthouse were likely those responsible for the damage to begin with. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she wiped the blood from her hand on her pant leg, then cupped Kellen's face in what she hoped was a comforting gesture. She whispered to him urgently, "Hang on, Kellen. I'll get help for you as soon as I can. My pack. Or friends are waiting downstairs. As soon as they get here, I'll call for help." She waited a moment, but Kellen made no response. Fighting off a feeling of despair, she straightened and headed for the door, opening it a crack and peering out. All was quiet. Mentally going over the map of the penthouse that Daniel had provided, she slipped out of the room and began to move down the hallway. This particular area of the penthouse seemed extremely cool and quiet, almost tomb-like, she thought, the thick carpeting muffling the sound of her footsteps. Pale off-white walls created an almost clinical atmosphere, while a few modern paintings, hung at evenly spaced intervals, added jarring splashes of color. Cassie was sure it was all very upscale, but far from welcoming, and she wondered how anyone could live in such a sterile atmosphere. 3 doors down, she was at what was supposed to be the main security room. She pressed herself against the wall, her heart pounding with the fear of being discovered, but at the same time filled with a strange sense of déjà vu. This was so like what she'd done as a youngster, sneaking around her uncle's house, spying on him and the servants. In a way, it was thrilling to feel the adrenaline rush, the hint of danger. For so long her life had been dull and mundane that she'd forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Forcing herself to breathe calmly, she slowed the thundering of her heart and tried to listen carefully, scenting the air as Bryan had done. The faintest of mechanical whirring met her ears, and she identified it as probably a computer. The scents, however, she frowned, trying to sort through them. A myriad of them drifted past: food, cleaning products, leather. Several humans were in the apartment, and one werewolf too. That must be Marla, she thought to herself. Unable to gather any more information, she resorted to her tried and true human techniques, crouching down to press an eye to the slight gap between the door and the frame. What she could see of the room was filled with gadgets, banks of surveillance screens, buttons and switches. Definitely the main security room, just as Daniel's plans had indicated. Unfortunately, there was a man inside the room too. Damn. She'd have to get him out of the room or distract him somehow. He seemed intent on studying the computer screen. Perhaps. Scanning the hallway, she noted a small nook just a few feet away. A large floor vase, filled with decorative grasses, was nestled in it. Well, it worked on Bryan. Without a sound, she removed the vase's contents and laid them on the ground. Then she picked the vase up and pushed the security room's door open with the tip of her toe. It creaked lightly as it swung inward, the sound seeming as loud as a gunshot in the quiet hallway. Her muscles tensed as she readied for whatever might happen. Seconds ticked by and she held her breath, ears straining to catch the sound of the man approaching the door to investigate what had caused it to move. Nerves made her palms wet with sweat, and she held the vase even tighter, worried it might slip from her hands. More time passed and still nothing. Exhaling slowly, she frowned in puzzlement, having expected the man to come bursting out of the room. Lowering her arms, she cautiously looked inside again. The man hadn't moved. He was still intent on the computer screen. What held his attention so raptly? She squinted, trying to get a closer look, then bit back a gasp. A porno flick. Cassie rolled her eyes in disgust and shook her head. So much for the fear of being discovered. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her grip on the vase and walked boldly into the room. Giving the man no time to react or even turn around, she brought the vase down on his head. It made a satisfying crashing sound, and the man slumped over in his chair with only the slightest cry. Realizing the noise might have alerted someone, she pushed the man out of the way and went to work on the keyboard. Following the instructions given her, she turned off the security system and established a link with Daniel's computer, so he could purge Aldrich's files of anything related to werewolves. In seconds, an IM appeared on the screen. Daniel would call Ryan and inform him the security was deactivated, then start working his way through Aldrich's computer system. Feeling relieved that her part was done, Cassie turned and hurried back to the room where Kellen was. Shed agreed to wait there until the others had taken care of Marla and Aldrich. A smile spread across her face. It should be smooth sailing now. Bryan sat huddled beside a minivan, trying to relax his clenched muscles. He'd managed to make his way into the parking garage by sneaking in alongside a car. Then once inside, he'd located the surveillance cameras that were pointed at the entrance and put them out of commission. Finally, he jimmied open a side door to the parking garage, allowing Ryan and Kane inside. The entire time, he'd been expecting someone to notice the cameras at the entrance weren't working. But as the minutes ticked by and no one arrived to investigate, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, despite Aldrich's purported vigilance, it seemed that not everyone was on the ball. Now hidden, the three of them awaited a call from Daniel, telling them the security had been deactivated. Once that happened, they'd use the elevator and invade the penthouse. The waiting was killing him, knowing Cassie was upstairs by herself. What if she encountered Aldrich or Marla? Shed have no defenses against either of them. He paused, frowning, then changed his line of thought. Actually, when he'd been grappling with her in his motel room in Vegas, Shed done pretty well for a supposed poor, little rich girl. If he wasn't a werewolf, he'd still have a lump on his head and tender muscles from where Shed kicked him. So perhaps she wasn't completely defenseless, but he'd still feel better once he was in the penthouse watching over her. A faint buzzing interrupted his musings. Ryan flipped open his cell phone, murmured a greeting, grunted in approval, and then quickly hung up. She's done it. Ryan's crooked grin conveyed his approval of Cassie, and Bryan felt a flash of pride that Shed not only completed her part of the job, but managed to impress his alpha as well. Kane slowly raised himself up and peered around the garage. No one's about. Let's head to the elevator. Silently, keeping low and darting from car to car, they made their way to the private elevator that serviced the penthouse. A faint noise was coming from that direction, and Kane put out his hand, gesturing for them to stay back. A quick peek revealed the cover was off the control panel, and someone was working on it. The three men shot each other looks of dismay and frustration. What the hell's going on? Ryan hissed the question as he hunkered down behind a limo. I don't know, but I'll take care of it. Kane moved to leave, but Ryan stayed him with a hand on his arm. Better let me. You haven't done this type of thing in a while. Ryan started to stand, but Kane glared at him. No. I said I'd take care of it. Bryan rolled his eyes. I don't care who takes care of that joker. Let's just get it over and done with. He stood up. I'll distract the guy while one of you, and I don't care who, sneaks around behind him. Without waiting, Bryan strolled out of their hiding spot. There was a brief pause behind him, then the sound of movement. He gave a nod, thankful personalities hadn't got in the way, and then moved ahead. Excuse me. Bryan stepped up to the man working on the elevator, using a faintly accusatory tone of voice. Always act like you belong, even if you don't. He repeated the rule to himself and raised his chin, ensuring his stance was wide and authoritative. What's going on here? The man jerked back, banged his head on the panel door, swore, and dropped the tool he'd been using on the ground. A metallic ring echoed through the parking garage. Turning around, he looked at Bryan, the scent of nervousness wafting out of him. I was just trying to fix the elevator. I had a report that it was malfunctioning. Let me see your work order. Bryan held out his hand and raised an eyebrow, his look demanding compliance. The guy was definitely feeling guilty about something, and Bryan planned to use the fact to his advantage. Work order. Well, The man stammered and shifted uneasily, darting his eyes around as if searching for an answer. You say. I was just doing this as a favor for the guy who owns the penthouse. A favor. Do you realize the servicing of an elevator can only be done by a qualified repairman? You shouldn't even be opening the panel. What's your name? Bryan pulled out his cell phone as if he was going to call in a report. It's Jeffries, but... The fellow huffed and threw his hands out to his side. Listen, I don't want any trouble too bad, because trouble just found you. Bryan looked pointedly over Jeffries' shoulder. Jeffries turned and met Kane's fist. The man slid to the ground in an unconscious heap. Shaking his hand as if trying to remove the sting, Kane grinned. Damn, but that felt good. It's been ages since I've had a chance to hit someone. A chuckle came from the side, and they both turned to see Ryan lounging against the wall, one ankle crossed over the other, his thumbs hooked in his belt loops. Nice to see that parenthood hasn't turned you into a complete wuss. He smirked before pushing off from the wall and wandering over. Kane growled, Just wait until you're faced with your first dirty diaper, bro. I want to be there to see that. Bryan interrupted before they could start with the barbed comments again. I'll drag this guy into that little room over there and take his wallet. It'll look like a mugging. You two take care of the elevator. Ryan raised his eyebrow, and Bryan realized he was stepping out of line, ordering two alphas around. His concern for Cassie was making him forget protocol. If you wouldn't mind, that is. He added a qualifier to his earlier demand, and Ryan nodded in acknowledgement of his implicit apology. Rubbing his chin, Ryan studied the control panel. I don't know, Bryan. I work on cars, not elevators. What's the matter, Ryan? Kane asked with mock innocence. Been stuck in Stump River so long that you can't handle a machine fancier than an old farm pickup. Me? This thing is full of electronics. Aren't you the one that studied that? Ryan glared at his brother. Bryan sighed, in no mood for sibling rivalry. Please, just see what you can do. He hefted the man over his shoulder, leaving the two alphas to stare at the elevator and the open control panel. Cassie had managed to free Kellen and ease him to the ground. She'd have liked to have placed him somewhere more comfortable, but the room was devoid of other furniture. At least he looked a bit more comfortable than he had with his arms bound behind him. Sighing, she brushed his hair from his forehead and stared at his face. Her exact feelings for him were mixed. He'd been a good friend to her at a time when Shed had no one, and for that reason, she hoped he'd be okay. But the stunt he'd pulled, planning to hand her over in exchange for money, even if he hadn't really meant to carry it through, had damaged her faith in him. While she still cared for him, it was with a certain wariness now. Kellen might not be able to control his addiction to gambling, and she felt sorry for him, but he was accountable for his actions. If they were ever lucky enough to get out of this, she was giving him an ultimatum. What he chose to do with it. Well, that would tell the story, wouldn't it? Glancing up, she checked the door again. Shed jammed the chair under the handle, not thinking it would stop anyone who was really determined to get in, but it might slow them down. Exactly what the benefit of that was, she didn't know. It wasn't as if she had a means of escape. Well, she could teleport out, but that would mean leaving Kellen behind, which sort of defeated the whole purpose of the plan in the first place. Sitting on the floor, she leaned her back against the wall, keeping one hand on Kellen's shoulder, just in case he could sense her presence. She leaned her head back as well, and then began contemplating what might happen in the next few weeks if she managed to survive today. Originally, Shed planned on rescuing Kellen and then disappearing, but now she wasn't so sure. Did she really want to leave Bryan behind and never see him again? The wolf inside her whined at the very idea, and for once she was in agreement with the animal. Strange, but it was sort of nice to be on the same wavelength for a change. Tentatively, she connected to the creature, allowing its emotions to flow and mingle with her own as she thought about Bryan. Her breath caught in her throat at the depth of feeling the creature had for Bryan's wolf. The poor thing was devastated by the thought of being separated from its mate. Cassie felt a tear prick her eye as the animal's emotions became clearer to her. Sorrow, despair, frustration. For years, her wolf had felt rejected and alone, rather like a puppy that just wanted its owner to notice and give approval. The silly thing was thumping its tail with joy over the fact that she was now actually giving it the time of day. A smile spread over her face at the excitement she felt growing within her, a sense of unity as if a missing part had suddenly been found. A soft laugh escaped her. The wolf wanted out to play. In her mind's eye, she could see it with its front end down and its rear end up, tongue lolling out of the corner of its mouth as it quivered in anticipation of being set free for a good romp. Cassie felt a faint thrill herself at the idea. She hadn't played or had any real fun in ages. Perhaps when this was all over, they could find a park somewhere and... The sound of the door handle turning caught her attention, and both she and the wolf within stiffened, alert to the possible approach of danger. It could be Bryan here to rescue her. Cassie bit her lip and sniffed, trying to search the air for a familiar scent. She wasn't too good at this yet, but it didn't appear that Bryan was anywhere nearby. She was sure she'd be able to detect him if he was. She shifted her feet under her so that she was crouched, ready to move. Whoever was trying to get in pushed at the door, then murmured something in an angry tone. There was a pause and then a loud bang as something, possibly a shoulder, hit the door. The wooden panel reverberated, but held strong. Another strike, and then a splintering sound filled the room. Cassie leapt to her feet and started to back up, her heart pounding, her eyes fixed on the door. What should she do? Leave Kellen and save herself? She shook her head. There was no way she could do that, but what other course of action did she have? Quickly she scanned the room, but it was bare of anything that even vaguely resembled a weapon. Whoever was responsible for holding Kellen here knew what they were doing. Another hit shook the door, and the frame pulled free. Beefy fingertips appeared around the edge, gripped the wood, and then the door was moved out of the way to admit Hugh and a middle-aged man who looked vaguely familiar. Hugh stepped to the side, and the man came forward. Cassie bit back a gasp of surprise. It was Mr. Aldrich, her uncle's lawyer. Bryan had been right, Ryan hadn't killed him. She eyed the silk scarf tied around his throat and thought back to the gaping wound she'd seen there 3 years earlier. What scars might that bit of cloth be hiding? Ah, Miss Cassandra. How nice to finally meet face to face, though I must admit your presence here is a trifle puzzling. Aldrich looked curiously around the room, then back down the hallway. Hugh, go find Swanson and see if you can figure out how she managed to breach my security. Hugh left without a sound. Mr. Aldrich put his hands behind his back, rocking slightly on his heels as he looked her up and down. I must say, you haven't changed much over the years. Of course, I only know you through a picture we found at the estate. It was strange that your uncle never introduced us despite all the occasions that I was at the house. He cocked his head. Any idea why Mr. Greyson was so cautious about revealing your existence? Cassie shook her head, unsure where the conversation was leading. I've theorized over the fact. Would you mind if I share my musings? He quirked an eyebrow, but when she didn't respond, he continued. I think it's because he was hiding you from the world, perhaps. She shrugged and forced herself to leave her hands still at her side, rather than twisting them nervously. Pursing his lips, Mr. Aldrich shook his head. But it doesn't quite fit. I know the rich do take extreme precautions with their children, but Mr. Greyson seemed to go above and beyond. I think there was an added reason, don't you? Cassie swallowed nervously. There was something about the man that gave her the creeps. His eyes were too cold, his voice too smooth. She took a half step backwards. Still not talking. Well, I'll tell you my theory. Greyson hid you because you're a werewolf. Her eyes flared wide, despite her wishes, and Aldrich chuckled. You're surprised that I know. You shouldn't be. I was there that night. I heard him tell the other werewolf about you just before I was attacked. I thought you died that night. Why she felt compelled to share that tidbit of information she didn't know. I almost did. He reached up and loosened the scarf around his neck, then undid his collar and pulled his shirt open. Some type of breathing tube came into view, but that wasn't what drew the gasp from her lips. It was the appearance of the skin around it, horribly disfigured with scars from numerous stitches crisscrossing his jaw and disappearing down towards his chest. I am sorry. The words passed through her numb lips. She knew Ryan had attacked him, but the fact that Aldrich had lived had somehow lessened the event in her mind. Now it all came rushing back to her. The growling, the blood, Aldrich's screams as long, sharp teeth ripped at his flesh. The damage inflicted had been severe. She grimaced as the reality of how fierce a werewolf could be came into shocking clarity once again. When she was around Bryan, she forgot that. Frowning, she considered the point. Aldrich inclined his head. Thank you. If it wasn't for Franklin, Franklin was there. She looked up in surprise, his words jolting her from her dark thoughts. Aldrich narrowed his eyes and seemed to be studying her for a moment before he replied. Why, yes. Yes, he was. He came looking for your uncle. Unfortunately, it was too late for Mr. Greyson, but Franklin summoned help and saved me. I am very grateful to the man and tell him so whenever I see him. He's still alive. Do you see him often? Cassie took a half step forward, eager for news about the man who had been more of a family member to her than a servant. Yes. And the cook, Mrs. Teasdale, I believe, is still there as well. They'll be delighted to have you back home to fuss over. For a moment, Cassie forgot everything else that was going on as memories of the two servants flooded her mind. Making Christmas cookies in the vast estate kitchen, finding Easter eggs with Franklin at her side holding the basket, birthday parties where they'd all worn silly hats, picnics at the beach. She blinked, tears threatening at the thought of seeing Franklin and Cook again. They were still alive. She could picture them moving about the house, cooking and fussing. I'll take you to them right now if you want. Aldrich smiled at her and extended his hand. My secretary, Miss Matthews, will summon my chauffeur, and we can be on our way in a matter of minutes. Chapter 23. Mel and Elise peered out of the taxi window at the high rise across the street. It was an impressive structure, rising some 40 floors, rivaled by few other buildings in the area. Wow. Aldrich has really moved up in the world, Mel said as she fished some money out of her purse and handed it to the driver. His law office was impressive, but this place is amazing. It must have cost him a fortune. Are you sure we should do this? Elise bit her lip and looked at her, a worried frown marring her brow. Yes, we most definitely should do this. We're not sitting at the motel twiddling our thumbs. Our men are up there and they might need us. She nudged Elise to get her to open the door and climb out. Mel followed and the taxi drove off, leaving them on the busy sidewalk. Elise looked around at all the people hurrying up and down the sidewalk. She was jostled to one side by an impatient businessman who was talking on his cell phone and obviously not watching where he was heading. Where is everyone going in such a hurry? Mel grabbed her arm and pulled her to stand by a mailbox. It offered some semblance of safety as the crowds parted to walk around it. To work, to appointments, who knows? Chicago is a lot different than Smythston or Stump River. You can say that again. I am not used to so many people in one place. She swiveled her head around once more to stare at the crowd. So, should we just stay here and wait for the men to appear? Or try to find someplace to hide? Well, be kind of conspicuous if we stay by this mailbox very long. True. Mel glanced around and then grinned. I thought I remembered one being in this neighborhood. One what? A coffee shop. It's my favorite chain. Well, sit there and keep an eye on what's happening over here. If the boys need us, we're close at hand. Elise winced. Kane will be furious if he finds out I'm here. And Ryan will be royally pissed off too. Mel giggled. You like making him angry. Well, not exactly. But the making up part is well worth it. She winked and grinned. Elise stifled a laugh, her eyes dancing merrily. Sounds like fun. She sighed quietly and sobered. Kane and I don't have too many disagreements. Lately, it's usually me trying to cajole him out of a mood, when pack business gets too intense. Our pack's still small, So that hasn't happened yet, thank heaven. Lucky you. Elise sounded a bit wistful, and Mel looked at her carefully. Trouble in paradise. Elise shrugged. Not really. It's like I said at dinner the other night. Kane has a lot of demands on his time. He tries to make sure we have time together, but it's not always possible. And when he's free, I am often busy with the kids. It's different now that we have a family. Mel made a non-committal sound and rubbed her swollen belly, wondering how parenthood might change her relationship with Ryan. She hadn't thought much about it, still caught up with her other recent discovery. You know, we've been here a whole day, and I haven't even met Kane yet. Mel let her voice trail off and bit her lip. Could it be that Kane was purposely avoiding her? Did he somehow sense that she was? She gave her head an imperceptible shake. No, that couldn't be it, could it? Elise let out a yelp, then glared over her shoulder at a passerby who had managed to hit her with his briefcase. Come on, let's find a safer place to talk. Mel grabbed her arm and led her towards the coffee shop. Just the thought of caffeine had her almost floating down the sidewalk. You know you can't have any, right? Elise cautioned as they entered. Mel pouted inside. Yeah, but at least I can smell it. Ryan's been a regular beast about guarding my caffeine intake. He hardly allows the rest of the pack to make coffee, thinking it'll break down. Poor dears are limited to 1 pot in the morning, and after that it's uptown to Ruth's. That's the diner in Stump River, where everyone gathers during the day. Elise looked intrigued. I'd like to visit that place someday. It sounds interesting. Well, interesting isn't exactly the word I'd use. More like quirky, I think. Quirky can be good. Elise stood in line and scanned the offerings that were listed on the overhead menu. Unexpectedly, she grabbed Mel's arm. Hey, look at that. They have a decaffeinated coffee. You could probably drink that. Mel looked at the sign and then read the explanation underneath. No caffeine, all natural. Woohoo, that's new since I was last here. I've hit pay dirt. She slung an arm around Elise's shoulders and gave her a hug. If the guys don't need us, how about we spend the rest of the day here, bonding as sisters-in-law? Cassie stared at Aldrich's outstretched hand, half tempted by the idea of seeing Franklin and Cook again. Then the image of a gun in that same hand superimposed itself, a gun that had killed her uncle. But that had been an accident, of course. Hadn't it? She furrowed her brow, trying to recall the events of that night clearly without clouding effects of emotion. Mr. Aldrich had been aiming at the werewolf. It was an act of self-defense. The wolf had been going to attack him. Her own wolf growled at the memory of what had happened, and Cassie pressed a hand to her forehead, confused by the flood of memories and conflicting viewpoints. Who to believe? Who to trust? Her uncle had been a clever man, and he must have trusted Mr. Aldrich, yet Bryan didn't. The sound of pounding feet drew her attention. Hugh was running down the hallway. Mr. Aldrich heard him as well and spun around. The whole security system's been turned off, and Swanson is out like a light on the floor. The elevator's out of commission, too. The big man panted out the message, obviously unused to moving so quickly. Really? Mr. Aldrich half turned and stared at her over his shoulder, his eyes narrowed. You've been a busy girl, Cassandra. I can see that you'd tamper with security. How else would you get in? But why did you disable the elevator? I didn't. Cassie was shocked by the news. If the elevator wasn't working, how would Bryan ever get up here? And what had happened to Mr. Aldrich's pleasant tone of voice? She tightened her jaw, glad she hadn't trusted him just moments before. Apparently, Bryan and his friends had been right. The lawyer wasn't what he tried to make himself out to be. Mr. Aldrich compressed his lips. Never mind. I'll figure out your motive later. He jerked his head towards Hugh. Bring her along. I'll have to reset the security myself, since no one else knows the code. With that, he headed down the hall. Hugh grabbed Cassie's arm, dragging her along behind. She stumbled after him, the feel of his thick, warm fingers pressing against her skin making her shudder. At least no one had seemed to remember. Kellen was unconscious on the floor, so he'd be safe for the moment. After that, well, she didn't have the slightest idea how she'd save him or herself with no backup. Hugh pushed her into the security room, then placed a heavy hand on her shoulder, no doubt as a warning not to try anything. When she attempted to inch away, he dug his fingers into her neck, causing her to freeze in place. The man was big enough to snap her neck without the slightest bit of effort, and she strongly suspected he'd enjoy doing it, too. Resigned for the moment, she focused on Mr. Aldrich, who was already bent over the computer keyboard. He typed something, and a red light started to flash in the corner of the room. "What's that?" Hugh stared at the array of blinking lights in surprise. "Someone's been tiptoeing through my computer system, as well as security." "No hacker, do you, Cassandra?" Mr. Aldrich looked at her suspiciously. She said nothing, hoping Daniel had a way to prevent the man from following a trail that led back to his IP address. They didn't need Mr. Aldrich discovering the pack's location. She had a bad feeling that he wasn't the type of person you wanted showing up unexpectedly on your doorstep. On the floor, the man she'd knocked out earlier groaned. Aldrich nudged him with his foot. "Get up, Swanson. With your training and background, I expected better from you. Explain to me how this little chit of girl took you out." Swanson slowly got to his feet, rubbing the back of his head and then giving it a shake as if trying to clear his mind. He held onto the side of the desk, frowning and swaying slightly. "Damned if I know. I was viewing security tapes when Cassie couldn't help the snort that escaped her lips, and Aldrich shot a look at her. Something to say, Cassandra." She hesitated, then shrugged. Creating dissent amongst the enemy was supposed to be a good strategy. He was watching a porno flick and didn't even notice me coming up behind him. "Really?" Aldrich swung his gaze back to Swanson. "We'll be having a talk, Swanson, once I've dealt with Miss Greyson." Swanson paled and opened his mouth, but Hugh interrupted. "Mr. Aldrich, look at this." Hugh pointed to one of several screens that apparently broadcast the views from the security cameras. Cassie bit back a gasp. It showed Bryan, Kane, and Ryan running up a set of stairs. Someone's coming up the interior fire escape route. By the time Aldrich had moved closer to the small screen, they were gone. He flipped a switch and another camera took over, catching the men as they rounded another flight. Aldrich studied the image for a moment and then swore. "Damn. It's him." "Who?" Hugh frowned. "Never mind." Mr. Aldrich touched the scarf around his neck, looking decidedly nervous. "Hugh and Swanson, I need you to slow down our unexpected company." Swanson made to move, but Hugh didn't budge. Instead, he pressed Mr. Aldrich for more information. "I don't go head-to-head with 3 men unless I know something about them. They're here to take Cassandra." "Really? And why is that?" Hugh flicked his gaze at Mr. Aldrich and then focused back on Cassie, turning her so he could see her face. Cassie bit her lip, wishing she could say they were her pack, but she remembered the keeping and held back. "Damn," she thought to herself, "I am barely a werewolf and I am already thinking about the rules. They're my friends. I am going to give them a cut of my inheritance." Mr. Aldrich gave an evil smile, seeming to know full well what she longed to say. "See, Hugh. Simply men trying to get their hands on her money. So what's my percentage?" Hugh studied Mr. Aldrich again. "I said it'd help you, but you never gave me a number." The lawyer narrowed his eyes, obviously tiring of the wordplay. "Once you've dealt with the intruders, we'll talk money. If he's getting a raise, I want one too." Swanson spoke up. "After your earlier performance, y'all be lucky to have a job, Swanson. Now both of you go and get rid of those men before they're knocking on my door." Hugh nodded. "What do you want me to do with her?" He shook Cassie slightly. "I'll deal with her. Just go and make sure those men don't make it up here." Swanson said nothing, but he gave Cassie a dirty look when he passed by, and she shivered at the hatred she saw there. Maybe ratting on him hadn't been a good idea. Hugh left as well, looking a little too pleased with his job for Cassie's peace of mind. She hoped the Bryan and the alphas would be all right. Nervously, she brought her gaze back to the screen, wondering what floor the men might be on. Climbing 40 stories would be exhausting. Would they have any energy left to fight? And it would be in a stairwell, which seemed a more dangerous venue to her. Images of Bryan falling down several flights of stairs, his limbs twisted and broken, filled her mind. Cassie fisted her hands, wishing there was something she could do to help him, but what? She was too far away to do anything. There was no way to warn them that Hugh and Swanson were coming. She sighed in frustration. God, she hated standing around like some pathetic character in a romance novel. Her eyes flashed around the room, looking for something, anything to do. There was just herself and Aldrich. Cassie looked at the man before her. He was just an average build, graying. Surely he couldn't be that strong. And she was a werewolf, wasn't she? That must give her some advantage. She had knocked out the security guard, and her uncle had enrolled her in several self-defense courses. Maybe it was time to put them to good use. She licked her lips and shifted her weight to the balls of her feet. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Cassandra. Aldrich turned slowly to face her and casually withdrew a gun from the pocket of his jacket. You might be a werewolf, but I think a bullet at this close range would slow you down considerably, don't you? Oh, and by the way, I am an excellent shot. Marksman class. He smiled politely at her, and Cassie eased her weight back. Okay, so attacking him wasn't an option. Aldrich cocked his head to the side and considered her. You have the look of someone who could be impulsive, and we can't have that now, can we? He opened up another drawer and rummaged around, then pulled out a roll of tape and held it up triumphantly. Just the thing to keep you line. Turn around, please, hands behind your back. Cassie hesitated, and Aldrich tutted in obvious annoyance. Come, we don't have much time. If you don't cooperate, I'll be obliged to knock you out. Which would you prefer? He raised an eyebrow, his face bland and matter-of-fact. Realizing she'd rather be bound than unconscious, Cassie slowly turned, her mind racing. He couldn't tape her hands together with a gun in his hand, could he? As she stood with her back to him, she listened carefully. There was slightly rustling of cloth, then the ripping sound of tape being pulled from a roll. Was the gun in his hand, or had he placed it in his pocket or waistband? She hesitated for a moment, then decided to chance it. Kicking backwards, her foot made contact with some portion of his anatomy. He gave a loud oomph, and she took off running. Unfortunately, it was a short run, for as soon as she turned the corner, she encountered a security door. She tugged at the handle, growling in frustration when she realized it was palm print activated. Whirling around, she came up short. Aldrich was behind her, looking extremely displeased and holding the gun leveled at her chest. Did no one ever teach you how to play nicely? His raspy voice was deceptively mild as he stepped closer. Cassie felt her eyes widen as he reached up with his hand. Was he going to strike her? She braced herself to endure the blow, but rather than hitting her, he grabbed her ponytail and used it to twist her around until her neck was bent at an uncomfortable angle. Now hold still this time, or I will use the butt of this gun knock you out. She whimpered as he yanked her hair even harder. Hands behind your back. Cassie complied, and he thrust a piece of tape into her palm. Hold the end. While she gripped the end of the piece of tape, he wrapped the rest around her wrists using just his one hand. Once her wrists were secured to his satisfaction, he released her hair. Very good. It's likely that Swanson and Hugh will only be able to slow them down for so long, so please move along quickly. He reached around her, pressed his hand to the sensor on the door, and it swung open. Gesturing with the gun, he urged her ahead of him. Turn to your left and proceed to the main living room. Cassie did as she was told, her feet sinking into lush carpeting as she moved deeper into the apartment. She looked around, taking in her surroundings and searching for anything that might help her escape. The decor was as cold and unwelcoming as the back rooms had been. Ultra-modern, no doubt expensive, but lacking in any personal, homey touches. How could someone live in such a sterile environment? Behind her, she could hear Mr. Aldrich breathing, a faint wheezing sound occurring with each breath he took. He seemed as cold and unemotional as his home. Well, that wasn't strictly true. The man was scared. She could smell the fear coming off him. Strange how she was able to identify that. Perhaps it was her wolf's doing. But his outward appearance and manner led one to believe he remained calmly in control. She supposed that was what made him such a good lawyer, and why her uncle had employed him. She glanced over her shoulder at him, wondering what his plan was. Almost as if he could read her mind, he answered her question. I am well prepared for events such as this. If your pack mates, and I assume that's who they are, thought to take me by surprise, they're sadly mistaken. In the event of a security breach such as the one they're attempting, there's a silent alarm, which summons a helicopter. It will land on the rooftop patio and whisk me away to safety. Her stomach dropped. Did Aldrich mean to take her along with him? And if he did, once she was in the helicopter, how would Bryan be able to find her? Bryan led the way up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. It was quite a climb, and he could feel the sweat dampening his body, trickling down the indent of his spine and dampening his waistband. His leg muscles were starting to protest, too. As he reached yet another landing, he looked up, but could only see more and more flights of stairs. There was no end in sight. Behind him, he could hear the panting breaths of the 2 alphas. How many more floors to go? Ryan paused for a moment, leaning his back against the wall and then sliding down to sit on the floor. I lost count, Kane admitted, also stopping. He bent over and braced his arms on the railing, then rested his head on them. A few too many hours at the Broken Antler, Ryan. Bryan teased through his heavy breathing. He was tired as well, but not as much as the alphas. Ryan shot him a dirty look. I can still whip your butt with one hand tied behind my back, pup. True. Bryan conceded the point, having no wish to challenge Ryan. While he himself might have the physical endurance due to his strict training regimen, Ryan was the strategist whose cunning and quick moves allowed him to outmaneuver almost any opponent. Besides being alpha wasn't in his plans, he enjoyed his beta position too much. Was that light on before? Kane had raised his head to watch their good-natured sparring, but now his eyes were fixed on a camera mounted in the upper corner of the stairwell. Damn! Bryan started moving even as he spoke. Someone's turned the security system back, on which means Cassie's probably been discovered. He forced himself to move faster, paying no attention to whether or not the alphas were keeping up. A feeling that something was definitely wrong came over him. Cassie was scared, much more so than she'd been earlier. He bounded up the steps, hopping the railing at each landing, rather than taking the extra steps to walk around. His mate needed him, and he wasn't there to defend her. The sound of their pounding feet bounced off the cement walls and echoed through the cavernous space. It was only by chance that Bryan caught the squeak of a door opening somewhere overhead, and then the sound of more footsteps joined the din they were making. Sparing a glance back, he caught the alert looks on Kane and Ryan's faces. They, too, were aware that other persons were now in the stairwell and heading down towards them. Their expressions were grim as they continued to climb upwards. There was no other option, but now they were prepared for a confrontation as well. The footsteps were getting closer, and he could make out 2 voices, though the exact words were muffled and distorted. 2 more flights, possibly 3, and they'd meet up, he judged, coiling his muscles in readiness. He rounded the next corner, and 2 large men came barreling down at him. Heads up, Bryan shouted. Incoming. He bent low and rammed his shoulder into the gut of the first man, using the man's own momentum to help pitch the fellow over his head. Behind him, he heard shouts of surprise from Kane and Ryan. Someone was falling. There were grunts and groans, then the unmistakable sound of flesh hitting flesh. He didn't turn to see what was going on, knowing the 2 alphas would handle the 1 man between them. Instead, he concentrated on the next fellow. Even though he'd only had a brief glimpse of him outside Cassie's house, he knew it was Hugh. Not that names mattered, he thought as he tackled the man. Unfortunately, he didn't have the element of surprise that he did with the first. Hugh was ready for him and threw him sideways over the railing. Air rushed out of his lungs as his body slammed into the stairs, the edges digging into his flesh with bruising force, then raking his skin as he slid down a few steps before being able to gain a hold. Every bone in his back protested the treatment, and a string of swear words ripped from his throat, followed by a snarl as his wolf threatened to take over. He rolled over and got to his knees, only to have his head snap back when a kick landed in his face. It drove him backwards, and he hit the wall hard, his head bouncing off the cement bricks. A coppery taste filled his mouth, and he spit out blood before wiping his face with the back of his hand. Giving no thought to his throbbing head, Bryan took a deep breath and launched himself forwards again. Hugh was in the process of climbing down towards him when Bryan grabbed him by the knees, knocking the man backwards. They fell as one with Hugh on the bottom, providing a bit of a cushion from the impact. Bryan's already sore body whispered its thanks. He pushed off the man and grabbed the railing to steady himself as he attempted to regain his balance. Everything was swimming around him, and he blinked trying to clear his eyes. A groan escaped Hugh, and Bryan turned towards the noise. 2 and sometimes 3 images of Hugh came in and out of focus before him. Wasting no time to strategize, Bryan simply staggered forward and grabbed at the middle figure, which luckily enough was the real Hugh. Closing his eyes, he let his other senses lead him, drawing his arm back and swinging with all his might. He was rewarded with the jarring feeling of his fist connecting with bone and opened his eyes in time to see Hugh's head snap back, his eyes roll upward, and then his whole body falling limply to the ground. Bryan flexed his fingers and gave his head another shake, pleased his vision was already clearing. He glanced around to see how the others were doing, and saw Cain and Ryan were climbing over the body of the other man. Both looked slightly the worse for wear, but pleased with themselves at the same time. "You two all right?" His eyes sought Ryan's, and then Cain's even as he prepared to start climbing again. "Piece of cake." Ryan pushed the hair from his eyes, only wincing slightly as he touched a large bump on his forehead. "Except for the fact that when you pitched the guy over your shoulder, he hit me like I was a bowling pin in an alley. Knocked me down a whole flight of stairs. A bit more warning would be helpful next time. I managed to duck." Cain smirked before his face turned serious again. He jerked his head up towards the next flight of stairs. "Keep moving. Something tells me Aldrich isn't just sitting there twiddling his thumbs, waiting for us." Bryan grunted in acknowledgement. The delay the fight caused upping his concern for Cassie even more. Turning, he started running up the stairs again. Marla opened her eyes, feeling disoriented. What was she doing sitting in her office holding her head? She felt strange. Disconnected. As if a part of her was missing. With a shaking hand, she pushed her hair from her face and took a deep breath, trying to regain her equilibrium and recall what was going on. There was a vague recollection of arguing with her wolf, but she got to her feet and carefully walked to her office door. Pulling it open, she frowned. Why was there a light flashing in the hallway? Wasn't that was part of Aldrich's alert system if the building's security was ever breached? There wasn't a security test scheduled for today, was there? Stumbling down the hallway, she made her way to Swanson's room, surprised to find the palm print security panel deactivated. Marla peered down the hallway, but no one was there. Shed only been in the security office a few times and never alone, but Shed studied it carefully enough to understand some of the basic functions. Stepping into the room, she looked around, wondering what was going on. All the systems seemed to be activated. Reaching out, she shut off the irritating flashing lights. They were making her head throb, and began to study the monitors. Movement on one of the surveillance screens caught her attention. It showed Aldrich walking across the living room with someone. She leaned closer to determine who it might be, when out of the periphery of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar face on another screen. Her attention swung that way and she gasped, grabbing the edge of the desk to keep her balance as everything came rushing back to her. Cassandra Greyson, the connection to Ryan, Aldrich's admission of knowing about werewolves, the rigged elevator. And now, oh God, Cain, Ryan, and Ryan's sidekick, Bryan, were running up the stairwell that led to the penthouse. She backed away from the screen and out the door, unable to take her eyes off the men Shed feared for so long. They were coming, and when they found her, Marla turned and ran down the hall as quickly as her wobbly legs would take her. Aldrich was in the main living room. He had to have another escape route. The man was too paranoid to rely solely on an elevator and a set of stairs. It all made sense now. His ridiculous security, the fact that he was almost a recluse. If Shed known it was because of werewolves, Shed never have set her sights on him. It was just too dangerous. Well, however he was leaving, she was going with him. She couldn't be left behind to face those men. Who knew what they had planned for her? We should stay and accept the consequences of our misdeeds. The wolf inside her intoned solemnly. She ignored it and continued to hurry down the hall. We can't run forever. The creature almost sounded forlorn. This is not how we were meant to be. Be quiet, you stupid beast. Just shut up. Marla pressed a hand to her head and tried to force the creature down again, but it was struggling harder than ever before. She rounded the corner and saw Aldrich near the French doors that led to the rooftop terrace. There was a girl, Cassandra Greyson, sitting in a chair close to him. Marla hated her on sight. The girl was the cause of all this. If she hadn't come back, Ryan wouldn't be here. She's one of us. Her own wolf proclaimed. As if I give a damn about that. She hissed back, Leon, they're here. She called out the warning as she crossed the room, holding onto the various pieces of furniture to steady herself. Damn the wolf for interfering. Her own legs didn't even want to obey her. Aldrich spun around, an irritated look on his face. I know that already, Miss Matthews. Where have you been? Sleeping on the job. Or perhaps watching movies. It seems to be the trend today. He looked out the glass doors and seemed to be searching the sky. The helicopter will be here any moment. Marla breathed a sigh of relief. Good. I'll just run and get my purse, and then I'll be ready to go. Go? Go where? The elevator isn't working. Aldrich swung his head around and quirked an eyebrow. With you. In the helicopter. Marla paused in the act of turning. A bad feeling swept over her. Surely Aldrich didn't intend to leave her. She swallowed nervously. Unfortunately, Miss Matthews, there's only room for 3 passengers. Myself, Sylvia, and Cassandra Greyson. He gestured with his gun towards the silent girl. But... Marla sputtered, unable to formulate a clear sentence. Aldrich paid her no mind. Sylvia. He called out as loudly as possible. The woman appeared in the doorway, almost as if she'd been waiting for her cue. Now, Leon. There's no need to yell. I am here and all ready for our walk. A slight change of plans, I'm afraid. He smiled gently at the older woman. We'll be taking a helicopter ride instead. Sylvia gaped at him. A helicopter? But what about our walk? I had everything arranged at my house. Her voice trailed off as she stared at the gun in his hand. Leon. What's wrong? A security breach, my dear. That's why we're taking the helicopter. We have to leave immediately. Oh. The woman blinked. So that's why the lights were flashing. I thought Swanson was running another test, especially when they just turned off after a few minutes. Never mind, Sylvia. Just come over here and we'll wait together, no. Marla stepped forward, her hand held out. You can't leave me here. Please, Leon. I mean, Mr. Aldrich. You have no idea what they'll do to me. Leave the Greyson girl. She'll be in no danger. Back off, Miss Matthews. Aldrich's soft, gentle tones of a moment ago disappeared, and his face was an icy mask. He pointed his gun at her. You've served your purpose. Now it's time for us to part ways. A contemptuous look filled his eyes as he looked her up and down. Why don't you just use your charms on them? That's how you usually operate, isn't it? He gave a dry laugh and then flicked a glance at Sylvia, urging her closer. Sylvia, come here. I don't know, Leon. The words stuttered from Sylvia's lips, and she nervously fumbled with her handbag, clutching it close to her chest. Marla paid no attention to the nurse. She was frozen in place staring at the gun, her mind racing. Surely this couldn't be how it all ended. There had to be a way out. Sylvia was expendable, so was the Greyson girl. Aldrich had to see that. Perhaps once they were outside, she could push the nurse off the roof. Chapter 24, Cassie sat in the chair, watching the scene that played out before her. Mr. Aldrich had his gun trained on her, but his attention was divided between the woman he called Sylvia and a blonde he called Miss Matthews. She assumed Miss Matthews was Marla, though no one had used that name yet. Surreptitiously, she sniffed the air and confirmed her supposition. There was definitely another werewolf in the room, not that it would work to her advantage. From what she'd been told, Marla wasn't to be trusted. Slowly Cassie exhaled, realizing she was on her own. A moment ago, Shed tried to teleport out of the room, but nothing had happened. Kane had said it was important to relax and focus in order to teleport successfully, but that was hard to do when someone was holding you at gunpoint. Besides, she couldn't seem to form a mental picture of where she wanted to go, since the only place she really wanted to be was with Bryan. He was somewhere in the building. She had a vague sense of him drawing closer, but exactly where that might be she didn't know. Sighing, she moved on to her second plan. With Mr. Aldrich distracted by the conversation, she began to work on the tape that bound her wrists together. It was the silvery gray kind with fibers worked into it, and didn't seem inclined to come loose easily. Still she twisted and tugged, hoping to make some progress. Anything was better than just sitting and waiting for fate to play out the scene. The wolf inside her wasn't happy with the situation either, disliking the feeling of being captured and bound. Cassie was beginning to find it comforting to have the creature with her. At least, she wasn't totally alone in her predicament. She wondered if it were true that werewolves had superhuman strength. If that were the case, she should be able simply to break through the tape, but unfortunately it didn't seem to be happening. The only result of her struggles was that her wrists hurt from the tape digging into her flesh. "Why aren't you helping me when I need you?" She inwardly muttered to the wolf, but it didn't answer. It seemed distracted and kept wanting her to look at Marla, though why she didn't know. The woman wasn't doing anything except standing there. In fact, she seemed odd, almost as if her body were present, but her mind wasn't. Was Marla busy, talking to her own wolf? And if so, what were they saying to each other? It likely wasn't anything good, since her expression wasn't a happy one. Mentally shrugging, Cassie concentrated on her bound wrists again. The chair she sat in had a wooden arm. She felt the edge with her fingers. It was a nice 90-degree angle, so it might work. Shifting slightly, she began rubbing the tape against edge, trying to keep her movements small and unnoticeable. Her arms protested the unusual motion and awkward position, but she persevered. "Hello. Wolf. Are you there? Can you help me out a bit?" Cassie again tried talking to the animal within, but she only got a distressed whimper, followed by a shiver that ran over her. Was the creature trying to channel some energy her way, but didn't know how? Maybe this was another skill she had to tap into and practice, like understanding sense and teleporting. Or maybe it required her to be, what was it that Bryan had called it, at one with her wolf? Perhaps the strength came from the beast, and until she integrated with it, the extra muscle power didn't emerge. Discreetly huffing in frustration, she decided that at this point, it didn't really matter. She was stuck for the time being, so she might as well concentrate on what was going on around her since the werewolf route wasn't going anywhere. Continuing to work on the tape binding her wrists, she flicked her eyes between the room's occupants. Marla was in a daze. Mr. Aldrich was trying to cajole Sylvia into escaping with him, and Sylvia herself was biting her lip and nervously fumbling with her purse. "I've never been in a helicopter before, Leon." "Mr. Aldrich smiled, his eyes taking on a gentle expression. "There's nothing to be nervous about, Sylvia. Y'all enjoy it." "Actually, I don't think I will." Suddenly, Sylvia's worried expression was replaced by a ruthless sneer. No longer was she nervously playing with the clasp on her purse. It had dropped to her feet and a gun was in her hand. Cassie stifled a gasp as she swung her eyes between Sylvia and Mr. Aldrich. Sylvia. Mr. Aldrich blinked rapidly, shock momentarily showing on his face before he schooled his features. What's this all about? I was hired to carry out a hit on you by the end of the month, but the job is taking too long. You wouldn't leave the building and go for a walk like I initially planned, and shooting you here wasn't my first option. Too many witnesses, you understand. She snorted inelegantly. And now that I've finally convinced you to go with me, it's too late. You know, I've found this to be a very frustrating job. My apologies for not cooperating sooner. Mr. Aldrich inclined his head, his face expressionless. Cassie wondered what he was feeling. Just a moment ago it had sounded as if he cared for the woman, and now. I won't be cheated out of my commission. Sylvia continued. I'll have to shoot you here, and unfortunately, these two ladies as well. She flicked a glance at Cassie and Marla. Sorry about that, but I can't leave witnesses. The helicopter is a bonus though. It will provide my escape, and the people who are presently breaching your security can take the blame for your deaths. Mr. Aldrich frowned and cocked his head to the side, as if trying to figure the woman out. Who hired you? Anonymous. She answered in clipped tones. In this business you don't ask for names. Mr. Aldrich sighed heavily and shook his head. I actually liked you, Sylvia. Do you know how few people I've ever said that about? Sylvia shook her head and spoke with mock regret. Sorry. I should feel honored, I'm sure. If it makes you feel any better, I did briefly consider foregoing the hit and staying with you. She glanced around the room. You're wealthy enough, but after considering the matter, I decided you were too unreliable. I know your type. You dispose of friends when the novelty wears off, and by then my reputation as an assassin for hire would be ruined. She shrugged and raised her gun. So unfortunately. The quiet yet unmistakably muffled sound of a bullet, fired from a gun with a silencer, filled the room. Cassie started at the noise, staring at Mr. Aldrich in dismay. His arm fell limply to the side, his face graying. You're right, Sylvia. I am the type to dispose of friends. His head fell forward and his shoulders slumped, then he slowly slid down to sit on the arm of a chair. And enemies who pretend to be friends. For a moment the room was silent, expectation heavy in the air. Then he breathed deeply once more and straightened, tightening his grip on his gun. Goodbye, Sylvia. I did care for you. Realizing that it hadn't been Mr. Aldrich who was shot, Cassie snapped her head around to look towards where Sylvia had been standing. The woman was now lying on the ground, a red stain showing on her prim white shirt. So Cassandra, it's just me and you now. Mr. Aldrich shifted his attention back to her. His face looked worn and tired. And me. Marla suddenly jerked as if coming out of a trance and began wringing her hands, looking nervously behind her, then at the dead body and then back at Mr. Aldrich. She'd been surprisingly quiet throughout the whole dramatic event, almost as if she were unaware of what was going on around her. Mr. Aldrich looked at Sylvia's body, then gave a negligent one-shouldered shrug. Sure, why not? There seems to be an empty seat on the chopper now. And at least I know where I stand with you. You're a conniving bitch, but I won't make the mistake of expecting anything more than that from you. He flicked a glance up and down her body and then barked out a laugh. It might even be fun availing myself of you, after all these years of resisting your attempts to seduce me. Cassie watched as Marla frowned, her eyes seeming to grow unfocused. But then the woman gave her head a brief shake and stepped forward. Whatever you need, Mr. Aldrich. I'll be happy to help. Using his gun, Mr. Aldrich indicated that Cassie should stand up. Cassie obeyed, but her vision blurred and there was a buzzing in her ears. She hoped she wouldn't faint. Maybe it was the shock of another person being killed in front of her. Her stomach felt queasy, and she swallowed hard to keep from being ill as she cast a final look at the body on the floor. What are you going to do to me? She forced the words past her numb lips. I have big plans for you, Cassandra, don't worry. Mr. Aldrich opened the French doors and ushered her out onto the rooftop. The terrace appeared to cover about a quarter of the roof. There was a hot tub and several groupings of patio furniture, as well as a barbecue with a wet bar beside it. Several lattice screens and some large cement flower boxes surrounded the space, serving to delineate the entertainment area from the rest of the roof. Beyond them, Cassie could just make out the painted markings for a helicopter landing pad and several jutting metal objects that appeared to be air vents or other structures to deal with the internal workings of the building. Well, wait here. Mr. Aldrich sat on the edge of the planter, near an opening that allowed access to the rest of the roof. He was seemingly oblivious to the strong, cold wind that blew across the open space. Cassie shivered as the wind buffeted against her body, actually forcing her to take an unplanned step before she steadied herself. At this height, the wind was stronger and colder than at ground level. It tugged at her hair, pulling strands free from her ponytail so that they whipped about in her face, stinging her eyes and making it hard to see. She wished her hands were free, so she could at least push the hair behind her ears. Tugging and twisting her wrists, she tested the strength of the tape again, but it was holding firm. Marla stood silently beside her, seemingly lost in thought again. The woman occasionally brushed the hair from her own face, but didn't seem to care that the wind was blowing her skirt scandalously high. After a moment of studying her, Cassie ignored her, deciding that despite the men's warnings, Marla posed no threat. She seemed more like a wind-up fashion doll than an evil villain. A noise in the distance caught her attention, and she looked up to see a helicopter approaching. It was like a huge dark bird of prey, waiting to pluck her up and carry her off. The sinking feeling in her stomach grew as she wondered where Mr. Aldrich might be taking her, and what his big plans might entail once they arrived. Desperately, she wished Bryan were there, holding her close as he'd done last night. It had seemed so right to be with him, like Shed finally found her home. She cursed at herself for not making use of the opportunity to share her feelings. Instead, Shed just absorbed the security of his presence and listened to the rise and fall of his voice as he spoke. Why hadn't she said something more than "I really like you" when Shed had the chance? Like was so banal. Like was vanilla ice cream or toast with butter. There were lots of things she liked, but her feelings for Bryan were so much more. And this morning in the alley, Shed told him to be careful, but something had held her back from saying more. Shed wanted to, but the words wouldn't come. Swallowing hard, she faced the cold reality that now it might be too late. They'd finally done it. They'd reached the penthouse. Now, only a door separated him from Cassie. Bryan wiped the sweat from his eyes and grasped the handle only to jerk back, swearing. What is it? Ryan was breathing heavily as he pulled himself up the final steps, followed by Kane. Damn. The door has an electric charge. Bryan growled in frustration as he examined the burn marks on his palm. His skin was already healing, but it still hurt. He shook his arm, trying to rid it of the tingling feeling the electrical jolt had caused. Kane immediately began examining the door. There's no obvious wiring for us to disconnect. What about behind this plate? Ryan hunkered down by a rectangular piece of metal located beside the door. He tried to work his fingers around the edge and pry it off, but couldn't find anything to hold on to. Anyone have a screwdriver or a knife on them? If we can get inside here, maybe we can short out the system. Sorry, didn't think to pack one. Bryan answered distractedly as he stared at a metal grate near the ceiling. This looks like an air vent. He reached up and worked his fingers between the slats and pulled. There was a screeching sound of metal against metal. Taking a deep breath, he pulled even harder, and suddenly he was stumbling backwards as the covering came loose. Setting it down, he grasped the edge of the opening and chinned himself to peer inside. Damn. Too small. None of us would fit inside. Dropping to the floor, he ran his hands through his hair in frustration. How the hell are we supposed to get in? We haven't climbed 40 stories just to be stopped by a door. He reached out and grabbed the handle only to jerk back as, once again, it shocked him. Kane had his hands spread before him and was hovering them over the door's surface. The charge doesn't seem to be deadly, at least not for me. I think I can drain it, or maybe even short-circuit it. No way. It's too dangerous. Ryan looked up from where he was still trying to loosen the metal plate, a frown on his face. Bryan shook his head. I agree with Ryan. We use energy from our surroundings when we transform, but we only absorb the minimal amount required. The energy in the door will come at you in one big jolt. Your body won't know how to handle it. I don't think so. Kane was studying the door, his eyes narrowed. I can almost see the electrical current. I am sure it's only marginally more than what I use when I change. Besides, without sounding like I'm bragging, I am a strong alpha. Controlling a bit of extra input might tire me out, but that's all, and it will only be for a moment. If I touch the door and channel the energy into a transformation, it should give you a chance to grab the handle and yank the door open. Once you're in, it'll let go. Rising to his feet, Ryan nodded slowly. I hate to say it, Kane, but you're onto something. The plan just needs one modification. Kane quirked his eyebrow. Such as? Ryan grinned. We both do it. 2 alphas absorbing the energy are better than 1. Bryan shifted uneasily. The idea of both men risking their lives at the same time didn't sit well with the beta in him. Protecting the pack, taking the risks, that was his job. Yet he knew he didn't have the mental control needed to channel an external charge of that magnitude. You two better be right about this, because I don't want to face Mel and Elise if something happens to either of you. He expressed his concern through a joke. Ryan clapped him on his back. It'd be a good experience for you. Who knows, you might be placating an irate mate sooner than you think. Bryan didn't have an opportunity to respond, as suddenly Ryan was all business. The 2 alphas stood side by side, hands outstretched ready to touch the door. Kane looked over his shoulder at Bryan. As soon as we touch the door, we'll start to transform. It'll be fast and probably won't be pretty, but don't worry about us. The charge in the door will have dropped sufficiently that you'll be able to pull it open safely. Once it's open, we'll let go and the door will recharge, so don't brush against it when you go through. We might need a minute to recuperate, but don't wait for us. Ryan added, just get in there and find Cassie. Make sure she's safe before you start to deal with Marla and Aldrich. We should be there to help you by then. Nodding, Bryan braced himself, his hand held out, ready to grab the door. His teeth were clenched, and he felt a muscle throbbing in his jaw. If there was any other way, he'd try to dissuade them, but another solution wasn't apparent. And Cassie was inside and in trouble. He could not do everything possible to get to her. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Ready?" The brothers looked at each other, their faces grim, and then as one leaned into the door. Immediately, they gave a loud cry of pain, and their bodies went rigid. Wincing, Bryan forced himself not to look and grabbed the handle instead. Only a slight tingling affected his palm as the alphas absorbed most of the charge. He yanked the door open with all his might, kicked the attached doorstop into place, and immediately released the handle. The momentum dislodged the alpha's hands, and they dropped to the ground, writhing as the forced transformation swept through them. The change happened at an alarming rate. Instead of the usual gradual morph when skin and bone melted and reshaped with fluidity, this appeared to be a sudden agonizing slam with all the grace and finesse of a train wreck. Limbs cracked loudly and reshaped in the blink of an eye, hair tore itself through skin, joints shifted, nerves and muscles spasmed, teeth ripped through gums while muzzles pushed outward, grotesquely distorting features. It was like something out of a horror movie, too terrifying to watch, yet holding the observer captive with morbid curiosity. In mere seconds it was over, and 2 black wolves lay unmoving on the floor. Elise dropped her teacup on the floor, gasping as pain slammed through her. She gripped the edge of the table, her knuckles white as she fought not to pass out. Something's wrong. Wha? Oh God. Liquid sloshed over the table as Mel set her own cup down abruptly. She seemed to be struggling to breathe, her eyes squeezed tightly shut. Around them, patrons turned to stare, and Elise forced herself to stay calm, fighting the panic that welled up inside her. They were in public, surrounded by humans. She couldn't give in, no matter how desperately she wanted to. Leaning forward slightly, she whispered to Mel, "We have to get out here." Mel nodded, her arms wrapped around her abdomen as she rocked in place. Her lips tightly compressed, as if she were fighting to stay in control. Elise swallowed hard. A sick feeling roiled about in her stomach, and it was all she could do to keep from bolting from the coffee shop. "My friend's ill. We have to go." She stumbled over an explanation as she gathered her coat and purse, then helped Mel stand up. Holding her arm, she guided her around the server who had come to clean up the spill, then through the maze of crowded tables. Once outside, Mel collapsed against the wall of the building, turning tortured eyes to Elise. "What?" Elise shook her head. "I don't know." She pressed her hand to her mouth and stared upward, blinking rapidly. They were on a crowded downtown street. Falling apart wasn't an option. She was the senior alpha female, and Mel looked horrible. It was her job to take charge. Duty first, she reminded herself. Wasn't that what Kane always said? Duty first. Trying to purge the emotion from her voice, she cleared her throat. "The baby." "It's fine. Don't worry." It jumped when I felt that sudden. Whatever it was that we felt. "But it's fine now." "Good." Elise rubbed her forehead and took a deep breath, trying to remain detached. That's how one got through difficult situations, or so she'd been told, but it was rather hard to do when it felt like someone had just ripped your heart out. That was intense. I've never felt anything like it before. Any idea what happened? Pursing her lips, she shrugged. "Kane blocked me out this morning, the silly man." She paused and blinked, struggling for calm before continuing. "He didn't want to worry me while he was on a mission." But just a moment ago, the block vanished with no warning, as if he completely lost control and then. Wham! Elise shook her head again. Kane doesn't lose control. Not ever. It's one of the frustrating things about him. But he was in pain, intense pain. I think he transformed, but it shouldn't have been like that, agonizingly painful. Her eyes filled with tears as emotion began to take over despite her efforts to prevent it. I can't sense him now. There's nothing there at all, no thoughts, no feelings. Her breathing hitched, and she forced herself to take deep breaths, fighting against the feeling of despair that rose inside her. He can't be. She clenched her fists, unable to voice the words. Mel grabbed Elise's hand and held it tightly. Her chin wobbled, and it took several tries before she could speak. "It's the same for me." I just suddenly had a jolt, almost like he stuck his finger in a socket and his feelings crashed into my brain, and then, just as quickly, they were gone. She wiped her eyes. I feel of hollow inside, like a part of me is missing. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other, sharing the pain and emptiness of suddenly losing an integral part of themselves. Even when mates blocked out their mental connection, there was still a sense that the other was there. But now a black void existed on the fringes of their minds, where just minutes before a living, breathing mate had been. Elise turned to look down the street, towards Aldrich's building. It makes no sense, though. Who or what could take out two alphas at exactly the same time? Mel turned as well. I don't know, but we need to find out. Elise nodded and stuck out her chin. Her despair was fading, and her logical mind was taking over. She refused to believe that both Kane and Ryan could be gone. Come on. We're not going to stand here and wallow in our misery. Something is going on, and we need to figure it out. Mel sniffed and wiped her nose. I agree. Ryan and Kane are in that building, and we need to find them and help them with whatever this is. They hurried down the street until they stood on the sidewalk in front of the building that housed Aldrich's penthouse. What now? Mel looked at the entrance. A security guard stood in the entryway, his arms folded across his chest and a bored expression on his face. Do you think hell let us in? Elise peered at the man carefully. I think he's sleeping. Then maybe we can just sneak by him. No. If we get caught, hell never let us in. Elise nibbled on her lip, then smiled when an idea came to mind. We're going to try the old pregnant woman needs a bathroom routine. She grabbed Mel's arm and dragged her to the entrance, hissing instructions as they went along. Look pale and worried. Hop up and down, a bit like you really need to go pee, too. Mel rolled her eyes. You're talking to a pregnant woman, remember. I always have to go pee. Nevertheless, she put her hands around her belly to help emphasize its size and tried to look anxiously in need of a washroom. Elise pushed the door open and smiled at the doorman. I am so sorry to bother you, but my friend here really needs a bathroom. Is there a public washroom in the lobby that she could use? The man took in how Mel was shifting from foot to foot, looked at her swollen stomach, and finally her anxious face. He sighed heavily, as if moving his eyes had been a huge effort. Sure. Go to your right. Third door on the left. Slowly, he reached out and pushed the button that released the door, then leaned back against the wall as if to resume his nap. Elise and Mel slipped through the door and turned right as the man had indicated. Sure enough, a washroom sign was ahead. Mel winced apologetically. I am sorry, but just thinking about it. Well, I have to go. That's okay. Elise pointed at herself. 2 kids. I know how you feel. Just try to make it fast. Mel nodded and slipped inside, then moments later returned looking much relieved. Okay, I'm ready. Which way do you think? They looked around, but saw no sign of an elevator beyond the one right across from the front door. We can't use that one. That man might wake up and see us. Elise pointed out. Mel nibbled on her thumbnail. There's a set of stairs just behind us. Oh no. She grabbed Elise's arm and pulled her behind a potted plant. Another security guard, and he's definitely more awake than the guy at the door. She looked around, then pointed. This way. There's some kind of patio at the end of the corridor. We'll slip outside until he's gone. They hurried down the hallway and stepped outside. That will be our ride. Mister. Aldrich nodded toward the approaching chopper and stood up. Miss Matthews, did you contact Dr. Mason? Marla blinked at him. Dr. Mason. Mister. Aldrich looked exasperated. I gave you the instructions less than an hour ago. We need to have Cassandra declared mentally unfit and locked up as soon as possible. Cassie narrowed her eyes. So that was his plan. She'd spend the rest of her life locked up and most likely drugged out of her mind while Mr. Aldrich controlled the estate. The money didn't concern her, but the idea of being locked up and drugged did. Already too much of her life had been spent being restrained, one way or another. Kept in a figurative glass cage by her uncle, hiding from werewolves, drugging herself every month. She shook her head. No, she couldn't go through that again. Not now that Shed had a glimpse of what her life could be like. Slowly she started to inch away. Mister. Aldrich continued. Once I have her out of the way, I'll start to work on the estate funds so that I have complete control of all finances. Carefully, Cassie edged farther away. She wasn't sure where she was going to go, but staying wasn't an option. There were a few roof vents she could hide behind, and what looked like a rooftop access to the elevator shaft to the one side. Perhaps she could make it that far. The door might not be locked, and once inside, well. She'd figure out that part later. A gust of wind caught her by surprise, and she stumbled. The movement attracted Mr. Aldrich's attention, and he grabbed her arm and dragged her back, his fingers biting into her arm. Don't even think about it. He pressed the gun's barrel to her side, and she winced at the feel of it against her ribs. You're worth more to me alive, but even dead I can still profit from you. A werewolf corpse should fetch a pretty penny, don't you think, Miss Matthews? Corpse. Marla frowned at the word and shot a glance between Cassie and Mr. Aldrich. Yes. Even dead, I am sure scientists would be interested in studying her. He gave Cassie's arm a shake. Marla licked her lips, squinting against the wind. I don't think you're not paid to think, Miss Matthews. And in case you're getting squeamish, let me tell you, I know about the items you've been pilfering from the estate. Swanson followed you several times. I have dates, amounts. You cross me, and I'll see you in jail for stealing. Marla sputtered in protest, though it did little good. Mr. Aldrich continued, not listening. His eyes were a bit glazed as he spoke, excitement filling his voice as it rose to be heard over the noise of the approaching helicopter. So you will assist me with Cassandra, Miss Matthews, no more of this foolishness. If all goes as planned, in a few years we'll hand her over to science as a living specimen. It will be a dramatic revelation, and turn the table on the damned beasts that have haunted me these past 3 years. A specimen. Turned over to scientists. Mr. Aldrich was talking about her as if she wasn't even there. As if she were nothing more than an animal. Cassie gasped, affront and fear filling her. There was no way she'd let herself be stuck in some cage to be poked and prodded like some lab rat. She wasn't a freak, she was just different. We need to go. He began walking, one hand gripping her upper arm, the other holding the gun pressed to her side. The natural wind, combined with that created by the helicopter, circling the building made walking difficult and Mr. Aldrich bent forward to counteract the force of the moving air. As they drew closer and closer to the landing pad, Cassie became more desperate, digging in her heels, no longer caring that Mr. Aldrich might shoot her. She was not getting into that helicopter. There was no way that. Her vision blurred again. There was a buzzing in her ears, her skin prickled. Was she going to be sick? Was she shifting? Tension built within her. Oh God, it was happening again. Her breathing quickened. She felt like she was hyperventilating, her muscles tightening, straining, and then the air shimmered around her. Cassie had a vague impression of Mr. Aldrich gasping and stepping back. Then in an instant he was no longer at eye level. He seemed to loom over her, as if she were much shorter than she'd been mere seconds ago. His fingers were no longer holding her arm, the gun no longer pressed to her ribs. Relieved to be free, she started to back away, only to trip when she realized she now had 4 legs to coordinate instead of 2, and the remnants of sticky tape around her ankles. Scrambling, she sought to get her feet under her and shake off the now loose tape. The rough surface of the roof felt strange under her paws. The wind whipping her fur about and whistling past her ears was stimulating, yet confusing at the same time as a myriad of scents swirled by. She ignored them, though, keeping her eyes fixed on Mr. Aldrich, trying to judge his next move. He was pale, no doubt as surprised as she was, and he seemed to be trembling slightly. Then a change came over him as he appeared to recover from the shock of her transformation. His features hardened, his eyes narrowed. Even before his hand moved, she knew what he intended to do. Letting out a woof, she spun around and began to run. A shot rang out. Her hearing was even more acute now, and the sound seemed louder than it had been inside the apartment. Then a bullet dug into the roof's surface mere inches from where she was. With a yelp, she jerked to the side as small bits of debris shot up and hit her in the face. Her legs tangled and she fell sideways, skidding across the rough surface. Even through her fur coat, she felt her skin being abraded, her ribs protesting. She rolled over, gained some control, and sprang to her feet again, taking off running once more. Behind her, the rhythmic thumping of the helicopter blades distorted the sound of pounding feet. Some instinct had her swiveling her ears back, trying to determine how close Mr. Aldrich might be. Her heart was pounding, panic washing over her at the thought of being shot or, even worse, being captured, drugged, and put in a cage. Her wolf was coming to the foreground. Cassie could feel it taking over, telling her to run in a zigzag pattern that would be harder to hit, to keep low to the ground. Her eyes darted back and forth, searching for cover, a place to hide. A roof vent was to her right, so she veered that way, ducking behind it just in time to avoid the spray kicked up by the next bullet. Spinning around, she crouched low and peeked out. "Mister." Aldrich was farther away than she thought he'd be, almost on the other side of the roof. She couldn't help but grin briefly as she realized how fast she must be in this form. And her wolf seemed to be a quick thinker too. In the middle of all her panic, a pleasant feeling washed over her, and she knew the animal was pleased with her line of thought. Was that her tail thumping behind her? She chanced a quick look and saw that it was. Silly beast, she thought fondly, then returned her gaze to the scene before her. The helicopter was still circling the roof, the pilot leaning out and yelling at Mr. Aldrich. Something about the wind and having difficulty controlling the helicopter. She couldn't make out the words clearly. Keeping one eye on them, she tried to decide her next move. The rooftop elevator access was a few yards away, but as a wolf, she wouldn't be able to open the door to get inside, so that eliminated one possible means of escape. Her next best bet was to circle back to the penthouse. Surely Bryan and the Alphas would have made it past Mr. Aldrich's goons by now. A small frisson of worry swept through her when she thought about the man Shed spent the night with. She was aware of him, his thoughts and feelings, in some strange way. It wasn't totally clear, but she was sure at this moment he was feeling impatient, worried, and angry. And he wasn't hurt, she knew that too and was thankful, but what could be keeping him? It wasn't that she was looking for a night. Or wolf to rush in and rescue her, but she hadn't expected to handle this all on her own. And what about Kelland? Was he all right? How severe was his injury? A whimper escaped her as she worried about the men in her life. "Mr." Aldrich shouted out an instruction, and she pulled her attention back to him again. He was heading this way. "You go to the right. I'll go left." There's no way for her to escape. Cassie perked her ears at that statement and then jerked her head around. Damn. She'd forgotten about Marla. The woman had been so unresponsive earlier she had dismissed her. Definitely a mistake. Marla was approaching from the rear and Mr. Aldrich was in front. Getting to her feet, Cassie began to back away from the two people who were approaching her. Exactly what She'd do. If they came too close, she wasn't sure. When Hugh had been hurting Kellen, Shed attacked him, but it had been a spur-of-the-moment thing. The wolf had taken over and acted on instinct. This was more premeditated. Did she have it in her to knowingly attack? The thought of biting and scratching someone, even someone intent on harming her, made her feel sick. But what else could she do? As Mr. Aldrich had said, there was nowhere to go. She kept her head low and emitted a warning growl. Chapter 25. Mel and Elise huddled near a gray cement wall in the shelter of potted evergreen. The small patio area, they found themselves in, likely served as a gathering area for the building's occupants on nice days. Unfortunately, today wasn't a day for sitting around the picnic tables and enjoying the spring flowers. A cold wind whipped around the building, stirring up bits of dirt and garbage that had collected over the winter, making their hiding place less than ideal. However, since there was a security guard lounging just inside the door, they really had very little choice. Discovery would mean being kicked out of the building and put them even farther away from their mates. Elise peered through the scented green branches, then ducked back out of sight. He's still there. Why'd the guard have to take a break right by the patio doors? Why isn't he out patrolling the halls on the far side of the building? We need to get upstairs and help our men. Mel grumped. A sigh escaped Elise's lips. At least the empty feeling inside me is fading. Sometimes I think I can sense Cain, but then other times I wonder if it's wishful thinking. There's a connection, but it feels off. She shook her head. I can't explain it, other than it's like he's there but not there. It's frustrating. Leaning her head back against the cement wall, she rolled her shoulders, trying to relax her tense muscles. Being an alpha's mate was taxing. You spent a lot of time alone worrying, yet knowing you had to let him go and do what he was born to do. There was no solution, you just had to accept it as part of life, but it didn't mean she had to like it. Mel's eyes grew misty and distant, as if she were mentally reaching out, searching for her mate. I think Ryan's tired, like all the energy has been sucked out of him. I don't think I've ever felt him this weak, as if he's drifting along, almost disconnected from his body. She shivered and wrapped her arms around her stomach. I wish we were with them. Exhaling slowly, she stared up the wall, past some 40 sets of windows to where their mates were. You know, most penthouses have their own private elevators, or at least a special lock on the keypad that only allows certain people to gain access. So basically, even if the guard goes on his merry way, there's not much chance of us getting to Aldrich's apartment. Elise concluded. There are too many werewolf rules and laws restricting our movement when we're out in public like this. I hate to say it, but I think the best we can do is wait here. Mel settled herself on the edge of a planter. It's small comfort, but at least we're close at hand if something does happen. Elise sat down too and reached over to clasp Mel's hand. She tried to speak positively. I think if they're really in trouble, our being closer will help. We can send them our support, let them know we love them and we're waiting for them to come back to us. Blinking back tears, Mel nodded, and the two sat in silence for a few minutes, willing their mates to be strong and well. After a while, Elise frowned. What's that sound? At first I thought it was the traffic, but it isn't. A helicopter, perhaps. Mel cocked her head and listened. You're right. She shaded her eyes and craned her neck, squinting upwards. I don't see anything. Wait. There it is. She pointed at the dark belly of a chopper as it momentarily appeared over the edge of the building, before circling around and out of sight. Is it trying to land on the roof? Mel surveyed the L-shaped building. The portion which they were near was lower, perhaps 20 stories, but the tower part rose a full 40. It's probably headed to the tower. A lot of buildings have landing pads on the roof, but from the way it's moving, I'd say the wind is giving the pilot a hard time. Then why is he out in this weather? Elise paused, then stared at Mel wide-eyed as something occurred to her. That's it. I bet Aldrich is going to escape us again, using the chopper. Bryan stepped cautiously into the penthouse from the stairwell, his senses on alert for possible danger. Behind him, he could hear Ryan and Kane's labored breathing, both still in wolf form and trying to recover from the jolt of electricity they'd absorbed. They appeared physically drained, and both were suffering muscle spasms, twitching horribly. He felt guilty leaving them behind unguarded, but their final instructions had been to go ahead without them, and, truth be told, the pull to find Cassie was almost too strong to resist. He listened for a minute longer, scenting the air and searching the surrounding space for signs of movement. There was no one in close proximity, though he could hear the distant hum of conversation and the clattering of dishes as if people were going about their day, completely unaware of the drama that was probably playing out in one of the other rooms. The scent of cleaning products was overpowering, and he growled in frustration when he could detect no sign of Cassie. With the tips of his fingers, he gently pushed open the door to his right, revealing a washer, dryer, and sets of shelves holding detergent and disinfectants. Apparently, the stairs opened up into a service area. Several piles of laundry sat on the floor, and an open bottle of bleach was near the sink. He stepped inside and capped the bottle. Little wonder his nostrils burned, and he couldn't smell the occupants of the penthouse. Pulling the door shut, he began to walk cautiously down the hallway, peeking into the various rooms he passed, expecting an attack at any moment. When none came, he frowned. This made no sense. His own security plan for the pack involved several layers of defense. Surely Aldrich, with his supposedly impermeable fortress, didn't rely solely on the two goons in the stairway. The sound of voices coming his way caught his attention, and he ducked into the closest doorway. It opened into a bedroom, which thankfully was unoccupied. Pushing the door partly closed with the toe of his shoe, he pressed himself against the wall. There was crack where the hinges met the door frame, and he peeked into the hallway, curious to know who was coming. The voices grew louder, and shadows appeared on the wall. He tensed, ready to react. So then I told him, If he wanted dessert, he'd have to take me somewhere fancier than the bowling alley. A woman appeared, possibly mid-20s, red hair, average appearance. She was dressed in a blue and white uniform and carried an empty laundry basket. The other woman was of a similar age and build. She laughed. "So where's he taking you tonight?" "I don't know, but he told me to dress up. Sounds like he really wants that dessert. Will you have something juicy to tell me tomorrow?" "Maybe. He's really cute, and he has good manners." The woman giggled, then glanced towards the door where Bryan was hiding. Did the smile on her face falter slightly? Had she noticed him looking through the crack in the door? He drew back and held his breath. "I'll finish gathering the bedding, and you get the towels from the bathrooms." "Okay. I'll meet you in the laundry room in about 10 minutes. Once this loads in the wash, we can tackle the floors." Damn. They'd be heading back to the laundry area. Bryan clenched his fists, wondering how Kane and Ryan were doing. Hopefully, they were feeling better by now, or at least would have moved to a hiding place before these two women returned with their loads of laundry. What would the ladies do when they saw the door to the stairs open? Did they know the outside had an electric charge and was part of Aldrich's security, or did they think of it as a fire escape that was never used? Would they sound the alarm? The door he was hiding behind pushed open, and a shaft of light illuminated the room. A woman stood quietly in the doorway. Bryan tensed, wondering what she'd do. "Hey, I know you're in here." The woman's voice conveyed a sense of curiosity rather than danger, but Bryan didn't respond. After a moment, she spoke again. "It's okay. I've worked here long enough to know to keep my mouth shut. I am just going to come in and change the bedding. Don't jump me or anything, all right." She paused again, then turned on the light and moved into the room. Bryan stepped out from behind the door, and the woman cocked her head at him. "You're better looking than the last guy." "The last guy?" Bryan edged around the door, never taking his eyes off the woman. "Yeah. The guy who stayed here last night. I think his name was Hugh. Big fellow, no manners, though." The woman smiled at him. "You have good manners. My mother would like to think so." The woman nodded. "So, why are you hiding in here? I thought you just said you knew how to keep your mouth shut. Shouldn't that include not asking questions?" She shrugged. "Let's just say my friends and I are conducting a security check of the building, finding its weak spots." "Ah. So that's why the warning lights were flashing a while ago. I figured it was just another test when they went off after a minute. Swanson does that every few weeks. We hardly notice them anymore." She took a step closer, looking him up and down. "You're cute." Thanks. Listen, I'd like to stay and talk, but I am on a tight schedule. If you see some other guys back near the stairs, they're a part of my team." "Sure." She winked at him. "I won't say anything if you make it worth my while." The woman stepped even closer, her breasts brushing his chest while she walked her fingers up his arm. Bryan cleared his throat and spoke firmly. "Sorry. No fraternizing with the help, mister. Aldrich's orders." The woman huffed but stepped back. The old miser, he sucks the fun out of everything. She immediately clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. "You won't tell mister Aldrich I said that, will you?" She spoke between her fingers. "Not this time." Bryan forced himself to look stern. "Just go about your duties, and I'll forget all about it." Nodding, the woman backed up until her legs bumped into the bed, then turned and began stripping the sheets. Bryan took that as his chance to escape and ducked out of the room, almost slumping in relief. Talk about bluffing one's way out of trouble. Anxious to be away before the woman questioned his story, he quickly slipped down the hallway and around a corner. His heart was pounding from the close call, and he took a second to lean against the wall to gather his wits about him. That's when the scent hit him, the coppery smell of blood. It was fresh and entwined. With it was Cassie's own unforgettable scent of exotic spices and flowers. Panic flared inside him. He'd sensed Cassie was afraid, but how had he missed this? Uncaring if he was detected or not, he took off running. Adrenaline pumped through his system. his heart pounding so loudly he could hardly hear. Or was it his heart, or was it the sound of a helicopter? Damn it. Understanding dawned. That was Aldrich's second line of defense, a strategic retreat via chopper, not more guards. No wonder he hadn't encountered anyone trying to stop him. Aldrich had a rooftop landing pad and was going to use a helicopter to escape. And he was probably taking Cassie with him if she wasn't already dead. He put on a burst of speed. Cassie couldn't be dead, it must be just an injury. That was where the blood was from. He'd sense it if she was gone. Wouldn't he? That fact provided him with some small comfort, but he clung to it like a lifeline. Of course, injured Shed be unable to resist when they tried to put her on the helicopter. And once airborne, there'd be no way to catch them. A chopper could set down anywhere. The idea of never seeing Cassie again filled him with dread. Bryan ran down the hallway, rounded a corner, and suddenly found himself in a large room. The stark white walls and ultramodern furnishing barely registered with his brain. The odor of death and blood did. It was heavy in the air, and his vision blurred momentarily, pain squeezing his heart before he realized the scent was off. It was human blood, not lichen. A wave of relief passed over him, but it was short-lived. Cassie was still alive, but where? The sounds of the helicopter were even louder now. He glanced around, saw a set of French doors at the far end of the room, and headed towards them, only to skid to a halt. A middle-aged woman lay on the ground near the doors, a red blood stain marring her prim white shirt. Bryan spared her a brief glance, but it was obvious she was dead from the way her unblinking eyes stared up at the ceiling. He had no idea who she was and didn't have time to ponder the fact. Outside, he could see a helicopter lowering onto the rooftop, its side doors open ready to receive passengers. Yanking the door open, he hurried outside and scanned the rooftop, trying to figure out what was going on. The helicopter was situated on the far right of the roof, its whirling blades adding to the already windy atmosphere and stirring up bits of debris. A pilot was looking out towards the far side of the roof. Bryan swung his gaze that way as well. He could make out Aldrich, hurrying away from the landing pad as quickly as the strong winds would allow. And there, farther to the left and near the edge of the roof, was Marla. But where was Cassie? She had to be hiding somewhere. It was the only explanation for Aldrich to be running across the roof rather than escaping in the waiting chopper. Bryan tried to scent the air, but with the strong winds it did no use. He scanned the possible places Cassie could have taken shelter, the rooftop elevator access, an exhaust stack. No. Over there. There was a tiny bit of movement near a roof vent. It had to be her. But damn, it was the farthest from him and the closest to Marla. Vaulting over a cement flower box, he landed lightly and took off running. He kept himself as low as possible, but the rooftop provided little in the way of cover. Momentarily, he considered shifting. As a wolf, he'd move faster and be lower to the ground, but the pilot might see him transform. He couldn't risk exposing his kind to humanity. His hands were tied by the laws of his people. Thankfully, the others seemed too intent on what they were doing to notice him. Yet, even as he approached, Cassie stood up from her hiding place, but she was in her wolf form. Bryan's fear spiked even higher. Cassie and her wolf weren't one yet. How would they be able to work together to save themselves? Damn, she must have been terrified to have changed willingly. Aldrich shouted something. Cassie's wolf looked around wildly from Marla to Aldrich and back to Marla. It began backing up away from the approaching humans. Bryan opened his mouth to shout a warning. She was nearing the edge of the rooftop. A 40-floor fall was only steps away. Marla's heart was pounding, and her vision was blurring even as she approached the Greyson girl. When Aldrich had taken off after the girl, Shed slipped around the other way. Now Cassandra was within her grasp. She could easily subdue her, even if the girl was in wolf form. A new shifter would be no match for her. Yet even as she planned her next move, a strange prickling sensation was coming over her. It was as if her wolf were trying to transform without her permission. She swallowed hard and clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. No. She couldn't do this. Not now. Didn't the stupid beast have any sense? Go away, she hissed inwardly, flicking a glance around the rooftop. Aldrich was giving instructions, and she tried to listen. Something about circling around and capturing the Greyson girl. She forced herself to take one step and then another. They had to grab the girl quickly and get away. Kane and Ryan would be here any minute. No. The creature insisted. Its power swelled, pushing outward. Marla felt herself starting to tremble with the force of her inner conflict. She took another step. The Greyson girl. Aldrich would be pleased with her. And once the girl was declared unfit. Not again. I won't help you bring down another of our kind. You have no say in the matter. Marla lifted her chin, her eyes almost shut to block the bits of dirt the wind was blowing about, and took 3 quick steps before a blinding pain flashed in her head. She bent over cursing, holding her head. Why are you doing this to me? This is my chance to get on Aldrich's good side. To ensure my place. No. The wolf snarled at her. She could feel its anger at her plans, and she let her own emotions escape as well. Mentally, she screamed at the creature. I hate you. I've always hated you. You're nothing but a stupid, ugly animal. I wish you'd never been a part of me. I know. Its anger abated, and it answered sadly. Marla froze transfixed, listening to it lament. The day of our first transformation, I was so excited. I knew you were worried and tried to tell you not to be. It'd been with you for years, watching you grow, waiting for my time. I was anxious for us to finally meet and bond. I was so sure we'd be friends, that you'd be pleased to finally see me. We'd always be there for each other, helping and supporting. Instead, you hated me. You didn't like how I looked, how I thought. I tried to please you, I really did. I helped you even when it was wrong, even when you killed our alpha. There was a break in the animal's voice, as if it were recalling something painful. You never changed, you were never happy with me or our life. I wanted a mate and pups, a place in the pack, nothing special, just a home, someplace where I belonged. But you never listened, never cared. In all my years, you've never once welcomed me or shown me any consideration. Too bad. Marla snarled. I didn't want that life. I didn't want to be scorned as a half-breed for the rest of my life. The others laughed at me behind my back, they only pretended to be my friends. I know they did, my father told me. I was never good enough, my very existence was a stain on the family's name. The only way to redeem myself was to choose a worthy mate, and I refused to do that. I wasn't giving in to him and the pack's ways, no matter what. I was going to be whatever I wanted to be, and you weren't part of the plan. I don't want you. I'll never want you. Just go away. The wolf paused and then began again, its voice growing steadily stronger. I am tired of being pushed aside. Tired of trying to be what I am not. Tired of hiding, tired of living a half-life. No. Marla tried to yell the words out loud, but not a sound came out of her mouth. She shook her head violently. The wolf wouldn't win. It couldn't. She forced herself to move. One step, then another. She was almost close enough to catch her prey. The edge of the building was just behind Cassandra, but it didn't matter. Another step. She reached out a hand to grab the young wolf just when a spasm of pain stabbed her, and she pitched forward onto her knees, falling to the ground beside the large rooftop air vent. Cassie jerked backwards as Marla suddenly lunged for her. Her hind legs stepped over the edge onto thin air, and she fell onto her stomach, her front legs scrambling for something to hold onto, her rear end dangling 40 floors above the street below. She whimpered in fright as she tried to dig her front nails into the hard roof surface, while her hindquarters tried unsuccessfully to find a foothold on the metal flashing that edged the roof. Oh God, she never realized how much she hated heights. Her heart pounded and her skin prickled. She was slipping backwards, and there was nothing she could do about it. Cassie knew she was going to die. Already her front legs were trembling from the strain of trying to hold herself up, that supposedly superior werewolf strength still missing. She couldn't hold on much longer. Despair filled her. What would happen to Kellen? Would Bryan find him and get him help? And where was Bryan? Perhaps Hugh or Swanson had succeeded in ambushing him in the stairwell after all. In her mind, she called out to him, desperate to know he was all right before she met her end. And then, as if in answer to her prayers, he called out to her. Somehow he knew she was in trouble, and his voice was ringing in her ears, telling her to hang on, that he was coming. There was a sound in front of her. She looked up expecting to see him, but found herself face to face with a gray wolf instead. Shocked by its sudden appearance, she stopped struggling for a fatal moment, and in that instant quickly began to slide backwards. Too late, she scrambled for a hold, but felt herself going farther and farther over the edge. A panicked yelp escaped her, and then the gray wolf lunged forward. It grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and began to pull, attempting to drag her to safety. For a moment they were both sliding closer to the edge. Then the gray wolf seemed to gather its strength and gave a mighty tug. Cassie felt herself moving forward, and hope sprang up inside her. She clawed at the roof with all her might, breathing a sigh of relief when her back toes finally found the edge of the building. One more tug, and she was able to heave herself up. Collapsing on the roof, she panted heavily, unable to believe she was safe. Something cold and wet nudged her. Trembling, she raised her head to stare at the other wolf, unsure who it might be. The creature blinked and nudged her again. Somehow Cassie knew it wanted her to move away from the edge of the building. She got to her feet and complied, though her legs were still shaking with reaction. The gray wolf whined, then licked her muzzle. Cassie almost stepped back in surprise, not appreciating the slobber, but her own wolf took over and licked the other animal in return. The gray's tail swung slowly from side to side, as if pleased to meet her and make a new friend, then turned to stand in front of her in a protective gesture, its hackles rising as a low growl sounded from its throat. Cassie flicked a glance over the wolf's shoulder and tensed her own muscles. Someone, it had to be Mr. Aldrich, was coming, the sound of running feet audible over the wind and chopper noises. Actually, there were two separate sets of footsteps, one from where she'd last seen Mr. Aldrich and another from the direction of the penthouse. Who was the second individual? Another of Mr. Aldrich's guards. Or perhaps Bryan. He appeared beside the roof vent and breathed out her name in excited relief. Cassie. Falling to his knees, he pulled her into his arms, burying his face in the fur around her neck. She squirmed, equally happy and relieved to see him and wishing she were in her human form so she could tell him so. As it was, she satisfied herself by nuzzling him and licking his face. With his arms still wrapped around her, he turned to address her new friend. I saw what you just did, and I have to admit I don't understand. When we have more time, y'all have to explain it to me. The wolf said nothing, but its eyes seemed haunted and sad before it turned to face the next arrival. Mr. Aldrich appeared from the other direction, looking less than his usual pristine self. The wind had blown his hair all over, revealing a slight bald spot. His cravat was askew, and his shirt rumpled, while dusty stains about his knees revealed the fact that he had fallen at least once while traversing the rooftop. Cassie had to give the lawyer credit. He came to a sudden stop, blinked twice while possibly assimilating the situation, and then assumed a posture indicative of supreme confidence as he leveled the gun at them. More unexpected guests I see. Such bad manners, appearing without an invitation. He tutted mockingly. But then why would I expect anything else considering I am dealing with filthy abominations? The last word was spit out, as if it left a vile taste in his mouth. Bryan released his grip on her and rose to his feet. His anger was palpable, but that didn't stop Mr. Aldrich. He shot a glance at Bryan, a sneer curling his lip. I see only one of you made it by my guards, and the charge in the electric door. That makes 2 for me and 0 for you. Cassie looked around, suddenly realizing the alphas were missing. Was Mr. Aldrich right? Had they been killed too? A feeling of loss swept over her, one she didn't really understand. She barely knew either of the men, but some instinct had acknowledged that Ryan was her alpha. Two for you. Bryan quirked his brow. You don't consider your own men of any consequence. Swanson and Hugh. Collateral damage. Mr. Aldrich gave a negligent shrug. Do you have a name, Wolf? Bryan. And you must be Aldrich. Bryan looked the man up and down, as if taking the measure of his opponent. That's Mr. Aldrich to you. He gave Bryan a contemptuous look before shifting his attention to the gray wolf. And Miss Matthews, I presume. For that is the only person I can imagine that you might be. To think I had a viper in my nest all this time. He cocked his head. I am curious as to why you never attacked. Certainly, there were sufficient opportunities over the past 3 years. He chuckled darkly. Not that it matters. Whatever game you were playing, it's backfired, hasn't it? The gray wolf chose that moment to growl and took a step closer to Mr. Aldrich. Frowning Cassie studied her wolf companion, understanding dawning. How could she have been so dense? In all the excitement of nearly falling, Shed ignored the fact that Marla had disappeared and been replaced by the gray wolf. But how could that be? From everything Shed heard, Marla would have pitched her off the roof, not saved her. Was it possible that Marla's inner wolf was as nice as the woman was nasty? It was a question Shed have to ponder at another time for Mr. Aldrich was talking again. Don't come any closer, beast. Mr. Aldrich leveled his gun at the wolf. I'll have no compunction about gunning you down. I don't need all of you. One will be sufficient proof for the scientific world. Put the gun down, Aldrich. You won't be shooting anyone. Bryan narrowed his eyes, his fists clenched ready to act. There was such confidence in his voice. Was he crazy? Cassie stared at him in surprise. Mr. Aldrich had a gun. What was Bryan thinking? Was this his beta mode he'd been talking about last night? Mr. Aldrich laughed and swung the gun towards him. You're hardly in a position to be making demands. There might be 3 of you, but I am the one with the weapon and I actually have silver bullets, specially made just in case. Bryan snorted. Fallacy. It only causes a mild allergic reaction. Really? Mr. Aldrich nodded. Thank you for the information. Still, I am sure a bullet of any form will do some damage at this close range. Perhaps I should test my theory out right now. He cocked the gun, and Cassie flinched, as did the other 2. Mr. Aldrich laughed darkly. Point proven. You all reacted, so now I know this gun is a satisfactory weapon. He waved the weapon negligently at Bryan. You and Miss Matthews stay put. Miss Greyson, come here. If you cooperate and get on the helicopter with me, I'll leave your friends alone. Cassie hesitated and then took a step towards Mr. Aldrich. She couldn't let anything happen to Bryan, and Marla, regardless of her past sins, had just saved her. Cassie, no. Bryan reached for her and Marla growled, but Mr. Aldrich merely raised his arm and pointed the gun directly at Bryan's heart. Cassandra, you will do as you are told, or your friends' deaths will be on your head. Cassie had no question in her mind that Mr. Aldrich meant his words. In fact, she was sure he'd kill them anyway, but at least this bought them a few precious minutes for whatever good it might do. She took another step towards the lawyer. Good doggy. Nice to see you want need obedience school. He chuckled at his own joke and began to back away. Head towards the helicopter, staying directly at my side. I don't want you attacking me from behind. Desperately, Cassie tried to think of something to do. Aldrich was right beside her, his thigh level with her mouth. If she bit him, could she throw him sufficiently off balance that his shot wouldn't hit the others? It wasn't much, but it might be their only chance. She flicked a look behind her. Her gaze briefly caught Marla's, then Bryan's. Understanding flashed between them. For a moment, everything seemed to happen in slow motion. She turned her head and opened her mouth wide. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Mr. Aldrich glance down. His mouth began to open to say something, his face contorting in anger. Her teeth pierced the cloth of his trousers. She could feel the material against her tongue. Bryan gave a cry and launched himself forward at the same time that Marla barked and jumped. Then time returned to normal. Cassie felt her teeth sinking into flesh and blood spurting into her mouth. The gun cracked down against her skull, pain exploding in her head. With a yelp, she let go and collapsed. Bryan knocked Mr. Aldrich to the ground, and Marla had his wrist in her mouth. The gun hit the ground and a shot rang out. Bryan swore, grabbed his leg, and fell backward. Mr. Aldrich scrambled to his feet. Cassie shook her head, trying to clear her blurred vision, but everything was growing dark. She had a vague impression of the gray wolf circling around before leaping to attack again. Just as the wolf jumped, Mr. Aldrich kicked out, catching the animal in the ribs. It flew through the air, hit the ground, and rolled over the edge of the roof. Chapter 26, Mel and Elise stared upward, wondering what was going on in Aldrich's penthouse. The chopper had disappeared from sight, but they could still hear the sound of the blades. Tired of sitting, Mel stood and began to pace back and forth. I hate this waiting. I hate not knowing what's going on. I am an action type of person. I know being pregnant, I can't do much right now, but... Arg. It's never bothered me before that where society is so male-dominated, but this... She swept her hand out to the side, is driving me crazy. Elise frowned. I've never thought about it, the men being in charge, I mean. That's just the way it is. Well, I grew up in human society, with equal rights, women climbing the corporate ladder, and all those other advanced ideas. Aren't there ever any female betas or alphas? Mel warmed on her theme, her frustration coming out. Well, you and I, being mated to alphas, wield a certain amount of power because of our mates. Shrugging, she glanced around as if searching for words. The males are... Suddenly, she broke off what she was saying and jumped to her feet, pointing skyward. Oh my goodness, I thought I saw people near the edge of the roof. Mel turned and looked up, a hand clasped to her mouth in horror. Do you think it's... She couldn't bear to finish the question. Elise squinted, then shook her head. Even with werewolf vision, I can't tell for sure from this distance. She flicked a glance at Mel, then returned to studying the roofline. I might have been mistaken. I hope so. Mel relaxed slightly, but kept glancing up nervously. What could be going on up there? Excuse me, ladies. What are you two doing out here? A voice spoke behind them, and they both spun around in surprise. It was the security guard they'd been hiding from earlier. His name tag said Vanderpelt. We... Elise shot a panicked look at Mel. Mel rubbed her hand over her extended abdomen in a circular motion and smiled ruefully at the guard. I had to use the bathroom, and we spotted this cute little patio area and thought we'd check it out. She widened her eyes and slowly batted her long lashes in a manner she knew usually distracted the male population. The guard frowned, but his voice softened. This is a private building, ladies. You have no business being out here. Really? We didn't know that. I am so sore. She didn't get a chance to finish what she was saying for Elise, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Oh my God, someone's falling. The words weren't even out of her mouth when a sickening dull thud echoed through the small courtyard. For a moment everyone stood frozen in place, then as one, took off running towards the fallen figure. The guard was slightly ahead of them and tried to block their view. You'd better stay back, it's just a dog, but if it isn't dead, it might be vicious. It'd better shoot it just to be sure. No. Mel and Elise spoke as one. Mel grabbed his arm. My friend here is a vet. Let her check the dog first. Relenting, the guard nodded and stepped back, muttering to himself. What the hell was a dog doing up there? This is a no-pet building. It'd better call Brown and see if he knows anything about this. Pulling out his cell phone, he turned his back to place the call. Mel and Elise clutched each other as they slowly stepped closer, both dreading seeing who it was yet knowing they had to look. As the guard paced back and forth waiting for someone to answer his call, Elise gave a quiet gasp. Who? Mel peeked at the broken body, not recognizing the wolf at all. Marla. Elise breathed out the word as she slowly sank to her knees beside the animal. For a moment her hand hovered over the broken body. Then with shaking fingers, she stretched out her hand to touch the wolf's neck. Is she dead? A faint whimper came from the wolf in answer. It looked at them blearily and attempted to lick Elise's hand. Then, as the light faded from its eyes, a shuddering breath signaled the end. Oh God. Elise started to cry and Mel crouched down beside her, cradling her in her arms and making soothing sounds. It's all right. SHH. She's dead. All these years I've hated her, but now. Shaking her head, Elise tried to bring her tears under control. She apologized. Her wolf's last act was an apology. Why? I don't know, Elise. It must have something to do with what's happening up there. Mel glanced up at the roof, wondering what was going on. Yes. Aldrich gave an exultant shout as the wolf, his former assistant, Miss Matthews, disappeared from view. 1 down, 2 to go. They might have kept him hiding in fear for 3 years, but in the end, he was the one who would be triumphant. He swung around and scooped up his gun, noting in passing that the young wolf, Cassandra, was limp on the ground beside him, a faint trail of blood showing on her head where he'd hit her. Aldrich. The male werewolf, Bryan, growled at him from where he lay a few feet away. Blood was pooling on the ground around him as he clutched his thigh. You thought you were so tough, but you're nothing better than a dog. Perhaps I should put you out of your misery. With a sneer, Aldrich pointed his gun at the man. Surprisingly enough, the fellow didn't flinch or cower, instead narrowing his eyes and growling even louder. In fact, the creature seemed to be tensing its muscles, as if preparing to attack. Aldrich quickly calculated the odds. If his bullet didn't kill this Bryan fellow, there could be trouble. It was a noted fact that wounded animals were twice as vicious. And then there were witnesses to consider. The pilot had undoubtedly observed some of the interaction. Self-defense would explain one shot, but a second. Aldrich shook his head. It was better to make a strategic retreat, but first. Without warning, he swung his foot and kicked the man in the ribs. Even as Bryan yelped and curled over, Aldrich was turning, shoving his gun in his pocket and hefting the Cassandra in his arms. She was a heavy, limp weight, and he hoped he hadn't killed her. It suited his plans so much better if she were alive for a few more years. Well, either way, he had a specimen to show the world. He began to run towards the helicopter. His thigh throbbed in protest from where the wolf had bitten him. Damn the creature. Clenching his jaw, he ignored the pain in his limb and kept his eyes focused on his means of escape. Behind him, he could hear a horrific growling and pushed himself even harder. His feet pounded across the surface, and he fought to pull in air for his starving lungs. Aldrich dared to glance back and saw Bryan struggling to his feet. A movement by the patio doors caught his peripheral vision next. Swiveling his head in that direction, he could see 2 half-naked men barreling out onto the terrace. Damn, they looked like the men he'd seen in the surveillance videotape. Now there were 3 werewolves on his rooftop. Swinging his gaze back to his goal, Aldrich saw that the chopper was just yards away. Get ready. We're taking off now. He shouted the words at the pilot, who was staring in shock at the scene taking place before him. Move. Don't just sit there gaping like an idiot. Move. Finally, the pilot seemed to come to his senses and grabbed the controls. The chopper's side door was open and Aldrich threw the wolf inside, then jumped in himself, quickly turning so he could check on his pursuers. Franklin stood on the sidewalk in front of the building that housed Aldrich's penthouse. It was an impressive structure of steel, glass, and cement. The lower floors appeared to house exclusive businesses. He scanned the list of names, noting expensive lawyers and psychiatrists for the wealthy, a jeweler, a few dummy corporations. Nothing for off-the-street customers, though. Only private clients would get inside. The upper floors were high-priced condominiums. Again, no one could just walk in. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully before giving a decisive nod. Bluster and bravado might just work. Exchanging a glance with Meredith, he jerked his head, knowing she'd follow his lead. They worked together like a well-oiled machine. Lifting his chin, he set his face into an expressionless mask and strode up to the building. He pulled open the door without even a glance at the sleepy security guard posted there. The man grunted in surprise and stumbled to his feet. "Hey, you can't." Franklin didn't break his stride, merely flashing his service badge. It was outdated, but if no one looked too closely, they'd never know. Government business. Out of the way, unless you want us cited for obstructing justice. Meredith followed behind, elbowing the guard in the stomach, when it appeared the man might try to stop her. "Hey, lady, watch it." The guard rubbed his stomach and hurried after them, straightening his jacket in what was likely a feeble attempt to look in control. "This is a private building. You can't just walk in. What's your security clearance?" Meredith snapped the question at the guard. "No. Don't waste your time on him." Franklin directed the comment at Meredith, pleased that his skills hadn't tarnished from lack of use. "He's obviously not involved. Unless it's a clever ruse. Perhaps we should bring him in for questioning. He might know something." Meredith gave the man a considering look before moving on. Striding through the lobby as if they had every right to be there, they made their way to the elevators, the guard trailing behind, sputtering questions of who and what and why. "Penthouse suite now." Franklin barked out the command, pleased when the man jumped. He smiled inwardly. "Damn, but I still have it," he thought to himself. I am sorry, sir, but that elevator is out of commission." "What branch of the government are you with?" Franklin and Meredith exchanged looks of concern. How were they going to save Cassie if they couldn't get up to the penthouse? "Alternate entrance." Meredith ignored his question and gave him a hard stare. There was no indication of the worry she must be experiencing. "There's just the stairs, but they're only used in case of fire." The man explained apologetically. "It's 40 stories up, you know." "Johnston." A voice called from down the hallway. Another security guard was walking towards them. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" "Sorry, Vanderpelt. I was dealing with these people." He gestured towards Franklin and Meredith, then added in a sotto whisper, "Government suits." Vanderpelt nodded. "Sorry to interrupt. When you're done here, Johnston, we have a dead dog in the courtyard. Seems it fell off the roof somehow. Big gray brute, almost looks like a wolf." "A wolf?" Meredith started and paled. Franklin struggled to keep his face implacable. "Can we see it? We're dealing with the illegal smuggling of wolves and have reason to believe the occupants of the penthouse are involved." "Smuggling wolves?" Vanderpelt gave a disbelieving look, then shrugged. "Sure. Whatever. As long as I don't have to dispose of the carcass. Follow me." He turned and led the way to the patio. When Franklin stepped outside, he saw 2 young women standing near a dead animal, and fear clenched his chest. Could the wolf be Miss Cassie? Meredith grabbed his arm, obviously looking for support as they walked closer. Franklin narrowed his eyes, wondering who the women were. One looked vaguely familiar, and he searched his memory. Her pictures were in Mr. Greyson's files, the ones he had hidden away along with the wolf picture that had started it all. It was Miss Green, the young reporter. He furrowed his brow in a moment of indecision before deciding to take a chance on her. He nodded towards the women. "Those are 2 of our agents. We'll need to talk to them in private about this matter." Vanderpelt rolled his eyes but agreed. As he walked away, Franklin could hear the man muttering about how his tax dollars were being spent on ridiculous projects, like capturing wolf smugglers. Franklin loosened Meredith's grip on his arm. "It'd better approach alone. If one of them is what I think she is, she'll be leery of strangers." Taking a deep breath, he approached the women. "Excuse me, are you Miss Green?" He spoke softly, and the woman turned as did her companion, looks of shock on both their faces. I. Yes, that's me. And you are? Franklin. I worked for Mr. Greyson, and I'm a friend of Miss Cassie. Both women gave him a wary look, and he tried to reassure them without tipping his hand too much. I am aware of Miss Cassie's special qualities, and am only concerned for her well-being. Might I inquire if... He swallowed and nodded toward the dead wolf on the ground. For a moment neither woman spoke, they just studied him carefully, then Miss Green slowly shook her head. Miss Cassie isn't here, ah. He let his relief be seen. That is exceptionally good news. Do you know where she might be? Both women looked up, and Franklin followed their line of sight to the rooftop. He tightened his lips and exhaled in frustration. Bryan gritted his teeth as he pulled himself up, one arm cradling his bruised ribs as he tried to stand on his injured limb. The bullet had gone straight through, and he could feel the warmth of blood still trickling down his leg. Nope, silver wasn't deadly to werewolves, only an allergen, but damn it, it hurt, and he was more sensitive than most. A stinging burn accompanied the throbbing of the wound, traces of silver left behind as the bullet passed through. It would also slow down the healing process. Shit. He took a hobbling step and exhaled loudly, trying to rise above the pain. Looking up, the sight that met his eyes drew all thought from his injuries, however. Aldrich had just tossed Cassie into the helicopter and was now climbing in after her. Bryan clenched his jaw and began running. It was a slim chance, but maybe. Up. I want this thing in the air now. Aldrich was shrieking instructions, the wind carrying the words towards Bryan. Damn. He couldn't be too late. If Aldrich got away. The chopper began to slowly rise, wobbling slightly as the gusting winds battered it. The pilot seemed to be cautious in his maneuvers, perhaps leery of flying in such conditions, or perhaps shocked from what he'd probably witnessed. Pain rippled through his body with each breath he took and shot up and down his leg with each pounding step, but he didn't falter. Closer, closer. Hanging on to a safety rope, Aldrich was leaning out, looking down even as the helicopter rose from the rooftop. The man crowed over his success, calling down taunts. You lost. I won. I'll always win against you. You're nothing but freaks of nature. What's going on? The pilot could be heard shouting questions back at Aldrich. None of your business. Just get us out of here. Okay, but strap yourself in and stay away from that door. The winds are strong, and we're in for a rough ride. Yes. Just go. Aldrich waved his hand dismissively at the pilot and looked out again, no doubt gloating over his escape. Bryan inhaled deeply and tensed his muscles. The man might think he was getting away, but... Taking two final running steps, Bryan leapt into the air and grabbed hold of one of the chopper's skids with one hand. His added weight made the helicopter list to the side, and the pilot cursed violently. He could hear whimpering coming from inside the chopper. Cassie must be waking up. Gathering his strength, Bryan managed to bring his other arm up as well, so that he now had a two-handed grip. Above him, he could hear Aldrich shouting directions at the pilot. Shake him off. Shake him off. There was terror in the man's voice, and well there should be. Bryan thought to himself with a snarl, but first. Cassie. He shouted her name, praying she would hear him. Cassie, wake up. You have to get out of there. He took a brief glance down and gulped when he saw how high up he was. The drop was at least 20 feet to the rooftop. If Cassie didn't wake up and jump out in the next few seconds, they'd be too high up, and the drop could be deadly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Ryan and Kane as well. They weren't moving quickly, but at least Cassie wouldn't be alone should the worst happen, and he didn't make it. Suddenly, the chopper began to swing from side to side, and he snapped his focus back to the skid he was holding onto with all his might. Obviously, Aldrich had persuaded the pilot to follow the command to shake him loose. Bryan tried to chin himself enough so he could swing one leg up, but his injured limb refused to cooperate. Cursing, he tried to bring his other leg up. Only the chopper swung around in a circle and he missed. His arm muscles were burning, trembling from the strain, and his bruised ribs protested being stretched. Fear and pain had his hands sweating. He felt his fingers slipping and sought to tighten his grip, when something smashed against his fingers. Reflexively, he jerked away and found himself dangling by one hand. Huh? Take that. Aldrich was hanging half out of the helicopter and had used his foot to stamp on Bryan's fingers. Suddenly, Cassie's head appeared, peering out the door. Jump, Cassie. Bryan issued the command, but her wolf whimpered, instinctively scared of the height. Its front paws shuffled nervously as it looked down. He could see the fear and confusion in her eyes, but there was no time for pretty words. It was leap from the chopper or be carried away by Aldrich to suffer who knew what. Better the devil, you know, he whispered to himself. Praying she'd survive, he growled his instructions. Now, I am giving you an order. For a moment their eyes locked. He saw pure trust and belief shining in them, her faith that he wouldn't lead her astray, and then. Cassie launched herself from the helicopter, the force of her pushing off causing the machine to sway even more. No. That's my werewolf. Aldrich shouted in fury. The man's words ruined any chance of Bryan hearing Cassie land. Was she safe? He closed his eyes. He'd made the best decision he could, he told himself. Ignoring the sick feeling in his stomach, he was about to turn and look down when Aldrich swore. Damn you. Y'all pay for this. The man was inching along the skid, intent on stepping on Bryan's other hand. Bryan clenched his jaw and slowly pulled himself up with one arm until he could swing the other up, grabbing onto Aldrich's ankle. No. Let go. Take your filthy hands off me. Aldrich kicked and jerked, obviously desperate to free himself. Bryan tried to hang on, but knew his strength was almost spent. His fingers slipped a bit more. The wind buffeted the helicopter again, and it swung around. Aldrich leaned even further out of the chopper, still struggling to shake free, only his grip on the safety rope keeping him from falling. And that's when it happened. Bryan watched the expression on the man's face as it switched from pure rage to terror, and then. Aldrich's hand slipped on the safety rope and he screamed, toppling into space. It happened in a split second, and before Bryan could think to let go, the lawyer's weight jerked against his arm and he too was pulled down. There was a sense of air streaming past him. A crowd gathered below, the rooftop and the edge of the building rushing closer and closer, and then. Nothing. Cassie crouched near Bryan's unconscious body, uncaring of the hard surface beneath her knees or the cold wind that whipped her hair into her face. People were hurrying past her, but she didn't look up to see what they were doing. Instead, she kept her eyes glued on Bryan, watching the steady rise and fall of his chest, the pulsing of the vein in his neck. She hadn't dared move him, unsure of what type of injuries he might have sustained. Instead, she forced herself to just stroke his hair and press a careful kiss on his forehead. Ryan had assured her he'd be fine, that Bryan's metabolism would quickly heal any breaks or even a concussion, but she hadn't really believed it until he started to move about and murmur. Bryan. Bryan. She stroked his face and grasped his hand. Please wake up and look at me, so I know you're really all right. Bryan's closed eyes quivered, then he slowly opened them and looked at her blearily. A crooked smile formed on his lips. Hey. You're okay. He reached up to cup her cheek, and she leaned into his caress, sniffling lightly as a few stray tears escaped. Cassie, don't cry. He moved to get up, and she jerked her head away, pressing her hands to his chest to keep him on the ground. Don't you dare. You stay right here until we're sure you haven't damaged anything. She leaned back and called for their alpha. Ryan. He's awake. Can you come and check on him? Ryan sauntered over, a towel wrapped around his waist. He seemed impervious to the cold temperatures as he hunkered down beside Bryan. Your mate's worried about you. You okay? Cassie shot her alpha a panicked look at the word mate. What was Ryan talking about? She opened her mouth to protest, but then clamped it shut. Time for that later. Bryan was what mattered right now. Bryan moved to sit up again, and Ryan didn't stop him, so Cassie just bit her lip. Supposedly Alpha's knew best. Yeah, I am fine. Feel like I've been hit by a truck though. Ryan nodded wisely. Falling out of a helicopter will do that to you. Anything permanently damaged. Slowly, Bryan moved his limbs, wincing when it came to the leg that had been shot. Nothing permanent, though my leg stings. Aldrich was using damned silver bullets. I'll probably have a rash for weeks. A crooked smile broke out on Ryan's face, and Cassie sensed he'd been more worried about his beta than he'd let on. Maybe Cassie can help you apply some cream. He winked at her roguishly, and she felt her face burn with embarrassment. What was it with Ryan and all the sexual innuendo? Bryan jerked his chin towards Ryan. A bit cold for sunbathing, or were you using Aldrich's hot tub? Ryan glanced down at his near-naked form and chuckled. Nah, when Kane and I switched forms, we were a little low on energy and had to make some concessions. Luckily, 2 cleaning ladies came along, and we persuaded them to lend us some towels. Ryan grinned. They were very helpful, and under the impression that some elaborate security check was going on. You know anything about that? I might. Was one of them concerned about your manners? Bryan quirked an eyebrow. Yep. She preferred Kane and felt I was rude. Can you imagine? Definitely delusional, I'd say. The 2 men laughed, and Cassie could see the friendship they obviously shared. Ryan got to his feet. We have quite a mess to clean up here. Concocting a story to cover all of this won't be easy. Bryan slowly got to his feet. A few grimaces passed over his face, hinting that he didn't feel quite as fine as he claimed. I'll be with you in a minute, Ryan. I just need to. He flicked his eyes towards Cassie and smiled sheepishly, giving a small shrug. You know. Ryan glanced between Bryan and Cassie. Yeah, I know. I just finished with Mel a few minutes ago. Needed to reassure her I wasn't dead. And Kane's still with Elise. He chuckled and walked away. Inexplicably, Cassie suddenly felt shy. Staring at the ground, she struggled to think of what to say. I am glad you're all right. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. That was a dumb thing to say. The man had almost been killed trying to save her. However, Bryan seemed to have no problem knowing what he wanted. He took her by the shoulders and pulled her close, kissing her soundly before releasing her abruptly. God, Cassie, I am so glad you're all right. Me? I am okay. My ankles and wrists hurt a bit from absorbing the shock of landing, but other than that, I am fine. You're the one we were all worried about. He shook his head, then wrapped his arms around her. Rocking her gently, he rested his chin on her head. I wasn't sure. When I told you to jump, I prayed we weren't too high, that you'd be fine. I didn't know if I was making the right decision, telling you to jump, but I wasn't sure where Aldrich might take you and if it'd be able to track. Cassie stopped his ramble of self-doubt by twisting in his arms and kissing him. When she felt him relax, she slowly pulled away. I trusted you. I knew you'd never tell me to do something I couldn't handle. Yeah, well. He pulled her close again, rubbing his cheek against her hair. Cassie sighed and melted into him, content to stay within the haven of his arms while others dealt with the chaos around them. All too soon, Bryan sighed heavily and released her, his hands loosely resting on her hips. I should go help. But first tell me what happened to Aldrich. He's dead. She stated the fact, plainly feeling no remorse over the man's demise. You landed on the roof. He didn't. Bryan winced. That's going to be hard to explain. Not really. Kane strolled up to them in a state of undress equal to that of his brothers. We have some unexpected help from some friends of yours, Cassie. Friends of mine. Who? Kane nodded his head, and Cassie looked in the direction he indicated and gasped, barely able to believe her eyes. Franklin. The man in question was framed in the French doors that led into the penthouse, looking much the same as he always had, well except he wasn't wearing his butler gear. He took a half step towards her, a smile breaking out on his face, and Cassie began to run towards him, barely aware of Bryan's hands releasing her. "Franklin!" She launched herself at the old man, nearly knocking him over, but he managed to brace himself. His arms wrapped around her, hugging tightly, and she buried her face in his shoulder, inhaling the long-forgotten scents of cologne and peppermint that Shed always associated with him. Leaning back, she smiled up at him. "I am so glad to see you, but how?" Franklin smiled down at her, his eyes twinkling. His grip tightened slightly, then he slowly let her go and stepped back. Arranging his features into the bland expression she knew so well, he clasped his hands behind his back. "Your uncle charged me with your care if something ever happened to him. I've been using certain resources to keep an eye on you. When it seemed you were in a spot of trouble, I felt it prudent to step in and do what I could." What he could? Ryan barked out a laugh from where he stood nearby. The man's got everyone involved, convinced this is some top-secret government case, and that they'll be arrested if they breathe a word to anyone. His partner, Meredith, is going around collecting affidavits and having people sign some pretty official-looking papers swearing secrecy. Franklin lifted an eyebrow and inclined his head. "We do what we can. So you've been watching me all along." Cassie frowned, still focused on what he'd revealed earlier. "Well, not myself, but Meredith Mitchell has been supplying weekly reports." "Mrs. Mitchell from the grocery store. I thought she was just a nice old lady who took an interest in me." "She is a nice old lady, as well as my former partner." "Former partner? I wasn't always a butler, Miss Cassie. Before working for your uncle, I led a rather interesting life. In fact, we met through one of my cases. Unfortunately, I am not at liberty to tell you anything about it, though." "Oh." Cassie stared at the butler, not sure what to say. He cleared his throat. "I've also taken the liberty of making arrangements for your young man." "My young man? You mean Bryan?" She swung her head around and saw that he was walking towards them. "Not that young man, the other one." "The other?" "Kellen." "Oh my God, I forgot all about him." She made to run inside, but Franklin put out his hand to stop her. "No need to worry. He's on his way to the hospital. I've been assured he'll be fine." Bryan arrived at her side and slid an arm around her waist. "What's up? You look worried." "I forgot all about Kellen." Cassie shook her head, unable to believe her lapse in memory. "I can't believe I forgot about him. He's the reason we're here." She looked up at Bryan, expecting to see. Well, she wasn't sure exactly what she was expecting, but it wasn't Bryan trying to hide a smile. "What are you smiling about?" "Me? I am not smiling." Bryan's face became a study of innocence, and she stared at him suspiciously. Was he pleased that Shed forgot all about an injured friend? Turning to Franklin, she opened her mouth to ask his opinion, but thought she saw a hastily erased smile on his face as well. She folded her arms and huffed. "All right, I get it. Neither of you are Kellen fans. I understand, but he was good to me, and I feel I owe him some loyalty." Franklin nodded slowly. "Yes, he helped you when you needed it. But over the years, you've repaid your debt with interest. Supporting your friends is important so long as you don't let it come between you and something even more meaningful." Cassie bit her lip, wondering if something even more meaningful was standing beside her, or if it was just another caring, concerned friend. Chapter 27, Bryan lay beside Cassie, his arm curved under his head as he watched her sleep. Her lips were slightly parted, and her lashes fanned out over her cheeks. He reached out and brushed a lock of hair from her forehead, and she murmured slightly, but didn't awaken. His eyes were heavy and gritty. He knew he needed to get some rest for the day ahead. There was still some cleanup to do. If they wanted to keep their involvement in this affair out of the public eye, in only a few hours, the alarm would be going off and he'd have to leave. But right now, observing Cassie seemed more important. Poor thing was worn right out, he thought to himself. The teleporting, the drama at Aldrich's apartment, her reunion with Franklin and Teasdale, and now tonight, her first full moon. He smiled thinking of how the night had played out. Things had been cleared up at Aldrich, with surprising ease, considering the scope of the mess. While the case wasn't closed, Kane had seemed confident that the Chicago pack, with Franklin's help, could cover up the entire incident, and was planning on contacting the other pack in the morning. With that in mind, they'd returned to the estate at Franklin's insistence and enjoyed an elaborate meal of all Cassie's favorites, prepared by Mrs. Teasdale the cook. Since it would be a full moon, they decided to spend the night at the estate, as it gave the wolves lots of room to roam. As the evening progressed and the skies had darkened, Cassie had become increasingly distraught. Shed pulled him aside into one of the alcoves off the living room where they'd gathered and whispered desperately to him. "Bryan, I can't do this. I can't just let go and allow a wolf to take over my body. I am scared of what it might do." As she spoke, she constantly darted her eyes about as if fearful the others would hear. He'd laced their fingers together and squeezed her hand. "You don't have to be scared. You've already changed twice. Once at your house and once on the rooftop." "I know, but I didn't plan those, they just happened because I was scared. Tonight, it will be my choice to change. Yes, it will be your choice to embrace who you really are, to accept your whole self. The wolf's been with you for years. You know it, you've talked to it. Is it really such a scary creature?" Cassie had frowned thoughtfully. "I guess not. We actually had a nice talk today, and I could sort of see the wolf in my head." She gave a little laugh. It was like a puppy wanting to play. "See? Puppies aren't scary." He'd quirked an eyebrow. "I think what you're really worried about is losing control. You, my dear, are a control freak." "Yes, you. And I can understand why. You've had to be in control to survive. There was Anderson you watched out for, working to support the two of you, maintaining the house, and keeping your wolf under control so you weren't discovered. It was a lot of responsibility to have thrust on you with no training and no one to guide you. But now, you have to realize you aren't alone. You don't have to be in control all the time. I am here, Ryan's here. We'll keep you safe. Just let go and enjoy the experience." Shed exhaled a shuddering breath. "I'll try, but my stomach's quivering. First time butterflies." "Butterflies?" She snorted. "They feel more like vultures, if you ask me." The sky had darkened, and it was time to go outside. Kane and Elise slipped away first. Then Ryan had clapped his hand on Bryan's back and wished him luck before moving on to Cassie. The alpha had taken her by the shoulders and stared at her intently. "You did a great job today, Cassie, and y'all do fine tonight. Bryan's my beta for a reason. He'll take good care of you." He'd then playfully tapped her nose and hugged her before putting his arm around Mel's shoulders and leading her outside. Mel was going to watch the transformation rather than participate, since shifting after the first trimester was considered too dangerous. Bryan watched them leave and thought he overheard Mel whispering something about giving Ryan a belly rub. Given Ryan's throaty chuckle and the way he nuzzled Mel's neck, Bryan decided he'd probably overheard correctly. Alone in the front entrance, Cassie had looked up at him nervously. "Well, this is it." Shed tried to smile, but it had been wobbly and he sensed she was on the verge of tears. "What do I do?" "Nothing." "Well, just go outside, sit in the moonlight and relax. Our wolves will do the rest." Just like that. Yep, just like that. And so they'd sat on the front step, side by side, silently watching the sky darken until they were bathed in moonlight. It was a perfect evening for a first transformation. No clouds to obscure the moon, the air crisp and clear, but not too cold, at least not for him. Cassie shivered, but whether it was nerves or the temperature, he wasn't sure. He'd pulled her close, an arm around her shoulders, and had her rest her head on his chest and close her eyes. She snuggled in closer, and he felt her breath feathering across the exposed skin at his neck. Rubbing his cheek over the silky smoothness of her hair, he kissed the top of her head, then lifted his face to the sky, calling his wolf and setting it free. His muscles slowly tightened, his breathing grew more rapid. Tension grew within him and he reached for it, embraced it, straining to draw it out as long as possible so that Cassie would be sure to join him. It grew and coiled tighter and tighter until he was teetering on the edge. And then, when he could resist the pull no longer, he let it wash over him. The most delicious feeling of release exploding within him as the air shimmered and his body changed form and the wolf appeared. As he'd planned, Cassie had been drawn along with him. He'd reasoned she was too nervous and too tired after the day's events to go it alone. There'd be time enough for that on the next occasion. Turning to look at his companion, he'd nudged her playfully, snuffling her neck and welcoming her to the pack. The creature had been all aquiver, nervous and excited, eager to explore yet unsure. He'd led the way, across the lawn and towards the tree line, the wolf at his side gradually relaxing as it came into its own. Their bodies had cast long shadows across the frost-covered ground as they'd raced side by side, their breath puffs of vapor in the cool night air. Together they'd explored the small forest, playing tag, jumping over fallen logs, splashing through small streams created by the spring thaw. In a few places, small patches of snow still existed, and her wolf had enjoyed burying its muzzle in the cold whiteness, then snuffling and shaking its head when the frosty crystals got up its nose. The evening had been perfect, though a bit taxing for him. His own wolf was ecstatic to finally have its mate by its side, and was determined to stake its claim. Cassie's wolf had shown no restraint either, flipping its tail, giving come-hither looks, nipping playfully then rolling on the ground. It had taken all his willpower to hold the wolf back. In her human form, Cassie wasn't sure if this was what she wanted, and so Bryan was determined to respect her wishes. Even if it half-killed him. It was nearly dawn when he finally convinced her wolf to allow her to transform back. Cassie had seemed exhausted and disoriented, with only the vaguest memories of running across the expansive lawns of the estate. She claimed that after that, everything was a blur. In his own mind, Bryan thought her memory lapse was likely a good thing. Her wolf's wanton behavior would probably have embarrassed her. Now they were tucked in bed together in Cassie's old room. Childhood mementos were still scattered about, posters on the wall, a few school books stacked haphazardly on the desk. Apparently, Mrs. Teasdale had insisted that everything be left as it was, convinced that her miss would come back. Bryan lifted one corner of his mouth. The cook had been correct. Miss Cassie had returned, but would she stay? He stared at Cassie again. A woman, yet still a child in many ways, due to her unusual life. She had so much to learn, how to be a wolf and part of a pack, how to enjoy life without the constant fear of discovery, how to love, how to make love. An ache grew in his heart as he thought of the future. Would she be able to accept him as her mate? Could he overcome her earlier prejudices? He hoped so. Oh, so carefully, he moved to wrap his arm around her and slide her close. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling her unique scent, letting it wrap itself around him. This was home, here with Cassie. He closed his own weary eyes and sighed contentedly before drifting off to sleep. The two alphas and their mates lounged comfortably on the leather sofas that flanked the fireplace in the sitting room at the Greyson estate. A fire burned cheerfully in the hearth, chasing away the morning chill, and a tray of bagels, croissants, and various spreads, as well as coffee, tea, and juice were set on a low table within easy reach. The heavy velvet curtains had been pulled back, allowing the early spring sun to shine into the room, brightening the rich, dark paneling and highlighting the interesting array of wolf memorabilia that Anthony Greyson had amassed over the years. They'd all stayed at the estate last night. It had been a full moon, and the grounds had provided ample room for them to enjoy the occasion. Presently, they were waiting for Bryan and Cassie to make an appearance. The young couple had still been out frolicking when the rest of them had gone to bed. To pass the time, they were studying a picture of Cain in his wolf form. Franklin had retrieved it from its hiding place and rehung it over the mantel where Anthony Greyson had originally displayed it. "Damned fine picture I took." Ryan mused as he stared at the photo through narrowed eyes. "You had a good subject to work with." Elise murmured from where she was tucked into Cain's side. "It's hard to believe that so many events stem from the taking of one picture," Melody mused, her hand on top of Ryan's as he rubbed slow circles on her stomach. His other hand was busy holding a cup of coffee out of her reach. Kane grunted. We're just lucky everything worked out as neatly as it did. Between Marla and Aldrich, that picture could have led to the destruction of us all. But it didn't. And in the end, Marla redeemed herself. Elise had a sad, faraway look in her eye as she spoke, as always too tender-hearted. Her wolf redeemed itself, but Il never believed that Marla actually did. Ryan took a swig of his morning brew, his face set in a scowl. But aren't they one and the same? Melody looked puzzled. Usually, but not always. Kane sighed regretfully, staring at the contents of his mug. He took a sip and slowly shook his head. I feel partly responsible. As Alpha, I should know what's going on with the members of my pack, but I never realized. Little wonder Marla never wanted to go on a run. I am guessing she's one of those strange cases where the human half never integrates with the wolf inside. Their personalities weren't compatible. It's sort of like twins. They might look the same, have the same parents, but they turn out totally different from each other. Melody cleared her throat and sat up straight, looking nervous. Speaking of parents, Kane flashed her a look and smirked, causing Ryan to frown. When Kane smirked, it usually meant trouble for him. He dropped his hand from Melody's stomach, set down his coffee, and shifted so he could see her face more clearly. As you probably know. She paused and darted her eyes around the room's occupants, as if worried about their reception of her statement. Ryan raised his brows. Know what, Melody? Spit it out. Ryan, leave your mate alone. She'll speak when she's ready. Kane rebuked him softly, then settled back and looked at Melody with calm inquiry. Melody glanced at Kane, flushed and looked down. Ryan felt himself bristle as jealousy shot through him. First Melody blocked their mental link, and now she was looking at his brother and blushing. He fought to hold back the rumble that arose inside him and glared at Kane. Kane grinned evilly, but said nothing. Taking a deep breath, Melody began again. As you know, Lycan Link has been searching for my father and they've found him. Ryan snapped his head back to look at Melody in shock. This was her big news. It was interesting, but he frowned. Something wasn't right. What was going on? Elise sat up, smiling broadly. Mel, that's wonderful news. Isn't it, Kane? She glanced up at her mate, who seemed to be trying to hold back his own smile, the faintest hint of which could be seen in the corners of his mouth. And who might the lucky man be, Mel? Kane asked smoothly, casually folding his arms behind his head. It's... She started to say, paused to study Kane carefully, and then her mouth fell open as she gave an exasperated gasp. You knew. Here I've been stewing over this for the past few days, not sure how to break the news, and you knew. Knew what? Ryan and Elise spoke in unison. About my father. Melody stood up, hands on her hips, obviously fuming. How dare you not tell me? She glared at Kane. Kane threw up his hands in mock surrender. Don't be mad at me. I found out the same time you did, but figured it was your place to share the news. Oh. Melody seemed to calm down. Well, that's okay then, I guess. Did you know about the mix-up too? It gave me a few bad moments before I realized the mistake and moved to have it corrected. Melody sat down again. It gave me some bad moments too. I had almost a week of thinking that, what? Ryan broke into the conversation, unable to wait any longer. Melody, I swear if you don't tell me what the hell you're talking about this very minute, Kane's my brother. Melody delivered the news deadpan, her eyes focused on Ryan's face. Elise could be heard gasping and Kane chuckling, but Ryan barely noticed. He stared at Melody in shock, his entire body tensing as the implications made themselves known. But he can't be. I mean, he's my brother and you're my. Suddenly, he paused and frowned, then slumped back in the sofa as understanding dawned. Half-brother. He's your half-brother and my half-brother, but we don't share any of those halves. Right. Kane and I share a father, while you and Kane share a mother. But you and I share absolutely nothing. Melody beamed at him. Ryan shook his head and ran his hand over her stomach. I wouldn't say we share absolutely nothing. Melody smacked him lightly and then turned to Kane. Hi, brother. Sis. He nodded at her, then grinned. Are you going to tell Ryan about the part that nearly gave you a nervous breakdown? Oh. Right. She looked at Ryan a bit sheepishly. I know I've been a pain in the rear lately, standoffish and not letting me touch you. Ryan finished the statement, a bit of a scowl on his face. I know, and I am sorry. Melody cupped his face and gave him a quick kiss. But you see, Lycan Link made a mistake and switched you and Kane. So for a period of time I thought you and I shared a father and were half-siblings. You and me. Ryan let out a low whistle. Now that would have been a complication. Damned right. Melody ran her hands through her hair. I didn't know what to do, who to tell. I tried to talk to Bryan, but he was busy finding Cassie, and then he told me to talk to Daniel since Daniel had grown up in the pack with you. Why didn't you just ask me? Ryan tried to keep the hurt out of his voice. Why hadn't Melody turned to him? Don't you see? I just couldn't, because if it were true, then we couldn't be together, and then there was the baby. A sheen of tears covered her eyes, and Ryan pulled her close, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. I understand. What did Daniel say? Not much at first. Honestly, it's so hard to get information out of you guys. But eventually, he started talking about your parents and how your family would come and go, and well. I started to realize that certain things didn't line up with what my mother had told me about my father. So I contacted Lycan Link and found out they discovered the mistake and were correcting their records, and now you and I aren't related anymore. Elise laughed. That's quite a tale, Mel. But why was Kane contacted and not Ryan? A guilty flush came over Melody's face. Ryan was, but I kept sneaking into his office and checking his email. When a message came in from Lycan Link, I deleted it. Melody. Reading your alpha's email is not allowed. Ryan scolded her. Well, it's your own fault. Your password is my name. Even I can hack into your account when you make it that simple. Melody rolled her eyes and Ryan tried to growl, but ended up laughing. He stood up and scooped her into his arms. She squealed rather satisfactorily, and he grinned. Ryan Taylor, what do you think you're doing? Melody squirmed in his arms. Taking you upstairs to have wild sex with you, of course. And I'll reestablish our mental link first. I miss sharing orgasms with you. He nuzzled her neck and nipped lightly. Ryan. Melody shot an embarrassed look at Elise and Kane. Great idea, Ryan. Kane stood up and pulled Elise to her feet, leering at her playfully. Should we emulate them? Elise opened her mouth to answer, but Kane's cell phone rang. He checked the number and grunted. It's the Chicago pack finally getting back to me. Every time I call, I get the Alpha's granddaughter on the phone. And then she says the old man is too busy to talk to me. If Sam Harper tries to put me off one more time. He growled discontentedly as he flipped the phone open. Ryan, don't be too long. If we can finally arrange a meeting with the old man, I want to be able to jump on the chance. Sighing, Elise stuffed her hands in her pocket and moved to stare out the window. Ryan couldn't make out exactly what Elise was saying, but she was definitely muttering angrily under her breath. Melody nibbled on his neck, and he switched his attention back to her, pushing his concerns for his brother and Elise to the back of his mind. Whatever their problem, they'd find a way to work it out. Cassie walked down the hospital corridor, reading the room numbers as she passed each door. 446, 447, 448. There it was, Kellen's room. She paused and took a deep breath, her hand in her pocket touching the papers she had carefully printed off the internet earlier that morning. Blinking her eyes rapidly, she held back the threatening tears, damming her raw-edged emotions. What was wrong with her? Shed thought this out carefully. She owed Kellen this much. She reached for the door handle. Bryan's hand settled over hers, stilling her movement. "I still think you shouldn't go to see him." She looked up at him over her shoulder. His face was devoid of emotion, just the flexing of a muscle in his jaw giving away the fact that he was displeased. Bryan felt she shouldn't be visiting Kellen, that she owed the man nothing. Earlier, when she tried to explain she wasn't just going out of duty, but out of friendship, he turned away, his hands clenching into fists. "I can go by myself," Shed said. "I know you don't care for Kellen. There are several cars in the garage that still have current plates. I'll drive myself." But Bryan wouldn't hear of her going alone, and so they'd driven to the hospital together. It had been a tense ride, the atmosphere thick between them. She hadn't known what to say, and Bryan had been moody, almost angry. Any topic she thought of seemed inappropriate, and so Shed said nothing at all, twisting the ends of her scarf in her hands. It was a deep green and matched her eyes, or so her uncle had said. Shed found it in her closet just that morning and had ended up crying over it. It was the last thing he'd ever given her. Tracing the tear stains with her fingertip, Shed sighed and leaned her head against the window, staring at the passing scenery. It was that annoying state just before a rain. The world seemed dull and gray, the air heavy and damp. Bare, lifeless trees and muddy ground were about all there was to see. The only color came from bits of garbage that had somehow escaped going to the dump. Cassie noted a scrap of old Christmas wrapping paper caught in a clump of weeds. Its once colorful print seemed faded and sad, speaking of happier days now long past. Even the snow was depressing. The few remaining patches along the edge of the road were filthy from car exhaust. All in all, it matched her mood perfectly. Glumly, she thought back to 2 nights ago and wondered how her relationship with Bryan could have changed so dramatically in such a short period of time. Transforming under the full moon had been one of the most freeing experiences of her life, and Shed awoken the next day full of excitement and happy with the world. Bryan hadn't been there, though the indent on her pillow showed that he'd spent the night. 2 nights in a row sleeping in the same bed. Shed giggled, feeling foolishly happy and hugging the pillow to her chest. It seemed like her life was finally turning around. Mr. Aldrich was gone and she was back home. She no longer feared being a werewolf, and then there was Bryan. A wide smile had spread across her face, and Shed flopped back in the bed, hoping he'd return soon. Of course he hadn't, and she eventually went in search of him. Sadly, Mel informed her that he and the 2 alphas were still working on cleanup, which basically meant getting rid of anything that might link the previous day's events to werewolves. They also had a meeting with the Chicago pack, and there was no telling how long it might take. Shed sighed but had made the best of things, filling the day with other activities. That, of course, didn't mean she forgot about Bryan. He was often on her mind, and she longed to talk to him about her night as a wolf. Some of her muscles seemed stiff with overuse, and she was curious as to what they'd done. Hopefully, nothing embarrassing, she thought, scowling when the wolf inside gave what sounded like an exceptionally contented sigh, but refused to reveal any details. With nothing in particular to do, Shed spent some time on the internet researching an idea she had, soon becoming so engrossed in the topic that she had been surprised when Franklin called her to dinner. The skies darkened and Bryan still hadn't appeared. Cassie had consoled herself that Mel and Elise were alone as well, and they'd spent a pleasant evening getting acquainted. They'd all stayed up late waiting for the men to return, until Ryan finally called around 10 o'clock. Apparently, the Chicago pack was more than a little miffed that their territory had been invaded by 2 alphas without first obtaining consent. They wanted compensation and various laws. Clauses and precedents were being tossed about almost like weapons. Ryan confessed that Kane was so upset he was threatening a takeover, which hadn't helped negotiations run smoothly at all. In short, it was going to be a long night, and the women would be lucky to see them by morning. On that note, they all said good night, each heading off to their own lonely beds. Which brought her up to this morning. Shed felt groggy when Shed awoken, having spent a restless night missing Bryan's presence in her bed, but shook off the feeling, knowing he was sure to come back soon. Anxious to finish her project before he arrived, Shed quickly dressed and settled down at the computer. And that was where Bryan had found her, looking up treatment centers for Kellen to help him learn how to control his gambling addiction. That was when everything started to go downhill. Dark circles under Bryan's eyes gave evidence that he'd been working hard on little sleep. Lines of tension had tightened his features. Apparently, there'd been some issues with the Chicago pack, but he didn't elaborate on them. In fact, he'd been rather taciturn and disinclined to talk about the situation, more interested in what she was doing and why. It turned out, Bryan didn't want her looking up information for Kellen. He didn't want her visiting Kellen or even calling him. His demands got her back up, and after that, well. Now they were outside Kellen's hospital room, barely speaking to each other. Cassie. Bryan's curt voice brought her out of her reverie. I need to see him, Bryan. I know you don't understand, but it's what I feel I have to do. Then I'll go in with you. His chin jutted out slightly, and she held back her annoyance at his high-handed manner. No. This is something I need to do by myself. Go and wait in the lobby. I'll meet you downstairs in about 15 minutes. Bryan clamped his jaw shut, his displeasure palpable, but he released her hand and stepped away. Fine. I'll be waiting. She nodded and watched him walk down the hall, hurt by his unfeeling attitude. Her chin quivered, but she quashed her feelings and turned to face the door. One deep breath, then another. Okay, she was ready. Cassie walked into the hospital room and was immediately struck by white. White walls, white curtains, white bedding, and Kellen's white face. His eyes were closed, and his hands were lying at his side. Kellen. She whispered his name, wondering if he was awake or not, taken aback that he looked so poorly. Immediately, his eyes opened, and a smile spread across his pale face. Sandy. She walked over to the bed and sat down beside him, the mattress making a soft whooshing noise. Hey, how are you? You don't look so good. She brushed his hair from his forehead. I am okay, all things considered. What did the doctor say? He shrugged negligently. A few bumps and bruises, some residual sedatives in my blood, but it'll be good to go tomorrow. I am glad. She took his hand and he squeezed it. And you? How's my girlie? Cassie closed her eyes at the endearment, biting her lip and forcing down the emotion that welled up inside her. She swallowed and opened her eyes. I am good. Then what's this? He touched her face where a lone tear had escaped. She sniffed and blinked hard. Nothing. I am just happy you're all right. Sure you are. He studied her face, then dropped his gaze. Silence stretched between them, Kellen plucking at the bedspread, while Cassie studied the floor. It was white, too, with a few flecks of gray. Sandy. Yes, Kellen. She looked up at him warily. I am sorry about Dollar Nitch and Eddie and Hugh, and it's okay. She interrupted, falling back into her old habit of minimizing his failings. No. It's not okay. I was willing to trade you, our relationship, for money to finance my gambling. It was wrong. It was stupid. He pursed his lips and shook his head. The only thing I can say is that at first I thought you'd be happy to be rich. But then, when I talked to you at the house, I realized you'd left your old life for a reason, and I had no right to decide for you if you went back or not. Cassie smiled sadly. Same old Kellen, always thinking things through after the fact. I know. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. He smiled and seemed relieved, pushing himself up a bit in the bed and seeming perkier. His guilt was always short-lived. So, what happened to all the bad guys? I guess I missed all the excitement. Mr. Aldrich was involved in some illegal dealings, but it's all being kept pretty hush-hush. I even had to sign papers swearing I won't talk about it with anyone. Whoa. That's serious stuff. Yep. They'll probably be around to see you too. So don't say anything to anyone about what you heard or saw. Cassie put some added sternness in her voice in the hopes that Kellen would realize how serious this was. That'll be pretty easy. I was too drugged most of the time to remember anything. Just fuzzy images and bits and pieces of conversations. Good. I mean, it'll be easier for you this way, not to slip up. He nodded. So, after I've been sworn to secrecy and I am released tomorrow, what are we going to do? Do you want to do some sightseeing in Chicago or fly right back to Vegas? Cassie took a fortifying breath. Here came the hard part. I am not going back, Kellen. Oh. The smile left his face for a moment, and then he brightened again. Well, that makes sense. You're an heiress. Why would you live in a poky little house in Vegas and work at a grocery store? You know, I was thinking a change might do me some good, too. What do you say I move up here and... He stopped talking, obviously noticing that Cassie was shaking her head no. No, Kellen. You aren't moving here with me. But I said I was sorry. It was all just a big misunderstanding, a mistake. Kellen. Anyone can make a mistake. Kellen. And I promise I'll never do it again. Kellen. Will you please quit talking and listen to me? Cassie shouted the words at him, and he finally stopped, giving her a hurt look. All right, I'll stop. Thank you. She composed herself for the little speech she'd prepared. Kellen, I care for you, and I care for you, Cassie continued on, ignoring his interruption, staring at the wall over his shoulder. She knew she'd never get this out if she looked at him. And for a time, we were good for each other. You helped me when I had no one, and I'll never forget you for that. I didn't mind. I wanted to help you, and I'd like to think I helped you too. You did, Sandy, more than y'all ever know. Without you, but we aren't good for each other anymore. She paused, and this time Kellen had nothing to say. Stealing a glance at his face, she saw the shocked disbelief, the denial. He was slowly shaking his head. She took a shuddering breath and opened her mouth to continue when he finally spoke. Sandy, you don't mean that. You and I. He paused and swallowed hard. A sheen developed on his eyes, and hers began to tear in response. You're all I have. If you give up on me. Kellen bit his lip and looked down. His hand was clenching the covers. I am not giving up on you, Kellen, but I am moving on. I can't take it any longer. The broken promises, the disappointment, the sneaking and lying. We're always in debt. I'll stop gambling, Sandy. I promise. Right now on this very spot, I swear. She reached forward and pressed her hand to his lips. No, Kellen. We've done this before. You need help. More than I can give you. Pulling back her hand, she dug in her pocket and pulled out a piece of paper and held it out to him. I found this on the internet. It's a private clinic for gamblers, and it's not too far away. I called this morning, and they're willing to take you, to help you. I'll pay the entire cost if y'all go. Kellen reached out and slowly took the paper from her hand. The room was silent as he read the information. I don't know, Sandy. It's supposed to be one of the best places in the country. The success rate is high. Please, Kellen. Do this for me. For you. You're a wonderful man, smart, kind, funny, good-looking, but the gambling is ruining your life. You were lucky this time, but one of these days your luck will run out. Cassie stopped talking and pleading and held her breath, hoping her words were finally making an impression, that he'd accept what she was offering. If I go, will you take me back? Her heart plummeted. This was the question she'd feared. Would her answer seal his fate? Should she lie? Or put her life on hold for him one more time? Kellen, Her voice cracked, and she could no longer hold back the tears. I can't. I am sorry, I wish I could, but I can't. I have to move on, live my own life. Kellen was crying too, silent tears dripping down his face as he finally realized this was the end. What are you going to do? Will you stay here? I don't know. I have my uncle's house, but I met someone. We've only known each other a few days, but I think. I hope we might have something together. He wiped his nose on the back of his hand and took a deep breath, staring up at the ceiling. I am glad for you and I hope it works. You deserve to be happy. Oh, Kellen. Cassie launched herself at him and held him tight, sobbing against his chest. His arms wrapped around her, his warmth seeping into her, his familiar scent surrounding her. She cried for the loss of his presence in her life, for the dreams Shed had when they first met. She cried for the wasted years, the fights, the good times and happy memories. And she cried for Kellen and his future, hoping he'd make it, and knowing it was quite likely Shed never really know. This was it, the end of the line for them. It was time to say goodbye. She pulled away and wiped her eyes, taking deep breaths to try and compose herself. There's one more thing, Kellen. I hope you won't be mad, but I tracked down your parents. I called them and, if you want to talk, they're anxious to hear from you. Your mom. She cried when I said your name. Here's their number. Cassie fumbled in her pocket and pulled out the second piece of paper and pressed it into his hand. He looked up at her, his face ravaged and shocked. She imagined she looked equally bad with red eyes and a blotchy face. Call them, please. They still love you. Standing, she backed out of the room, watching him stare blankly at the phone number in his hand. Goodbye, Kellen. I'll never forget you. As the door swung shut, she heard him softly call out. I'll never forget you, either. Goodbye, girly girly. He'd called her girly. The tears streamed down her face at the familiar term. Her vision was so blurred, she could hardly see as she made her way to the elevator. Damn him. Miss, are you all right? Someone, a woman, placed a hand on her shoulder. I'll be fine. Cassie brushed past the concerned citizen, uncaring that her scarf had fallen from her shoulders and was now in the stranger's hands. Miss, you dropped, Cassie walked on, trying to hold back her tears. Girly. Why had Kellen said that? It was one of the first words he'd said to her, and now it was the last. Looking around, she suddenly realized she was in the lobby. How had she arrived there? She didn't even remember using the elevator. She pressed her hand to her mouth and tried to calm down, but her mind kept going back to what had just happened. Shed cut her ties to Kellen. It had been the right thing to do, the only way to force him to get help, but now. Oh God, she needed a shoulder to cry on, but where was Bryan? She scanned the room, but there was no sign of him. Cassie quickly walked around the perimeter of the lobby. He'd been here, she could scent him, but why had he left? Had Ryan or Kane called him with a job? But surely, he could have told her he was leaving. Just in case she was mistaken, she peeked in the gift shop and the small cafe that was off to the side. No. He wasn't there. She bit her lip and blinked hard, tears welling in her eyes again. Had he just left her here? He had the other morning, after the full moon. Was he going to be like Kane? From what Elise said, Kane worked all the time. Insecurities filled her. Bryan had been so cold and bossy this morning. And he'd been angry while driving her here, almost as if spending time together was a burden. Had the tenderness just been a show to lure her into joining the pack? And now that he thought he had her convinced, he was going to ignore her, possibly leave her to fend for herself back in Canada. What proof did she have that pack life was one big happy family, beyond what he'd told her? Suddenly she felt empty and abandoned. The two most important people in her life were gone. Bryan had left her, and Shed just pushed Kellen away. Was this how Kellen had felt just now when she said goodbye? Had it hurt him as badly as the loss of Bryan was doing to her now? Oh God, she had to get out of here before she totally lost control. She began to walk towards the exit as fast as she could, brushing past other visitors, skirting around a grouping of chairs. The door was in front of her. She had to get outside, had to breathe some fresh air. The doors slid open automatically, and she hurried through them. The sounds of conversation washed around, but she had no thought other than escaping. She looked around, wondering where to go, then focused on a grouping of trees, instinct telling her to head that way. Blindly, she set off for the small green belt, picking up speed, Then running, cutting across the parking lot, splashing through puddles, uncaring that it was raining, giving no thought to the traffic. Brakes squealed, profanities yelled, but she didn't stop. Run, get away. Hide. It was all she could think of. If she ran fast enough, surely she'd be able to escape the pain inside. Chapter 28. Bryan strode down the halls of the hospital, peering into rooms, scanning seating areas. Where the hell was she? When Cassie hadn't appeared after 15 minutes, he's gone upstairs to get her. He wasn't leaving her with Anderson any longer than necessary. Whatever she had to say to the man should have been over and done with in that period of time. Cassie was his, and he didn't want Anderson near her. The man had had his chance, and he'd messed up. But when he'd arrived at Anderson's door, the man had been talking softly on the phone to someone. A quick scan of the room had allowed him to pick up Cassie's scent, but she wasn't there any longer. Thankfully, Anderson had been facing the other way and never even realized someone had popped their head in. Bryan doubted he'd be able to exchange a civil word with the man. Now he was looking for Cassie. The stench of illness, medicine, antiseptics, and humanity swirled around him as he tried to distinguish her scent. Shed headed to the elevator and then. Logically, he decided she would have headed back to the lobby. Perhaps their paths had crossed, Cassie coming down while he was going up. He took the stairs, too impatient to wait for the elevator to arrive. As he clattered down the stairwell, he gave a short, ironic laugh. With all the stairs he was climbing lately, he didn't have to worry about missing his workouts. Arriving back in the lobby, he made his way to the middle, looking around expectantly. When Cassie didn't immediately appear, he stopped in the middle of the busy space, turning in a slow circle, studying each grouping of chairs, each huddle of humans. He clenched his jaw, she wasn't there. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, frowning in concentration as he used all his skills to sort through the confusing cacophony that assaulted his keen senses. A smile slowly spread over his face as he detected the faintest trace of her scent. Following it carefully, he made his way through the hospital down one hallway and then the next. Where was she headed? Her scent grew stronger, and he walked with greater speed. Surely she was just around this next corner. Mentally, he planned the chastisement he'd give her for not meeting him as they'd arranged. He turned the corner and stopped abruptly. Cassie wasn't there. An older woman was holding her scarf, though, and handing it over to someone at an information desk. And she didn't stop when I called after her, so I thought I'd just leave it here. Bryan stepped forward. Excuse me, that's my girlfriend's scarf. I'll take it. He snatched the scarf, the cool silky material sliding over his fingers. It was as soft and smooth as Cassie's skin. Resisting the urge to bury his nose in the fabric and revel in her scent, he cleared his throat and tried to speak civilly. Where was she heading when she dropped it? Oh. It was near the elevator. 4th floor. She seemed upset though and was crying. The woman flushed and leaned closer. I don't know if she was referring to you or not, but I am sure she was saying damn him. You might want to have an apology ready. Thank you. I'll do that. He stepped back, guarding his expression to give no indication of the emotional turmoil he was suddenly experiencing. Who had she been cursing? Anderson or him? Swearing under his breath, he'd moved farther down the hall and then leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. He was so tired he could hardly think straight. He'd barely had 3 hours sleep in the last few days. Kane was a taskmaster at the best of times, and then when the Chicago Alpha had sent the granddaughter to the meeting. Well, it had been touch and go if they'd be able to keep Cassie and maintain control of the estate. While he hadn't cared about the estate, the idea that another pack wanted control of Cassie had made him almost rabid with rage. Ryan had to order him from the room to keep him from attacking the Chicago pack's representative. Thankfully, Kane knew the law well enough to ensure everything worked out, but the experience had been draining and had left everyone on edge. In fact, Kane was still muttering about taking over the Chicago territory and running it as a satellite operation. Bryan rubbed the heels of his hands over his eyes and then gave his head a shake. He needed to find Cassie, and she had to be somewhere in the hospital. She wouldn't just go wandering off. Would she? And so he began searching floor by floor, even being scolded by irate nurses for poking his nose into places where he wasn't allowed. Still, there was no sign of her. Obstetrics, geriatrics, pediatrics. Fuming, he swallowed his pride and headed back to Anderson's room, determined to beat the man if he didn't reveal where Cassie had gone. Without knocking, he pushed the door open, startling Anderson, who was eating some debatable-looking food. "I am here for Cassie." "Where is she?" Bryan growled the words, and Anderson dropped his fork and inched back in his bed. I think you have the wrong room. I don't know anyone named." "Wait a minute. Do you mean Sandy?" "Her proper name is Cassandra Greyson, as you well know." "Now where is she?" He almost barked the words, and Anderson visibly paled. "Are you with the government? She said you might be coming." Anderson paused and frowned. "Though you don't look the type." Bryan quickly clued in to what the man was thinking and used it to his advantage. "I am plain clothes, undercover." "Now where is she?" I am not sure. She left about half an hour ago." "Listen, do I have to sign something for you? Because if I do, Bryan left before the man finished. "Half an hour ago? Where could she have gone?" He ran his hand through his hair and tried to quell the fear that twisted in his gut. What had she said the other night? Once Anderson was safe, she'd leave if he took his eyes off her. Damn. He thought they'd moved beyond that. After all the talking they'd done about belonging to the pack and how he'd take care of her. And then during the full moon, when they'd been wolves together. No. It couldn't be true. Cassie wouldn't leave him, not when he'd finally found her. But what if she had? It would be his own fault. He'd left her alone, with good cause, mind you, but a werewolf's first transformation could leave them feeling off-kilter and vulnerable. And what if she was going into heat? Hormonal surges happened 4 times a year with the seasons, but given the pills she'd been taking, who knew what her system might be up to? If she was in season, her emotions could be all over the place. And this morning, God, he'd been so tired. And when he'd seen her, she'd been looking up information for Anderson. Without meaning to, Bryan knew he'd just sort of snapped, barking orders at her, not listening, not thinking. Little wonder she'd taken off at the first opportunity. He walked out of the hospital and sniffed the air, hoping to catch Cassie's scent, but the rain was pouring down now, washing the air clean. Shoulders slumped, he sank down on a nearby bench. The rain soaked his hair and shirt, trickling down his face, but he paid no attention. His external discomfort was meaningless now. The pain inside him was all-consuming. There was an aching emptiness where his heart should be. People walked past. Conversations drifted around him. They barely registered. His brain couldn't seem to process anything beyond the fact that he might never see Cassie again. He propped his elbows on his knees and leaned forward, burying his head in his hands. How could he have screwed up so badly? Right from the very moment he started looking for her, he'd made one stupid mistake after another. He'd tried his best to make up for their awkward beginning, painting a glowing picture of pack life and how he'd be there for her. Did she really hate the idea of being with him, of being part of his pack, so much that she had to sneak away without even saying goodbye? Apparently so. He scrubbed his face with his hands. What should he do? Find her again, track her down, and drag her screaming and kicking back to Canada? Or should he admit defeat? She'd protested continually that she didn't want to be a werewolf, but he thought they'd been making real progress. The full moon they'd shared had seemed so special. And the times he'd held her as she slept. Well, he'd been sure he'd found his other half. Obviously, he'd been wrong. His throat grew tight as a lump formed in it. His eyes burned with suppressed tears. He squeezed them tightly shut and firmed his jaw, willing his chin not to quiver. A pack beta didn't cry, not even when his heart had been ripped from him. He'd never love another, never find a mate to replace her. God, he could hear her voice as if she were beside him. And her scent. He'd never forget it as long as he lived. It would haunt him in his dreams. Bryan, are you okay? Are you sick or something? A soft hand touched his hair, and then his shoulder, and he jerked as an electric zing traveled straight to his heart. Cassie. In a blur of movement, he was standing and holding her in his arms, raining kisses down on whatever part of her he could find. Bryan. What's wrong? What's going on? You're holding me too tight, I can't breathe. She pushed against him, protesting, and he finally let her go, grabbing her shoulders instead. He held her so he could see her face and shook her gently. I've been looking all over for you. I thought you'd left. Where the hell did you go? I was upset, so I went over to that grove of trees to calm down. I looked around the lobby, but you weren't there, and for a while I thought you'd left me. She stuttered to halt and reached up to touch him. He closed his eyes as she brushed the hair from his forehead, then cupped his face, running her thumb over his cheekbone. He leaned into the caress, pressing a kiss to her palm, a soft rumble rising from his chest. Once I calmed down, I realized it was pretty stupid to get so worked up over you not being in the lobby. I am sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. Slowly, reluctantly, he straightened and her hand fell to her side. It's all right. I might have overreacted a bit. He cleared his throat. Or maybe a lot. Cassie stood on tiptoe and pressed a soft kiss to his lips, then looked at him, searching his eyes. Would it really bother you that much if I left? She cocked her head to the side, a curious expression on her face. He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. This was it, the moment of truth. The words in his heart ached to be shared, yet actually saying them, opening himself up to possible rejection, had him clenching his fists to hide their trembling. Cassie, when I couldn't find you, when I thought you'd run away from me, I nearly died inside. When you're gone, it's like a part of me is missing. Really? A smile slowly broke out on her face. Yeah, really. He leaned forward until their foreheads touched. I love you, Cassandra Greyson. Oh, Bryan. Cassie stared up at him, innocent wonder and love shining from her eyes. Then she grabbed his face and kissed him hard. Laughing, she wrapped her arms around him and snuggled in close, rocking him from side to side. He brought his own arms up around her and hugged her tightly. She hadn't said the words, but he could see the love in her eyes, and in his heart he knew someday soon she'd be ready to speak them. After a few minutes, he loosened his hold. You're soaking wet, you know. She gave a careless shrug, seeming content to rest her head against his chest. So are you. Good thing the rain has stopped. It has. Cassie looked around. Oh yeah, you're right. I always am. She chuckled and pushed him gently. We should be going. He took her hand and began to lead her to the car. You're all done visiting with Anderson. Bryan gave her a sharp look. Something was wrong, he could tell from her voice. Did Anderson say something to upset you? Not really. Her step slowed. I gave him information on that rehab center I was researching, and his parents' phone number, and then. She stopped completely and swallowed. I said goodbye. Goodbye. Bryan said the word cautiously, not wanting to read more into it than he should. She nodded slowly. I told him we weren't good for each other anymore, and that I thought. Maybe. Probably. She stopped and faced him, placing a hand on his chest, and looked up at him, her eyes filled with uncertainty and hope. That I'd found someone else. Someone who was right for me. Bryan took her hand and brought it up to his mouth, pressing a kiss to it. I think you have too. He gave her a crooked grin, then pulled her to his side. His heart soared in his chest, and at that moment, he was sure he could conquer the world. Come on, Cassie. Let's go home. She wrapped her arm around his waist, and there seemed to be a little skip in her step as they continued to walk to the car. Yeah. Let's go home. Stump River, Ontario, Canada 6 months later. Cassie nervously wiped her hands on her dress, and glanced across the room to where Bryan was sitting. Their eyes locked and he grimaced, rolling his eyes before turning away. As was the custom, the two who were to be mated didn't sit together during the meal, only coming together for the bonding ceremony. She thought it a foolish custom. It wasn't like she hadn't met Bryan before. They'd known each other for 6 months. But Ryan had been inexplicably insistent that the first bonding ceremony to take place in his pack be done properly. Secretly, she wondered if it wasn't fatherhood that had changed him. Ever since baby Grace had been born, he'd been acting different. Melody said it was what happened to all reformed bad boys once they had their own daughter. They suddenly saw the world in a whole different light. Whatever the case, she couldn't wait for the meal to be over so Ryan could bond them, and then she pressed a hand to her stomach, trying to still the quivering inside. She and Bryan would finally be mates and consummate their union. Surprisingly enough, since they'd arrived in Stump River, Bryan had behaved like a perfect gentleman, much to her chagrin. Oh, they'd kissed, had even made out, but the stubborn man had a will of iron. He claimed he wanted to give her sufficient time to be sure this was what she wanted, that her life had been too full of changes and she needed to adjust first to become one with her wolf. It was sweet of him, thoughtful, kind. And at times, Shed wanted to bash him over the head with his good intentions, especially when Shed gone into heat. Thank heaven for the werewolf form of birth control. Even with its help, she and her wolf had spent many a night bemoaning their fate, pacing restlessly, wishing for their mates. Someone reached in front of her, and she gave a start. They were removing her plate, and Shed barely eaten a thing. With dinner over, the ceremony would be soon. A few of the guests were getting up and starting to mingle. She watched Bryan stand up and step towards her only to be intercepted by Levi and Marco, who steered him in another direction. He cast a helpless look at her, and she gave him a tiny wave, sighing as he was whisked out of sight. "This is lovely, Cassie. I can't believe how beautiful Stump River is in the fall." Elise sat down beside her, looking out the window at the trees. Cassie followed the direction of her gaze, taking in the amazing array of colors. Deep reds, burnt oranges, leaves so golden they looked like drops of sunshine against the dark tree trunks. Warm days and cool nights had created the perfect conditions for an amazing display of fall colors. Thanks. Mel said September was the perfect time for a bonding. And a naming ceremony, too. Mel sat down on her other side, cradling the baby in her arms. Where are Jacob and Lee? It's almost time for the ceremony, and they won't want to miss it. Elise surveyed the room, scanning the tables still overladen with food, the tall pots of dried grasses and fall flowers, the groups of visiting guests. Kane's outside with Lee, and Jacob was supposed to be with Daniel. Then they'll be playing computer games in Daniel's room. Cassie nodded wisely, having come to know the pack computer geek quite well over the past few months. Elise made to get up. Oh, it'd better get Jacob then. It isn't fair that Daniel misses all the fun because he's babysitting. Mel chuckled. Relax. He's happy to have a reason to hide. Ever since Cassie snagged Bryan, Becky, and Emily, they, the teens in the pack, have set their sights on Daniel. The man spends half his time hiding nowadays. Poor fellow. Elise frowned. Not really. It's made Tessa come out of her shell a bit. She was always so shy and nervous around Daniel, despite the fact that he obviously liked her. But now that the girls are after Daniel, well, let's just say that she's feeling a bit territorial. Mel gave a satisfied smile, which quickly faded as an undeniable odor wafted up from the baby. Time to find Daddy. Ryan. Elise raised her brows and gave a disbelieving laugh. Yep. It's amazing what a man will agree to do when he watches you give birth. Mel stood up and, holding the baby, gingerly went in search of her mate. Elise turned back to Cassie. So, how are you holding up? Fine. She gave a self-deprecating laugh. Actually, nervous as hell. Bryan will be a fine mate. I know, it just seems like such a big step. Elise gave a reminiscent smile. It is, but it's worth it. You and Kane. You're happy together. Cassie was hesitant to ask, but Shed sensed undercurrents between the two of them when they were in Chicago and was curious to know how it had worked out. They certainly seemed happy enough now. We have our moments, but we managed to work out our problems. For example, back in Chicago, Kane had been working too much, and I was spending too much time with the kids. We had a long talk and came up with a solution we hope will work. She frowned as if a bit uncertain. What's the solution? Kane wants to split the pack. It's getting too big for one person to manage. He has his eye on a territory that's underpopulated with wolves and, in his opinion, poorly managed. There's something in the works, but he's being pretty close-lipped about it until he has all the facts. Damien, he's a friend of Kane and Ryan's, is going to do some preliminary scouting. She shrugged. If it works, Kane should have a lot more free time. When will this all take place? Cassie asked, trying to distract herself from her growing nerves. If everything goes well, Kane's hoping to have a report by time we get back. Elise glanced over at her mate. He has a lot of confidence in Damien. Sam Harper tapped the table with a pen, eyes narrowed, mouth clamped shut into a straight line. 6 months ago, a meeting with Kane Sinclair had raised everyone's hackles. The arrogant son of a bitch had dared to claim the Chicago pack was inefficient and mismanaged. As if he knew anything about what went on in the city. The man had no idea, absolutely none. And then there was the brother. Ryan Taylor had stolen from the Chicago pack. Cassandra Greyson had been a potential pack mate, and her land and money would have gone far to assist their beleaguered resources. But instead of being grateful that the Chicago pack wasn't pressing charges against them, Kane, Ryan, and the beta, Bryan, another pain in the ass, had pulled out the book of the law, using it to claim what wasn't theirs. And then Sinclair had the gall to leave mumbling about a takeover. Well, it wasn't going to happen. The pack had met and agreed on a course of action. It wasn't ideal, they all knew it, but sometimes necessity drove you to take actions you never thought you would. For example, hiring Sylvia, or whoever she was, to kill Leon Aldrich. It had gone against the grain to go to outsiders for help, but that damned Sinclair wouldn't leave them alone, constantly demanding reports and updates. Sam snorted. Well, Aldrich was gone, and at least they hadn't had to pay Sylvia. It was a small thing, but some days you took what you could get in the way of good news. With the money saved, they could afford to buy some more help for the next problem looming on the horizon. Rumor had it, Sinclair was sending someone in to check the pack out, but the intruder would have a surprise waiting for him. Sam took a swig of beer and leaned back against the wall, one lip curled. There was a small faction of werewolves that were true loners or rogues. They were usually tough, mean, and as deadly as they came, but they were also for hire. A meeting had been set up with one of them for tonight. On the off chance Sinclair's spy came around, the Chicago pack would have the rogue in their back pocket and whip the intruder's butt, sending him back Oregon with his tail between his legs. A glance at the clock let Sam know it was almost time. A final swig of beer, a glance around the smoky, crowded bar. Yep, the usual crowd looking to start something. Well, good luck with that, you losers, Sam thought. I don't take crap from anyone. Shoulders back, chin up, look each person straight in the eye until they're compelled to look away. Sam smirked. I am an alpha buddy. You don't stand a chance. Almost to the door, and there it was, a hand on the shoulder. Some jerk always had to try his luck. Hey, baby. You got a cute ass. The man's liquor-soaked breath was offensive, as was the stench coming off his sweaty body. He tried to pull her backwards. Wanna share? The man never stood a chance. Sam jerked her arm back, elbowing the idiot in the stomach. As he bent forward, clutching his midsection, she ground her stiletto heel into his foot, then pivoted around to deliver an uppercut to his chin. In less than a second, the man was an unconscious heap on the ground. Anyone else? Sam surveyed the men, who were gathering around her with disdain. The assault was nothing new. She frequented quite a few bars, and the human males always thought she'd be an easy target, not knowing what she lacked in size. She made up for with skill and speed. When no one answered, she sniffed and turned, walking slowly towards the doors, no hurried exit for her. She could see her reflection in the glass doors as she approached. Short, black hair spiked on top with a longer fringe almost hiding her eyes. Shed used black kohl liner to take further attention away from her eye color. They were violet, a rare shade in humans and even rarer in wolves. Sam despised the color. It was too girly for the image she tried to portray. Now her black jeans and t-shirt, complete with leather jacket, that gave off the right vibes. Her heels were her only concession to femininity, since they gave her some much-needed height. She was at the door now. No one had made a move to follow her, not that she expected them to. As the door started to swing shut behind her, she could hear the murmur of voices and allowed herself a tight smile. "Did you see that?" She flattened Phil in 2 seconds. "Just a mite of a thing, too." "Hey, Phil. You okay, buddy?" The sound of the voices faded as she walked down the street, carefully assessing the shadowed doorways. Pools of brightness from the street lights brightened select areas, giving a false sense that the street was safe, but Sam knew better. Someone was following her. Not someone from the bar. This person had been waiting outside. Her rogue, perhaps. She wouldn't put it past the unpredictable beasts. Well, if he thought to get the better of her, he had another think coming. The man was good, Shed give him that. His pace matched her perfectly, but a prickling on the back of her neck, and the faintest shuffling sound gave him away. He had a slight limp, and she wondered why. Wolves usually healed completely. Well, Shed asked him once she was done taking him down a peg or two for tailing her. It wasn't that she needed help against Sinclair's spy. She was sure she could take whoever the bastard sent. But a male always seemed to impress other wolves more than a female, and creating an illusion was what this was all about. Smoke and mirrors. Shed been using it successfully for the past 3 years. It would work again. A faint frown passed over her features, and she bit her lip. It had to. Sam reached the corner and walked around it, then ducked into the first doorway she came to. This was the corner she was supposed to meet the rogue at. She chuckled, thinking of how the meeting wouldn't go quite as the man had planned. The sound of his footsteps grew closer, but the tempo had changed. The man suspected something. Sam twisted her lips, impressed, but not ready to let the man off. Muscles tensed, senses alert, adrenaline rushed through her as she prepared for a fight. Damien paused in the shadows and assessed the situation. He'd been standing outside the bar, looking in through the windows, and had seen the little she-wolf sitting in the corner acting as if she owned the place. Her chair had been set an angle to maximize her view of the room and prevent anyone from creeping up on her. It was a smart move, especially given the fact that she was nearly daring every red-blooded male in the joint to approach her. Shed negligently rested her ankle on her knee, pulling the already tight jeans even tighter against her shapely legs. And her t-shirt, while conservatively cut, showed off her curves, not overblown but definitely present and well-toned. Yes, she had the type of body that haunted every man's dreams, but what really attracted attention, at least his, was her attitude. The tilt of her chin, the narrowed eyes, were they really violet or just a trick of the light? An arrogant half-smile that played over her full red lips all screamed a challenge. He'd love to take her on, but he had a job to do. Damien snorted at the word job. It was a make-work project dreamed up by Cain, but he'd taken it to humor his old friend. What was supposed to be a short visit with Cain's pack had turned into 2 months. Every time Damien made noises about leaving, Cain had another job for him to do. Cain and his cute little mate Elise were trying to save his soul. Damien was sure of it. Not that he had a soul left to save, but with no real plans of his own, he'd let himself be drawn into their various schemes. Which was how he found himself in Chicago, watching this little girl with the purpose of gathering intelligence about her pack. Were they really vulnerable to takeover, or was Cain overstepping himself? So far, he'd only encountered the little girl, but no doubt other pack members were about the city. Damien gave a brief chuckle. He really shouldn't call the female a little girl. While her height was lacking, she was supposedly in her early 20s. Sighing, he tried hard to recall being that young. He just turned 30 and felt twice that old. And when he looked in the mirror each morning, The bleakness in his eyes and the haggard lines of his face told the tale of a life lived too hard for too long. Not that it mattered to him what he looked like. In fact, nothing really mattered anymore. He was just going through the motions of living. When the girl finally stood up, Shed strolled across the bar and was promptly accosted by a middle-aged man unable to say no to the challenge she presented. Damien took half a step forward, ready to act. Old instincts hadn't died after all, but stopped himself. He had to see if she was as tough as she pretended to be. If things got really bad, then he'd step in. Of course, his chivalry hadn't been required. Shed flattened the man with a few smooth moves that gave no indication she was a werewolf before strutting out of the bar as if she owned the place. Observers would just think she was a star student from some local self-defense class. Now she was walking down the street as casual as could be. Only the slight stiffness of her shoulders gave any indication she was aware someone was following her. Most wouldn't even notice the change in the set of her shoulders, but fine points like that always stood out to him. Just one of the many talents he'd acquired over the course of his misspent life. Well, he was here to learn about the Chicago Pack. Using Samantha Harper seemed as good a way as any of getting up close and personal. With any luck, he'd have the information he'd need in no time and be sending it back to Kane. If the Alpha decided to go with a takeover, it would eventually lessen the man's workload. Part of the pack could move to Chicago and function under the direction of a strong beta appointed by Kane. With half as many wolves to watch over, in theory Kane would have more family time. It was a wise move. In just the short time Damien had been there, he'd seen how much time the pack took, how the hours spent on pack business carved lines of stress in Kane's face and took away time from his personal life. Yeah, he'd do this for Kane and his family. Family was important. They were with you for so short a time. Damien blinked and swallowed past the lump that suddenly appeared in his throat. No, it didn't pay to think of the past. There was only today. No past. No future. Just today. His skin prickled, the hairs on his arm rising slightly as his instincts warned him of upcoming danger. Narrowing his eyes, he inhaled slowly and gently so no one could hear him testing the air. Picking through the scents, he drew out the salient information, then assessed the shadows again for any new movement. He cocked his head and listened. The she-wolf was poised, ready for action. He discreetly followed her progress down the street. Now he wondered what Shed be like against one of her own species. This is for you, Kane, he thought to himself. I hope your idea works. Holding his arms loosely at his side, ready for what might come, he stepped forward. Chapter 29, time seemed to drag by. Cassie smiled politely, made small talk, and tried to stop checking the time every few minutes. Where was Bryan? When was the ceremony? Did it really take this long to clear the tables? She clenched her fists and tried not to scream in frustration. Mel came bustling up and pulled Cassie to her feet, leading her to the back of the room. It's almost time. Let me look at you. She began to adjust Cassie's dress and smooth her hair. Mel stopped fussing. She looks fine and you're going to make her nervous. Elise appeared with a glass of water and Cassie took it thankfully, enjoying the feel of the cool liquid sliding down her throat. I am living vicariously through her. I never had a bonding ceremony, so leave me alone. Mel continued on with her poking and prodding, but Cassie frowned. You and Ryan never officially bonded. She looked at the alpha female in surprise. Mel's hands stilled for a moment, and then she continued. No. Ryan was too unconventional back then, and I was too new at being a werewolf to even know bonding ceremonies existed. And there was no alpha around to perform the ceremony, so. She let her voice drift off and shrugged. Elise frowned. I'll be back in a minute. She hurried off, and a minute later could be seen talking earnestly to Kane. I wonder what that was all about. Cassie stood on her tiptoes to see over the crowds, squinting as she tried to determine what was being said. Who knows? Mel gave the dress a final twitch, then stood back looking satisfied. They're all set and just in time. Here comes Ryan and Grace. Cassie watched Ryan proudly carrying his daughter. The baby was now dressed in a frilly pink dress with a lace headband complete with a big flower. Her eyes were already deep brown and framed by long lashes reminiscent of her mother's. "Here's our princess, all clean and ready to go." He tenderly kissed the baby before passing her to Mel. Elise must have finished her conversation with Kane, for he strolled up and nodded at Ryan, smirking. "All done with your diaper duty, Daddy?" "Yep, all done." Ryan eyed his brother with a want-to-make something of it type of expression. Kane grinned and hit his brother playfully on the shoulder. "Welcome to the club, bro. If you men are done, we have a bonding ceremony and then a naming ceremony to perform. The moon's rising. We can't wait much longer." Mel raised her brows, her toe tapping impatiently. "In a minute, sis." His cell phone rang, and he cast an apologetic look at Mel before answering the call. "Kane here." "Damien. Do you have something to report already?" Cassie listened with interest to the one-sided conversation. From the sounds of things, this Damien person had been in some sort of a scuffle, but was fine, just a bit bruised. "All right. Keep me posted." "Oh, and Damien. Good luck with Sam." Kane chuckled, then flipped his phone shut. Ryan raised his brows. "You didn't warn him about Sam Harper?" "Nah." The surprise was just what Damien needed to perk his interest. Kane smirked as he put the phone away, then looked Ryan up and down. "You and we need to talk." "What about?" Ryan eyed at his brother warily, but Kane just grabbed his arm and dragged him away. Mel sputtered. "Kane, you bring him right back. We need to start the ceremony." Kane waved at her negligently, and Mel folded her arms, obviously fuming. Thankfully, Olivia and Marco passed by just then and offered some distraction. Both praised Mel for her planning of the event and then brushed kisses over Cassie's cheek. "You look so lovely, dear." Olivia's eyes misted over. Just like the pictures of her mother, Marco nodded, taking Olivia by the arm. "Come, we need to find our seats." Elise returned, holding Lee. What was that about Cassie's mother? Marco's done some discreet research and discovered he knew of Cassie's mother. As we suspected, she was from one of the royal families and quite well known. So how did Cassie end up in Chicago with Anthony Greyson? Elise pulled her necklace out of Lee's mouth and shifted her to the other hip. Cassie only half listened to the explanation as she scanned the crowd, wondering where Bryan might be. She already knew the story by heart. Louisa, her mother, was supposed to mate another royal werewolf, since apparently they were big on keeping royal blood in the family. But her mother fell in love with another, where no one knows for sure exactly who, since it was covered up right away, and she ran off with him. When it was discovered, her lover was killed, and Louisa was almost beaten to death for defying a royal edict. Somehow Anthony Greyson found her and whisked her away to America, where Cassie was born. Unfortunately, Louisa eventually grew homesick and wanted to return to her pack to see her family, not knowing there was now a price on her head for sullying the bloodline. She was killed just hours after stepping into the country. When the tale was finished, Elise looked at Cassie with sympathy in her eyes. "Oh, Cassie, I am so sorry to hear that." "Thank you. It's strange, though. I'd like to have known my parents, but I have no memory of them, so it's more like a story than something that really happened, if you know what I mean." Elise patted her arm. "I think I understand." "Oh, look." Mel interrupted. "Ryan's heading to the front. Elise, we have to go." Cassie leaned forward to accept Mel's kiss, then Elise's, and then, finally, she was alone. She slumped back against the wall, already exhausted, her face hurting from the smile she'd been maintaining for what felt like hours. From her alcove at the back of the room, she could survey the crowd. The whole pack was there, as well as Kane and his family, and some of Bryan's as well. Shed met his parents briefly, and they seemed like nice people. Franklin, Mrs. Teasdale, and Mrs. Mitchell had been invited, but had declined, feeling it might be too dangerous and draw unwanted attention to their connection with Stump River. Instead, they were back at Greyson Estate. Cassie had decided to open it up as a getaway for members of both packs. Franklin, Mrs. Teasdale, and Mrs. Mitchell were considered her family, and being in on the secret of werewolf existence, now had the status of unofficial pack members. They took care of the estate and made sure it was ready for any visitors. Mrs. Mitchell was especially proficient at ensuring there were no inexplicable wolf sightings and arranging cover-ups if any vacationers got careless. Even Nettie was happy once the poor dog got over the shock of being surrounded by wolves. Cassie understood their reasoning for not attending, but still missed them. The pack might be her new family, but sometimes she still felt alone. Not for long, her wolf whispered. Soon we will be joined with our mate. That's true. Cassie nodded, shaking off her moment of melancholy. Soon she and Bryan would be as one. She squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. The signal came. The ceremony had begun. It passed in a blur of faces and words. Cassie couldn't recall what Shed said, let alone anyone else. Ryan stood before Bryan and herself. He tied their wrists together with a finely braided leather rope, while reading the ancient words outlined in the Book of the Law. Then, before she knew it, it was over. Bryan was leading her from the room, and they were officially mates. As they stepped outside, she could hear the crowd clapping and then shouts of laughter. She paused and looked at Bryan. What's going on? I didn't think Grace naming ceremony would be that funny. Didn't you hear? Elise and Kane ganged up on Ryan. They told him that since he's a father now, he'd better be officially bonded with Mel. There was no excuse not to since Kane's an alpha, so he can perform the ceremony. Funny thing is, Ryan didn't even balk at the idea. I guess becoming a father has made him see things differently. So they're being bonded right now. She turned and looked back at the house. Can we go and watch? Bryan shook his head. No, they'll do the bonding tomorrow. Elise said Mel needed time to get ready, and everything is in place for Grace's naming. I wish we could see the naming ceremony. I've never been to one. Cassie affected a pout. Sorry. The bonded couple isn't allowed to return until the next day. She sighed. Surely they could have bent the rules a bit. Bryan shrugged. Some of the traditions are pretty rigid. Bonding ceremonies have to be conducted before naming ceremonies if they're held on the same day. It seems strange to us, but the ancient ones must have had their reasons. Gently tugging on their bound wrists, Bryan led her towards the woods. He'd been busy the past few months building a small guest cabin, but for a while it would be their home. Newlyweds, he said, needed more privacy than the main house provided. Cassie didn't mind. In fact, she was thankful that no one would accidentally overhear them. Consummating their relationship was exciting, but at the same time she was nervous. Shed read about it and knew the mechanics, but the real thing. It seemed overwhelming. Biting Bryan and drawing blood, him biting her. A shiver ran over her. Cold. Bryan tucked her closer to his side. We're almost there. I had Daniel light a fire, so it will be warm. Thanks. Suddenly she felt tongue-tied, which made no sense. She and Bryan talked all the time, but now it seemed different. Clutching Bryan's hand, Cassie stared up at the sky. The moon was high overhead now, a golden orb on a midnight blue canopy dotted with sparkling stars. Its light filtered down through the still remaining leaves, casting interesting patterns on the pathway they walked along. A faint mist was forming near the ground as the cooler night air met the sun-warmed earth. It swirled about their ankles, making the familiar woods seem new and somehow mystical. They rounded a bend, and there in front of them was the cottage. Cassie found herself slowing her pace as she neared the small building, climbing the 2 small steps even slower, and then staring at the door with trepidation as Bryan pushed it open. Suddenly, he swept her off her feet and twirled her around twice. She squealed in surprise. Bryan, what do you think you're doing? Ancient human custom, carrying the bride over the threshold. I think it had something to do with warding off evil spirits, or pretending that the female was being taken against her will. He shrugged and spun her around again before kissing the tip of her nose and setting her down inside. I just thought it would be fun to do. Cassie regained her balance and giggled. Well, it was sort of fun, once I caught my breath. Do you feel better now? Less nervous. Bryan looked at her tenderly, and she wondered how he knew. He cupped her face and rubbed his thumb over her cheekbone. I always know how you feel. In my heart, in my head, we're connected already, and it's only grown stronger these past few months. It's not as clear as a full blood bond, but I know. Why don't I have that yet? You do. You just don't listen to it as carefully as I do, and you still rely on your human senses more than your werewolf ones. But after tonight, we'll be on equal footing. She looked at the floor and then peeked up at him through her lashes. Will it hurt? When I bite you, I mean. He laughed softly. I sincerely doubt that it'll notice. I think there'll be a lot of other things on my mind. And you likely won't feel me biting you, at least not in a painful sense. That's good. She inhaled deeply and licked her lips, not sure what to do next. This leather binding has to go. I have some scissors on the counter. Bryan moved to get them, but Cassie stopped him. Don't cut it. I want to save it as a memento of today. Let me try to untie it. We can't do that. It's bad luck and signifies the couple's bond isn't strong enough. Cutting it off is the only way to remove it. It shows that only death can ever separate us now. Bryan stared into her eyes as he spoke, and Cassie felt herself being drawn to him as never before. He took their bound hands and pressed them to his heart. Nothing will ever separate us, Cassie. I won't allow it. Not time or space. We might disagree and argue, but we'll always be together. The fates predestined our bonding. Our wolves knew each other even before we met, and when we leave this world, we'll still be together. Bonded for eternity. He nodded and raised her hand to his mouth, pressing a kiss to it. I will always love you, Cassie Greyson. No matter what. For eternity. With tears in her eyes, Cassie twisted their wrists and pulled his hand to her mouth, so she could repeat the gesture. And I will always love you, Bryan Cooper. No matter what. For eternity. Epilogue. Through half-open eyes, Cassie watched the sunlight filter across the bedroom floor and onto the dresser. She could see the leather rope that had bound them together. It was coiled in a circle, and she planned to tie it with a ribbon later on today and put it in her memory chest. Not that she'd need anything to help her remember yesterday. Her blood bond with Bryan had been spectacular. She sighed contentedly. Bryan's head pressed to her chest, and she lazily ran her fingers through his hair as she recalled the previous night. The minute Bryan freed their wrists, Cassie had felt her senses inexplicably heighten. The scent of new lumber and burning wood, the flickering light from the fire, the faint sound of chirping crickets outside the door, all came at her with increased clarity. Her own breathing, Bryan's, the thudding of her heart, the rustle of material as he stepped closer. He'd slid his fingers into her hair, tipping her head up so he could stare deeply into her eyes. A faint smile had played over his lips, a look of wonder on his face as he lowered his head to kiss her, pausing when only a breath had separated them. I love you, Cassandra Greyson. The words had been whispered against her lips before he reverently kissed her. His lips had been soft and gentle, making her feel as if she were fragile and precious. He'd brushed his mouth over hers, back and forth, until she was sure she'd die if he didn't stop and kiss her properly. Shed whimpered and grasped his head, pulling him closer, pressing her lips to his, and it seemed to have been the signal he was waiting for. Suddenly, the kiss became hotter, more passionate. His fingers clenched in her hair, and his tongue probed her mouth. Her heart had begun to beat harder as Bryan slid his hands down her neck to her shoulders, her back. He'd nibbled on her lower lip, then slid his mouth along her jaw to her earlobe. Vaguely, she was aware of the zipper sliding down her back, of the cool air hitting her skin as the strapless gown pooled at her feet. Bryan's hands had felt hot on her skin, burning into her, stoking a fire inside her. He'd eased her away from him, and Shed opened her eyes lazily, her lips still parted and moist from his kiss. Why had he stopped? Shed wrinkled her brow, then realized he was staring at her and that she was naked, except for her thong. Instinctively, Shed moved to cover herself, but he'd caught her wrists and held her arms out to her sides. "No. Let me see you, all of you." Bryan had breathed out the words, and Shed trembled as his hot gaze seemed to devour her. The moment had stretched out, and Shed felt her cheeks heating with embarrassment. "Cassie, you're so beautiful." He'd looked up at her, and Shed seen the wonder in his eyes. He'd truly believed his words, and Shed relaxed, basking in the glow of his praise. "Can I touch you?" Shed swallowed and nodded, feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of the moment. He'd let go of her wrists and reverently reached out to stroke her with one hand, sliding the back of his knuckles along the outer swell of her breast, down her side to her hips and back up again. Then, as if warming to the task, he'd used both hands skimming his knuckles down along the same path, turning his wrists when he reached her waist so his palms were touching her skin. Oh, so slowly he'd stroked her, his fingers slightly spread, encasing her hips, playing over her ribs, and then finally cupping her breasts. Cassie recalled inhaling quickly as his warm hands had lifted her breasts, testing their weight, squeezing gently before he gently rubbed his thumbs over her nipples. She'd bitten back a cry that rose in her throat, but he'd known and stroked the sensitive tips again. Pleasure had shot through her, and Shed grasped his arms to steady herself, almost falling when he replaced his thumb with his mouth. "Bryan. Oh, Bryan." Shed arched her back, thrusting her breasts closer, reveling in the feel of his mouth on her sensitive flesh, licking and sucking, tugging gently. Warmth had pooled between her legs, and Shed squirmed, wanting to rub herself against him, to feel his bare skin along hers. Again, he'd seemed to know what she needed, for suddenly Shed found herself being carried to the bed and gently set upon it. As Shed sunk into the soft mattress, Bryan had stood beside the bed and stripped off his clothes. Cassie had been mesmerized as more and more of his body was revealed. She'd seen him shirtless and in gym shorts before, but Bryan at her bedside, with the light of the fire playing on his shifting muscles, it had been more erotic than she could have believed. When he'd finally skimmed off his briefs, her breath had caught in her throat. His manhood had stood out proudly from his body, long and thick, the head flared. Shed wondered what it would feel like to touch it with her hand, to feel it against her body, in her body. Bryan had given her no time to think, though. He'd hooked his fingers into the waistband of her thong and drawn it down her legs. Cassie had fought off the embarrassment as her last barrier disappeared, but soon forgot when he'd begun caressing her legs. "I love your legs. They're so long and slender." He'd slid his hands up and down her calf, and then moved to her thighs, stroking and squeezing, raining down random kisses. The way they look in jeans should be considered sinful. His hands had slid under her to cup her rear. "And watching your butt wiggle when you walk almost brings me to my knees." "No, it doesn't." Shed giggled suddenly, finding his enumeration of her attributes funny. Bryan had leaned forward and kissed her hip, before sliding his lips across her belly to lap at her navel. "MMM. It does so, but you don't know it because if I am looking at your ass, you're walking away from me. Just check over your shoulder sometime, and then y'all see." He'd moved so they were face to face and smiled down at her. Shed smiled back and reached her hands up so she could explore his chest. "Well, your chest does the same thing to me. When I watch you working out in the gym and you're all sweaty. It's so sexy, I want to rub my hands all over you." Shed accompanied her words with action and felt a rumble reverberate through his chest. "Really? And I've longed to lick the sweat from you." Shed lifted her head and flicked her tongue over his brown nipples, giving them the same treatment he'd given hers. He'd closed his eyes and groaned again. Pleased to be affecting him as he did her, Shed begun to feel bolder and had moved her hands to his hips, her fingertips stroking his lower cheeks. "And just for the record, I like your butt too. Any other part of me you like." Bryan had slid so that he was on his side, his arm propping him up. He'd gently brushed the hair from her face. "Well." Cassie had touched his shoulder and then his chest. Sensing his invitation to explore his body more intimately, Shed moved her hand down his torso, noting how his stomach jumped when she trailed the tip of her finger around his navel and then traced a path lower still. Hesitantly, Shed stroked his manhood with her finger and watched it bob in response. I don't know for sure, but rumor has it I'll really like this part of you. Shed peeked up at him through her lashes, smiling shyly. It likes you already. One side of his mouth had curled up. So I see. Feeling braver, Shed wrapped her hand around him, marveling at the rigid flesh. The skin had been warm and satiny smooth, pulsing beneath her fingers. Shed explored his length, tentatively squeezing, flicking glances up at his face to judge his reaction. Bryan's eyes had closed, but a pleasure-filled groan had escaped him, so Shed continued. Shed held him firmly in her hand and stroked him towards the tip and back down. On her next upward stroke, Shed caressed the tip with her thumb, and he jerked in her hand. Ah, Cassie, that's so good. I am glad. I want to make you happy. Shed whispered the words breathily, her heart pounding with excitement. You could never do anything but make me happy. He'd opened his eyes and pulled her closer, giving her an open-mouthed kiss. His tongue had explored her mouth, and their tongues had dueled. Wet lips had slid over wet lips. The kiss had grown hotter, deeper. It had been as if they were trying to consume each other. Bryan's hand had roamed over her back, cupping and kneading her buttocks while he gently thrust his hips in response to her ministrations. The dampness between her legs had grown, and Shed wanted to feel more of him. Shed drawn her leg up over his hip and guided his rigid flesh so it rubbed against her most sensitive parts. Not yet, Cassie. Not yet. Bryan had dropped his head back on the pillow, gasping the words as he'd pulled away from her. Shed whimpered in discontent. There was a yearning for more at her very center. Soon. I want to feel you, Bryan, all of you. I know. Me too. He'd flipped them over and trailed his hand down her body while nibbling on her neck. Shed felt his fingers playing with her lower curls and then delving into her folds. For a moment, Shed stiffened, but it had felt so good, so right, Shed soon relaxed. Shed let her head drop back on the pillow, biting her lip, becoming lost in the feelings Bryan created. He'd stroked her sensitive flesh until she was writhing, so lost in need she couldn't think straight. And when a finger probed her and slipped inside, she was sure she might die from the joy, but it was only the beginning. Bryan had known just where to stroke, where to press. A feeling had grown inside her, and Shed found herself flexing her hips against his hand, rubbing against him, wanting more, needing more. Unexpectedly, a warm wave and a shiver washed over her, and her body had tightened on his hand. It had been nice, good. Her body had relaxed a bit, but then... Oh damn. Was that it? Had she climaxed too soon? Before she could formulate the words, Bryan had stroked her again, sucking on her breasts, gently biting, the tiny hurt excitingly erotic. The tension had begun to build again, faster this time. Shed burned for him, her heart pounding, the blood thrumming through her veins. An aching void had grown within her again, and Shed pressed closer, knowing only he could ease the discomfort. Please. Shed begged her request, no longer really knowing what she wanted, consumed with need. Finally, he'd heeded her request. His fingers had slid out, he'd risen above her and parted her thighs. He'd paused at her entrance. Cassie, look at me. Shed forced her eyes open and he'd smiled tenderly, grabbing her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. I love you. I love you too. Tears had pricked her eyes at the expression on his face. Then, lacing their fingers, he'd pressed her hand to the bed beside her head and slowly, oh so slowly, guided his flesh into hers. She hadn't been a virgin, but it had still felt strain, a tightness and fullness. He'd pressed in deeper, withdrawn, and pressed again. Cassie had tried to relax, her breathing shallow, her heart pounding at the enormity of the moment. They were going to blood bond if she could just survive this. Impalement. When he'd filled her completely, he'd stilled. He'd leaned his forehead on hers, his breath shuddering. Cassie had stared up at his face, his jaw had been clenched, his eyes squeezed tightly shut. Shed worked her hand free and stroked his face. Bryan. He'd opened his eyes and stared into hers. You're a perfect Cassie. Hot and tight and perfect. He'd lifted his head to kiss her and had then begun to move. The first stroke had had her gasping as a bolt of sensation shot through her. Then another and yet another followed. They'd grown within her, expanding with each stroke until Shed thought the pleasure couldn't get any better, and then everything had begun to tighten. Tension had coiled within her. Bryan's strokes had grown more rapid. Her own desperate need to respond could no longer be controlled, and Shed thrust upward. She recalled tossing her head on the pillow, needing more. Bryan's body had been pounding into hers. It had been hard to breathe, hard to see, hard to think. Shed clenched the bed sheets in her hand, sure she couldn't handle it, knowing she had to do something, she had to. Her body had started to tremble, the air had seemed to shimmer. Shed been panting, her lips had felt dry. A drink, Shed needed a drink, but where? There'd been a rushing sound, a thrumming. Right in front of her, Shed seen Bryan's neck, the vein pulsing, blood rushing beneath the surface of his skin. Bite. We need to bite. Shed blinked, trying to clear her thinking, vaguely aware of Bryan's hot mouth on her neck, his tongue licking, his teeth grazing. Now it must be now. Our mate is waiting. We'll be joined forever. Don't hold back. Now. With a cry, Shed given into her wolf's demands, her teeth sinking into his flesh. Warm, rich liquid had spilt into her mouth, and Shed began to suck and lap, digging her fingers into his shoulders, while his body still thrust into hers, harder and deeper, almost erasing the pinpricking feeling on her own neck. Lights had begun to dance before her eyes. A voice, not her wolf but another voice, had echoed faintly in her head. Mine, my mate, my Cassie. It had been Bryan. The blood bond was taking effect. Voices, thoughts, and feelings had begun to knit a mental pathway, snippets of ideas and sensations flowing between them, increasing their mutual pleasure. So good, so good. Her body had arched as her muscles tightened. Can't hold on. Bryan's fingers had dug into her flesh. More, faster, harder. Shed strained and reached, I have to release. He'd plunged into her one more time. Shed thrust upwards, taking him as deep as she could, and then. Yes. 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 They'd both cried out in unison, as world exploded around them, forging a link that would connect them forever. Cassie smiled as the memory played out. Bryan shifted against her and made a contented sound. Was he experiencing her thoughts even in his sleep? Recalling their bonding last night? Could they meet each other in their dreams? It was a curious idea, and one Shed have to explore. With a happy sigh, she closed her eyes and opened her mind to the wonder of their new life together. The dark brown wolf stirred and lifted its head to stare about through half-closed eyes. The forest was silent, the light of early dawn creeping between the trees, casting long shadows on the ground. Birds twittered overhead, but it wasn't their noise that had awoken her. She got to her feet, yawning and stretching out her muscles in preparation for a run. He was here, she could sense his presence. Slowly she began to move, the leaf-strewn forest floor making silence impossible, but she wasn't worried. This time she wanted him to find her. For too long they'd been playing an elaborate game of hide and seek, living in the shadows, meeting in secret, not daring to reveal too much. But now those days were over. They were free to be as they were meant to be. There'd be no more denial. No more waiting. A sound to the side caught her attention and she paused, one foot suspended in the air. She lifted her muzzle and sniffed, nostrils flaring as she took in the myriad of scents that drifted by on the slight breeze, but there was only one that interested her. He was there, his masculine musk had her quivering. She searched the shadows for movement and gave a slight woof of relief when she finally found him. Thick light brown fur covered his massive body, muscles rippling as he shifted his stance and raised his head in challenge. His hazel eyes narrowed, and she dipped her head under the force of his gaze. As always, his beauty and power took her breath away, but now there was no need to run. As one, they both moved, approaching each other, watching carefully. Noses touched, and their tails began to slowly wag. She licked his muzzle, and he returned the gesture, nipping lightly. He rubbed his fur the length of her body, marking her with his scent. Eagerly, she submitted to his attention, pleased they were finally one. For too long they'd been forced to stay apart, but now. A deep contentment filled her. Soon, he was nudging her side. It was time to go, time to run. She followed his lead as they moved deeper into the forest, across streams, over fallen logs, around outcroppings of rock. The sun rose in the sky and leaves, heavy with morning dew, began to fall about them in a shower of red, orange, and gold. The air was crisp and cool, filling her lungs with its freshness. She gave an excited yip, and her mate glanced back at her, his tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth. He was happy, too. This was how they were meant to be. Running wild and free. Together. Forever. Thanks for taking the time to listen to this audiobook.